Look, okay. Just hear me out. Hey guys, Veggie Gamer back, and we're back to Harry Potter book reviews, guys. Very, very exciting. The second installment of the Order of the Phoenix, guys. Already thoroughly enjoyed this book, guys. We got some big changes that were made for the movie in these chapters, but also, I mean, yeah, I'll say it straight now. Hey, I'll just watch the movie scenes. They're all very good. I think they skip over a lot, like entire characters and everything. But you know, we've come to get used to that by now. But yeah, one thing I've got to say right off the bat though, the movie is so quiet, guys. I had to turn my speakers right, I need to make sure they're turned back down again. I had to turn my speakers right up just to hear half the dialogue. It's so quiet, guys. And Harry ain't quiet in chapter 4 in the book, he really isn't. But yes, we will be getting into my thoughts on these chapters very soon, guys. If you're new here, hi, I'm Veggie. We've been doing an in-depth, is this the most in-depth Harry Potter review? Probably not. It won't be, because there's going to be people who do like video essays, and I can't do stuff like that, guys. I ain't got the brain capacity for it. I ain't got the bus fare, as Eddie from Bottom would say. I like that. You ain't got the bus fare. I really like that. Anyway, ignore me. But yes, we've been doing these in-depth reviews, guys, and they've been a lot of fun. We have had some fantastic discussions over the years, including a certain character like we will get onto later on in these book reviews. In this video, I should say. But yes, guys, so basically, if you want to be a part of these book reviews, in the second half, we have something called a book club, which is where you get your chance to give your thoughts on the chapters that we're covering today. Obviously, we're covering chapter 3 and 4 of Order of the Phoenix today. And it's a lot of fun, guys. You can ask questions, give theories, give opinions, whatever you want in it. It's the best part of doing these book reviews is really your comments in the book club, guys. To get access to the book club, guys, you can back to Patreon for as little as $1 and get access to everything on there. Seriously, there's no tier system on my Patreon. You pay $1, you get access to everything on there. You can pay more, but you certainly do not need to. And you get access to the book club, guys, as well as full-length movie reactions, TV series reactions, and so on and so forth. You also get 2 more of these book review videos, guys. And so if you've got up to the most recent book review over on YouTube, there are 2 more book reviews waiting for you over on the Patreon, and that tends to be at least 5 hours long, and so 10 hours long, sorry, 5 hours long. Yeah, so if that sounds like the sort of thing you want to do, you can. If not, guys, don't worry, these reviews will all be coming out as usual. And I read all my comments on YouTube anyway, guys. I just can't address them in the video, you know, and so you can always just leave a comment there as well. But they won't feature in the video. Without further ado, guys, let's get into it. Great chapters today. My goodness, they pack in a lot into chapter 4. It is insane how much. And these chapters are the same length, guys. They're both 35 minutes long on the audiobook. But my goodness, chapter 4 has a lot in it. But before we get to chapter 4, we want to do chapter 3. Sounds like a chore. We have to do chapter 3, the Advanced Guard. So, as always, Jonas, thank you so much for the wonderful side panels, and thank you so much, Max, for the summary that I read out at the start of these chapters. Harry writes letters to Sirius, Hermione, and Ron to inform them what happened. After a few days, there is still no reply, and in the night, the Dursleys leave to go and accept an award they've won. After they leave, there is a crash in the kitchen, to which Harry investigates. He finds strange people there. He recognises one as Mad-Eye Moody, who is accompanied by the Professor Remus John Lupin. Well, I mean, we'll get to it, guys, but he is not there in the movie, and he really kind of should be, because a couple of reasons, but we will get to it. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Nymphadora Tonks, and a few others. They inform him they are taking him to a safe place. They wait for a signal and go on a little adventure on the brooms. Not as much of an adventure as compared to the movie, but we'll get to it. I feel like it's okay, but I have a feeling that in the book club people are going to be saying they're not really trying to be that stealthy in the movie, but it's a movie. At the same time, you got to have those big set pieces, you know. It's the dragon trial from Goblet of Fire again, all over again, isn't it? Good advertising for London as well. Goes with all the attractions. They arrive at a building, and Harry is handed a piece of parchment that reads the headquarters of the Order of Phoenix may be found at number 12 Grimmauld Place, London. Thank you so much, guys. So yeah, like I say, guys, the movie version is good, but my goodness, it is brief. Should I get into it straight away? Because I'm not even sure if it's in my notes. I think it is. I think it is in my notes, and it won't take long to get there. But regarding my favourite Harry Potter character, he really should have been there. He really should have been there from the start. But I'll explain why once we get there. If we ever get there, ignore me. It's making I'm recording rather than live streaming, because if I was live streaming this, that would be very embarrassing. Although I've done it before, guys. Like long ago, I would I think I was like, I think it's happened a couple of times, but I know one time I was playing The Sims, which used to be a series on the channel, and I pressed what I thought was record, and carried on talking and everything, and all of a sudden on my screen, little chat messages started popping up. I was like, oh, pause, I'll press live instead. The buttons are right next to each other, guys. They should really be separate, in my opinion. Anyway, yes, Harry is writing to Black, Ron, and Hermione. I got to could he have written to Dumbledore, but I think even Harry, in his psychotic state that he currently is in, probably wouldn't have done that anyway. You'd imagine he could write to Dumbledore if he wanted to, but I guess Dumbledore will just either not write back or say, Harry, it's been dealt with. And then there's nothing that Harry can really do. Whereas Black, Hermione, and Ron, and I mean this in the best way possible, Harry can kind of guilt them into... You ain't going to guilt Dumbledore into nothing, is what I'm saying. And so, I mean, that's why the letter is so matter of fact. It's like, I've been attacked by a Dementor. I want to know what's going on. He's so furious. And the thing is, guys, I'm intrigued to get to the next few chapters, or maybe it's later on in this book, because I got the impression from the movie that the reason why Harry is on edge all the time is because of him being touched by Voldemort. But the book, at least this part of at this stage, Harry, I mean. The book basically confirms that is not the case, because Ron and Hermione look at each other like saying, yep, we knew this was coming. And so, yeah. Anyway, we're getting way ahead of ourselves. Could have written to Hagrid. I don't know if he knows if Hagrid is part of the Order. You see, another thing, guys, is that I thought the difficulty with doing these after watching the movies is that there are things which I just feel like I think I know, you know, which end up being wrong. I thought the Order of Phoenix had already been brought up at this point, but it absolutely hasn't, guys. Harry has no idea what Hermione is talking about when he says when she says who they are. Hedwig's off hunting for frogs. Harry's very resentful of the fact that Mundungus and Fig have been tailing him. I think it's because not because they're not good enough. Clearly, one of them wasn't good enough. But the fact that they could have said, "Oh, by the way, Harry, we're keeping an eye on you." But Dumbledore, for whatever reason, wants Harry to absolutely have no knowledge of it, and Harry really finds that very, very resentful. I'm going to bring it up now just because I don't bring it up in my notes, because like I say, I've just watched the movie scenes just before pressing play and everything. But there's one bit where, in the next chapter, in the movie, where Hermione says Dumbledore said that we weren't to contact you at all and everything. And Daniel Radcliffe's face is really good. It's like, Dumbledore said that. He's really resentful and almost about to crack. And obviously we don't get that crack in the movie, because we can't have that crack in the movie. We can't have that side of Harry be in the movie, unfortunately. Then Fred George just appears straight away. But in a book, guys, my goodness, he gives them an earful. He really does. He starts to bring up previous book chapters and everything. And not just from Goblet. But we will get there when we get there. Yeah, he feels like he's being treated like a naughty child. A naughty kid is the way that words it. He's clicking things, he's clenching his fist and everything. Harry is now angry at Hedwig. He's not angry at Hedwig, but when Hedwig comes along, he's like saying, finally, and like, you know, just like very, like, he's enraged, and he's taking it out on Hedwig. He is, guys. I mean, yeah, I think we've all been guilty of being furious about something, and so someone else is having to deal with it, you know, and Hedwig doesn't deserve it, you know. Harry gets the 3 small rolls of parchment and a leather thong. Now, I'm guessing that means something, but I only know. I know that the word thong is flip-flops in Australia and maybe New Zealand as well. I'm not sure, and something else. So let's move on. Let's move on from the thong. He orders Hedwig to peck at Black, Hermione and Ron until they've written a sufficiently long answer, which is amazing. As soon as Hedwig does then fly off, Harry then does feel actually quite guilty about it and thinks he'll make it up to him later on when he returns tomorrow, which he doesn't return tomorrow. Yeah, he says that Hedwig is his only friend that he has at Privet Drive, for Privet Drive, which is very sad, guys. But yeah, and this is the thing, you know, it's like we've all been there where we've been furious at something else and taken out on someone and then immediately feel bad about it, realise what we've done and everything. So it's cool that Harry is having that. Again, it's the sort of thing which can't happen in the movies because we never see that side of Harry. We do see that side of Harry, but it is so brief. It's always so brief. But then again, the movie has to be brief, guys. I mean, like, the Tonks scene is incredibly short. And I think that's basically the longest Tonks scene we have in the entire series. We're all now done. I think. We got a lot to talk about Tonks, guys. She's awesome. She's really awesome. And it seems like she actually looks pretty different than she did in the movie. I thought her look in the movie was awesome. But we will get to it. So Harry is now fully expecting and kind of looking forward to the long letters of gushing sympathy and apology from the 3, which then don't turn up. Yes, and for the letters to have plans for him to be immediately moved to the Burrow. He's just thinking the Burrow over and over and over again, guys. Next day, no Hedwig. Oh, Petunia. I've got Pat. which my mother used to hate being called. Yeah, my mum's name was Patricia, and she did like people calling her Pat. But I've got down here, Pat shoves meals through the cat flap. He's obviously Petunia, not Patricia. So yeah, Pat shoves. She's like Trisha. Petunia shoves meals through the cat flap, which Vernon had installed 3 years ago, which would be Azkaban, right? Or am I getting confused? 1, 2. No, it'd be Chamber. It would be Chamber, wouldn't it? Because that's when he moved. It was Chamber when he moved to Dudley's old room, wasn't it? Yeah, I think that's right. I don't remember there being a mention of cat flap before, but I'm sure it was there, guys. I can't be expected to remember it all. So yeah. Whenever Petunia does push food through the cat flap, Harry tries to talk to her about the howler that confronted her, but he doesn't get anything back. It says like he may as well be talking to the doorknob. He just doesn't hear anything. It's made Petunia so many more times more interesting. Just that little moment, it really did. And it did make me wonder why they had to get the Dursleys to leave the house before moving in, considering Petunia is a part of this whole conspiracy. But I'm guessing Petunia doesn't know who the Order of the Phoenix are. I can't imagine that, was it that awful boy, whoever she's referring to, would have mentioned, you know, top secret stuff like that. And so I'm guessing that's why they needed to get out there without there being any questions asked. Quite frankly, Arthur could have turned up and said, yeah, we'll take him to the Burrow. And then just taken him to London instead. Yeah. Without having to do this whole farce of the fake awards and everything, which I'm delighted by the awards. So yes, guys, because it's hilarious. Although it does feel like a bit of a police honey trap. But we will get to that, guys. I'll explain what I mean by that when we get to it. But I'm jumping all over the place right now. We need to get focused. So, it's been 3 days now, and Harry's just getting more and more angry. He's just staring at the ceiling or pacing. That's the two, and going to the toilet. Those are the 3 things that he is doing. Which he does mention, I should say. He wonders if he will be able to live at Sirius Black's house. I don't know what legal right he would really have to that, unless being a godfather is actually a legal thing. I actually have no idea, guys. I don't know about that sort of stuff. But it would certainly appear odd. Because as far as Harry knows, Sirius isn't at the Black's household. If that's what he's talking about. Unless he's talking about just wherever Black is. But of course he wouldn't be allowed to do that. Oh! No, because he doesn't know about the Order at this point. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure why Harry thinks that he would be able to go and live with, in Black's house. Or with Black, whichever one it's referring to. Yeah, because he says that he doesn't think that a kid his age would be allowed to live alone. So he must be talking about Sirius Black's usual house, where in inverted commas, Sirius currently isn't. Interesting. But yes, that would definitely seem odd. I don't want to go too serious here, guys, but in the Wizarding world, and sure, Harry is probably aware that he can't do this, but in the... yeah, again, I don't want to go too serious, guys, but in the Wizarding world, there must be orphanages, or even a home for children that aren't wanted. And so, sadly, it'd probably be twinned with the juvenile ones. I think that they probably are in real life as well, which is tragic. But, so those places must exist. But I think that, for obvious reasons, Harry wouldn't think that that would be an option, considering who he is. But yeah, just thought about that. I never really thought about the fact that there must be places where... Not orphans, sorry, that's a different thing, but where children that aren't wanted, that has to be a thing, right? Or at least children that have been taken away from their parents because their parents aren't providing for them or anything. Oh god, it's getting way too serious, guys. But yeah, I feel like that sort of thing must exist, but that wouldn't be an option for Harry anyway, so I don't know why I brought it up. You know why I brought it up, because I can't stop blooming talking. Look at that. Right, Harry wonders if his breaking of the International Statute of Secrets may land him in Azkaban. I've got down here, guys. I don't think that a wizard or witch coming out at Wembley Stadium and saying, "Hey guys, there's a Wizarding World. Here's all that proof. Here's a Fristral." Not a Fristral because they wouldn't be able to see it. That's the worst, literally the worst option which I could have chosen. Hippogriff. There we go. And just show them footage and everything, and like, you know, just like, you know, and like often to take people on tours and everything. Even that, I don't think that would land you in Azkaban. I just don't, guys. Maybe I see it as being a lot lighter crime than it actually is. Because Hermione says in the next chapter that there is a legal standpoint of if your life is in danger, you are allowed to use magic, which makes complete sense. And so, I'm not even sure what point I'm making, guys, but I in my head canon, breaking the International Statute of Secrets, because we know that people do that all the blooming time, guys. Look at the World Cup. Like the Death Eaters, if they were caught, the ones who were like throwing the Muggles around and everything, I don't think they would be get sent to Azkaban. Maybe I think that Azkaban is... Because I used to think that Azkaban was life sentences only. That's now been confirmed to not be the case. But I always see Azkaban as being the absolute worst situation, and the International Statute of Secrets being something that is probably broken on a daily basis, and it's just like a, you know, smack on the back of the hand, and whatever the term is, I can't think what the term is, and move on, you know? Yeah. I reckon that I got my viewpoint on that wrong, so I probably need to curb that. But that's how I see it, guys. I don't think you can end up in Azkaban from breaking that particular law. I mean, Aberforth didn't end up in Azkaban for what he was, whatever he was doing to goats. That's a callback. The fourth night, Vernon enters the room in his best suit, looking very smug, saying that they're going out. Doesn't give any more context, which is... And Harry's like, okay. and Vernon's like saying, don't touch any of our stuff and everything while we're gone. He's like, yep. And you get the impression that Vernon's annoyed by the fact that Harry didn't ask or anything. That's it, isn't it? Because I think that Harry thinks... and this might be me defending, but not defending, but potentially having a different take on Vernon than Harry does. And let's face it, guys, I know Vernon better than Harry. So Vernon comes in, and it's like saying, don't touch Vernon's stuff while we're gone. And he's like, yep, okay. And I think that the book says that Vernon appears to be annoyed by the nonchalant responses to his new orders. His orders, I should say. They're not new orders. I reckon it's because Harry didn't say, oh, where are you going, Vernon? Please tell me more. What award? I feel like that could be part of the reason why he looks a little bit annoyed. That's probably just headcanon as well, though. Yeah, Vernon seems very sus about the fact that Harry doesn't care about the rules that he's saying. I think it's because he is hoping that Harry would ask where they were going. I reckon that's it. That is now solidly in my headcanon. Harry's laying staring at the ceiling again in the dark. He can't be bothered to turn the lights on or anything. Here's a crash in the kitchen. Harry immediately thinks burglars, but straight away he does think, well, they're talking very loudly. Burglars wouldn't usually do that. I don't know if that's particularly true. If you think that the entire... yeah, it probably is true. It's probably true that most times they're not, anyway. Especially in a suburban area. His bedroom door unlocks and swings open. I've got down here, wand's out, Harry, but it does... I didn't think it did, but Harry did straight away grab his wand. But for some reason, I missed that line. This happens a lot, guys. And, it's come to the point where... when I post one of these book reviews, I know that the first bunch of comments are going to be saying, no, Veggie, you got that wrong. You know, I've gotten used to that now. Yeah, very often I will miss little lines like that. Like in the latest Hunger Games reaction, where I'm shouting at Coin saying, why are you saying this to everyone? It's because Katniss just asked her to say it to everyone. So I apologise about that, guys. There always will be things that slip by, I'm afraid, for me. I just hope that at least I can get 50% of the stuff that is there into these reviews, at least. Yeah, I've got down here, surely he would think that it's Voldemort and everything. We don't actually get he thinks burglars, but then he doesn't think about anything else. So he doesn't then think Death Eaters. He doesn't then think the Ministry. He's just like baffled about who could potentially be. I guess it's because his door swung open. Why would you swing open someone's door if you want to capture someone? That's true. Whereas in the movie, they file in, which is a beautiful shot. It's a beautiful shot as they enter the room and everything. Although there is someone missing. We'll get to it, guys, and it makes sense that they're there. Anyway. Right. 9 people in the hall. I don't know about you guys. I've gotten pretty good at not seeing the actors when I imagine the movies now. Number 4, Private Drive, is exactly like it was in the movie for me, in my head. It's like the exact same layout. The fact that I visited there last year doesn't particularly help that either, but no, I've absolutely seen the kitchen's over there, the living room is there, the hallway next to the stairs as it is, and everything. Although the real bedroom is adjacent to the hall. The set, I should say. Moody, he hears a recognisable voice in Moody that says, "Lower your wand, boy," before you take someone's eye out. I wonder, is that a common term in the Wizarding world, or is he making a joke about himself, maybe? Because I don't know if that's how Moody maybe lost his eye and everything, or maybe you'll take someone's eye out with that, which is a very common Muggle term, of course. If that's also a common term specifically with wands, you're going to get someone's eye out with that. There's also something that Molly says in the movie, which I really like, and I just added it to my... It's the last note on my on the next chapter, guys. But yeah, there's a line that she says, which I really like, and I think if that's a movie exclusive, that's a really well-written line, but we all get to it, though. Oh yeah, so down here I've got, oh, he does have it out. So yeah, he does have his wand out. Yeah, is Moody joking about himself, or is that a common term in the Wizarding world? Harry knows the voice and says, "Professor Moody?" And, I mean, the movie version misses a trick here. Granted, Moody has been conscious and speak in the same room as Harry. In the movie. In the book, he hasn't. But in the movie, he's just like say, "Yeah, we're here to take you," or something like that. Whereas in the book, Harry says, "Professor Moody," and Moody's reply is, "I don't know about about Professor. I didn't do much teaching, did I?" Because these two have never met before, and that is why the next person that shows up should have been in this scene, guys. Because this is essentially 9 complete strangers turning up to Harry's house. Wouldn't it be so much smarter if they had the talented, the amazing, and sexy Lupin be there? I love Lupin, guys. He's my favourite Harry Potter character. Not my favourite Wizarding World character, which we have gone into before, guys. Let's move on. But I love him. I freaking love him, guys. And it would have made sense to have him there in the movie as well. Not only because we get the great moment of Black seeing Harry through the hallway, and everyone goes, "Oh, Sirius Black, Harry!" But there's me in my reaction screaming about the fact that Lupin sat right next to him. So have Lupin show up in his room with Tonks and the rest. I don't mind the fact that they come through the door, guys. It's a cool looking scene, rather than Harry going to the hallway. But have Lupin there to be saying, "It's okay, Harry, I am your friend." Because the fact is, I know that Harry knows that Junior is deceased and everything, but there has to be considering the PTSD that he's going through, the fact that the guy who nearly killed him in the last book, well, kind of, yes, yeah, he did nearly kill him. In the last book is in his house. He doesn't walk through the door in the book, but is in his house, and he is the only person apart from frickin' what is his name? Dingless Diggle. Which, quite frankly, if Dingless Diggle's there, but Moody is there, you're gonna notice Moody first, aren't you? And so there has to be a part of PTSD Harry, which is like, this is the guy, or can he no. Okay, either this is the guy who's trying to kill me, or this is someone disguised as someone, much like Junior did in the last book. He wouldn't say last book, obviously. So have someone that actually knows him there. Not only because then Moody says this may not be Harry Potter, showing the fact that Moody genuinely is as paranoid as Junior portrayed him to be, and Lupin is able to confirm it. Have someone that Harry actually knows. I'm passionate about this, guys, because I love Lupin. And it would have been so much better for Lupin, the guy that went in for 2 movies, to show up here. And then we go to, I can't remember his blooming name, Grimmauld Place, and lo and behold, Black's there, and have Black have his moments there. So yeah. I just want more Lupin, you know? It feels like he isn't in the movies much after Azkaban. He's like here or there, you know, little bits. And I love all those little bits, guys, but this would have been the perfect time to reintroduce him, you know? Anyway. Sorry about my rant, guys. I got here, surely they could have called up to him first or sent a letter. Yeah, because they're basically all stood in the hallway waiting for Harry to come to them. They don't say don't worry, Harry, it's just us, or anything like that. They're just waiting in the hall for Harry to turn up and everything. They couldn't have sent a letter, though, obviously. But, you know, wave through the window saying, hey, we're here. Again, probably putting a bit of attention to yourself. But, of course, we have the lighter thing, don't we? Tonks, who we all talk about the elephant in the room, guys. I'm not talking about Tonks. Stephen Fry's voice for Tonks. It's a choice. I love the representation. It's important. It can't. The thing is, guys, that it's Harry Potter. In my opinion, Harry Potter. I'm not sure if I've ever said this in a video, guys. To me, Harry Potter the series feels a little bit middle class, and so to have someone with such a distinct, strong regional accent is great. I think that's really important. Stephen Fry's Tonks voice, guys, it's a little bit distracting. It's just a little bit distracting. I can't, I'm Tonk. No, it's It's not like that, is it? I can't do accents, guys, I really can't. But the way she says Lumos, for me, it's Peter Kay, but Peter Kay's Mancunian, isn't he? And that's not right. Because when I get comments on the book club, guys, it does, because patrons like this. It's not very good at notifications. But when I get a comment on the Patreon, it says, hey, you've got a comment. It doesn't say where or anything like that. And so quite often I'll say, oh, I'll just check where that is. And then it'll say, hi, Veggie and Woozle, which usually means it's a book club comment. But some of them do start by saying, Stephen Fry's Tonks. So I knew that it was noticeable and everything. And I know that some of you did say the region. I'll leave it to your knowledge on that, guys, because I'm really not very good at that sort of thing. But it's a choice. I like the choice. It is a little bit distracting. Just a little bit. Because I think I brought up before, guys, where Stephen Fry's, and I've heard this outside of my own experience as well, that Stephen Fry's female voices, and I'm not saying he's being sexist at all, but I do feel like his female voices are usually fairly comical. I would say that Molly's is always pretty comical. Hermione is often quite comical with the voice and everything. And so I don't think that he's doing it for comic effect, but my goodness, that accent is thick for Tonks. But again, it's a choice, guys, and I appreciate that representation. She has spiky hair, opposed to the, I don't know what you'd call it in, is that Bob? It's not Bob, is it? Wherever she has in the movie, she has spiky hair in the book. Kingsley is there, he says, yes, he looks like James. Which, in my head, guys, everyone is the same age. Like, in my head, there's basically been 2 years at Hogwarts, ever. Not years, sorry, but generations. There was the one in the, oh god, when would it have been? Would it have been the 80s? Well, it basically, James, Lily, Sirius, Snape, Wormtail, Lupin, their year, which in my head include, and I know this is wrong, includes Molly, Arthur, Hagrid, for some reason, is in there. So my head gets very, very confused about how old everyone is. And so as soon as Kingsley said, oh, he looks like James, I thought, okay, another one for that year. No, he was a part of the Order of Phoenix with James, so he would have known him anyway. And so, yeah, I get very confused with that, guys. The fact that I think that Arthur and Molly are the same year as James and Lily, I always do that, guys. Every single time I do that. But what is even more insane is that part of my head thinks that Hagrid's there, and obviously that's not right. Anyway, rant over. Ranting at myself. Yes, Moody is sus at Harry and says that he could be a Death Eater in disguise, which is an awesome example of actual paranoid Moody. Because I thought that maybe the paranoia was just a smokescreen for Junior to be able to be more undetectable, but no, Moody is proper. I mean, you would be in that line of work, wouldn't you? Lupin asks Harry what his Patronus is, and Harry's obviously able to answer that question, hence why you should have Lupin in this scene. Harry puts his wand in his back pocket, and Moody says, "Don't put it there, boy. What if it ignites? Better wizards than you have lost buttocks, you know." Strange sentence. And, like, Tonks immediately calls him up and says, who do you know who's lost buttocks? He says, "Never you mind." Yeah, I've got down here. Is that a thing? Where people have actually done that. But I've also, actually, that's very true. So I was saying about the smoke screen and everything like that, and the fact that, you know, that Junior put over the paranoia very, very well. But even at this point of the chapter, I've got down here, Junior's impression of Moody actually wasn't that great. Because this Moody is clearly very eccentric. And I don't feel like Moody in the last book was that eccentric. I really don't. And so, yeah, it's interesting to actually meet the actual Moody. And I preferred the fact that he was unconscious in the book. Because this is, like, Harry's complete first experience of him. Not being knocked out, of course. But yeah, Junior's impression of him is actually quite different than what Moody was actually like, in my opinion. He brings up Elementary 1 safety. I wonder if that's kind of a thing of the past. It's sort of like the sort of thing where you used to be taught it, but it doesn't really matter anymore, you know, like calling your parents sir and your father sir and everything. It's sort of thing that is kind of dated. Like, it was dated like in the 50s and everything, you know. So sort of things that just fall out of fashion, maybe. Tonks sent the Muggle mail to the Dursleys, saying that they had been shortlisted for the All England Best Kept Suburban Lawn competition. And I straight away, because I'm so paranoid, much like Moody, I think, well, hang on, wouldn't the Dursleys be a little bit worried about that? Because there's a hosepipe ban right now, and they've just been apparently given this award. That's why I said honey trap earlier on, guys. It feels like the sort of thing, like, yeah, there's an award for having really green grass at this time of year during a hosepipe ban. And so, yeah, just like to rope them in and everything. But yeah, obviously Vernon didn't think that. It's actually a very good lie for a wizard to make to Muggles. Yeah, it is. It's actually quite... one, it requires using the mail, which I think we've had Arthur try to send a letter before and getting it completely arse over face. Can't believe I just said that. But getting it wrong. That's very unlike me to say that in a video. And so, yeah, it's very impressive for Tonks to be able to do this, but we find out that her father was Muggle-born. And you get the impression that anyone that is related, that has a Muggle-born parent, would really have a big advantage in knowledge. And, you know, you'd imagine that most Muggle studies teachers would have, because we talked about saying how Muggles would be really good at being Muggle studies teachers. I know there's logistical reasons around that and everything, but if like Tonks, your father was Muggle-born, you really would have what I'm saying is, if you're pureblood and you never had a personal connection to the Muggle world, you're just not going to be as good as... It's like saying someone who speaks Japanese in Japan, or someone who's learnt Japanese out of a textbook. Which one do you think is going to be better to be a teacher? Yeah, so to me that's right. But then again, you know, the hierarchy and everything. Are there any professors at Hogwarts that aren't purebloods? Would Tonks be considered pureblood because her father was a wizard? No, she wouldn't, because of what happens at the end of this chapter, of the next chapter. I'm forgetting someone, aren't I? Oh. Yes, I am forgetting someone. Jeez. I've just worked out, guys. Yes, so there are people with some Muggle blood at Hogwarts. So yeah, Muggle studies absolutely should have people not like Tonks, because you know she's not she's very adept, but there's certain things that she's not great at. But yeah, people who have Muggle-born parents, or just one Muggle-born parents, would have a huge advantage. So hence why Tonks is able to do that. Which makes me wonder how much Arthur must have interacted with Lily. Because they weren't at school together, Veggie, remember that. But when they were in the Order together, he must have been twisting her ear about Muggle stuff, surely. Either way, come on. Moody does actually drink from a hip flask, which is very interesting, guys. I thought that was a ruse, but no, he actually does, which is absolutely perfect cover for Junior. Inspired, in fact. Lupin introduces Moody to Harry, which is quite a surreal moment. And he says, "This is Alistair Moody," and which is a very polite thing to do and everything. And Harry's like, "I know." It's a bit rude. It's a bit rude, but it does then say how it's really odd to be introduced to someone that you thought you've spoken to countless times over the last year. But also Harry's not in the best mood and everything. I don't like him taking out on Lupin, though. I do not approve of that. Because this is the thing, guys. There are certain characters that Harry will talk like this to, and he is talking to it like this. Because we'll get into it when Lupin says about the letter that he's left for the Dursleys. He's being sassy to him. I don't think that he would be like that to Fred and George. And we will get to it, guys, where suddenly he completely changes his tune when Fred and George pop in, and Ginny, which I don't know if that's significant as well. But when they all go off again, I'm jumping ahead again, guys, but when they both go off again, like, Hermione and Ron are like, is he going to start shouting at us again? So there's certain people that Harry will unload on. Dumbledore. I hope that Harry keeps this energy until the first time that he sees Dumbledore. But he won't, will he? He just won't. Maybe he will. Maybe he will. But like I say, there's certain people that Harry sees as authority figures. And I don't think that Lupin's one of them, incredibly. I think he does. I think he does. But the fact that he is being sassy to Lupin here. Is he being sassy or is he just depressed? No, he shouldn't be depressed. With what's going on with him right now. It's tough, guys. But yeah, I'm very defensive of Lupin and another character that we will get to in the next chapter. Lupin is the one who called Tonks Nymphadina. I got down here. Lupin really should have been in this scene. He absolutely should. Not just because it also builds up the relationship between them two. Because you know that Lupin is not going to like the fact that he's saying Tonks' full name. And he's basically teasing her. I know I got it somewhere, guys, but I may as well mention it now. I was fully expecting her hair to change at that point. Because I thought it was down to Mood, not Moody. It is down to Moody in the movie. In more ways than one. But no, it's just whenever she fancies changing her hair, which is not what I expected at all. Yeah, it really isn't. And I've got so many questions about it, guys. It says you can change your appearance. Right? Does that mean that you're an Adamanji? Is it just your hair? Is it just like, you know, can you change your face and everything? I don't know if that's going to come up, but all we know is a metamorphomagus can change their hair colour. That's it. And we're having this little conversation where we actually find out what other limitations there are around it, you know, what other possibilities. I'm sure we will find out. Separates him from Black. Yeah, absolutely. It would have given Lupin his big moment in the movie as well. Alphorus Dodage. Why have I written that down? Oh, that's one of the people that's there, of course. Dingless Dingle is also there, who I believe Harry met in the Leaky Cauldron. Because he says, we met. As his hat falls off. Emmeline Vance. Sturgis Podmore. Hester Jones. In the movie, no one Harry really knows is there. Yeah, no, I've got no one he really knows. Literally no one he knows is there. And so it's, yeah. I'm not going to go into it again, guys, but Lupin should have been there. Okay? So that's my only point I've got to say, okay? From my latest Hunger Games movie, I thought a girl was going to be toast. In this, Lupin should have been in this scene. Moving on. We're flying through these notes, guys. This is excellent. Although the next chapter, the notes are going to be huge because there's so much to cover. But we're getting through this chapter in good time. We actually are. Tonks remarks about how clean the Dursleys' house is, which is in the movie, guys. But my God, you need to turn your audio up to 11 to hear that line. Because the first thing that she says is, these Muggles are very tiny, aren't they? But my God, it is quiet. It is insanely quiet. Her dad was Muggle born, was a proper slob, and so she's like saying, so I guess it's the same as wizards and witches, and Harry's like, yeah, it is. It seems like Harry is really getting on with Tonks, like, right off the bat, which is cool. She's in the movie so briefly, and I think they do a good job of it, but it's so brief. I can't remember what she says, but she is one of the kind of people who makes out that Moody's being dramatic or something before they fly off and everything, and then later on in the household, she walks past Harry and like gives him a wink, and then like trips over and everything. The trip over I always thought was going to be significant to me to mean something else, but no, it is simply that she is very clumsy. I'm excited to know more about her, guys. I think Jonas actually said that Tonks is their favorite character, and so I've already learnt. At this point in the book, where we are right now, in this chapter, I've learnt so much more about Tonks than we ever did in the movie. And so I'm all up for more Tonks. As soon as Harry says Voldemort, several of the wizards and witches that are there start hissing at him, which is amazing. You'd think Voldemort would like with all the hissing. Mad-Eye keeps getting... the Mad-Eye keeps getting stuck since Junior wore it, which is an horrible, horrible thought. So Moody asks Harry for a glass of water. Harry gets the glass out of the dishwasher. And straight away I was thinking, a dishwasher to people like Arthur, or anyone in the Wizarding world, must be one of the most interesting kitchen appliances to them. You'd think the microwave, though. You would think the microwave, because the microwave is proper crazy science, isn't it? Crazy science that I don't even understand. Yeah, probably the microwave. But the dishwasher's definitely up there, though. The Ministry is apparently watching the Flu Network, which is very interesting, guys. I appreciate that, because I did not know that was that was possible. Harry's room is complete mess. You get the feeling that Harry feels a little bit embarrassed about the fact that Tonks has walked into his room, because Harry doesn't care about anything over the last few days. And so there's just books all over the floor and everything. You'd imagine there's probably a pair of underpants hanging on the end of the bed as well. It doesn't mention that, weirdly enough. But yeah, you get he probably is a little bit embarrassed about the fact that Tonks is this. But Tonks is like, oh, this is more like it. Yeah, this is more normal. Because she's finding the rest of the Dursleys' house eerily clean, like Uncanny Valley style. Tonks looks in his mirror and changes her hair from violet to pink. Says that she's a metamorph. I'm going to sound like Vic Reeves. A metamorph. I'm trying to do it in the way that Stephen Fry says. I'm a metamorphomagus. I can't do accents, guys. And it says she can change her appearance. Need more information. I don't know. Can she literally turn into Harry now? Or can she just change her hair colour? You know? It doesn't say which one it is, you know? I've got on here, yeah, presumably it's always human. Because it doesn't say that she can't turn into an animal. Anyway. Apparently, it's either born with it or it's Maybelline. Just ignore me. Just ignore me! Tonks is an aura. Very interesting. I don't think I actually knew that, to be honest. I think I've always assumed that Kingsley I'm not even sure if I thought Kingsley was. I thought that Kingsley was in the Ministry and pretty high up. Because auras do work for the Ministry, right? Right? I feel like they do. I'm a little bit confused by that. Well, maybe they are separate. I don't know. Nothing to do with her mood. Yeah, the hair changing colour is nothing to do with her mood, which the movie absolutely implies that it is. Because once she said, "Don't call me Nymphadora," she then like goes like that, and her hair goes back to being purpley, purpley. They are always born, but spells can replicate it. Is the way that she describes it. It seems like she says you can learn it the hard way. So it seems like whatever she can do can be replicated with spells, but it's not very easy though. She uses a pack spell on Harry's trunk. Surgify on. So I'm trying to do an impression of her now. Surgify on the cage. Is very impressed by Harry's firebolt, which in the movie is weirdly outside. So they walk out, and there's no trunk with Harry in the movie, so they just walk out the front door, and then Moody, bangs his wand twice on. His wand, his staff at least, twice on the ground, and everyone's brooms. Sorry, I always say wands. Everyone's brooms come flying to them. No, it looked cool, but that doesn't make any sense, does it? It's very confusing, that bit. Like I say, it looks cool, but it kind of doesn't make any sense, because surely Harry's firebolt is back in the house, right? Or would it be? Wherever it is, it's not in Mrs. Fink's garden, which they seem to be flying out from, which actually kind of makes sense if they've been in Mrs. Fink's garden. Yeah, so Tonks is very impressed by the firebolt, so she's got a Comet 260. Obviously, we've heard of Comets before, but I can't remember if it's been specifically 260s before. You'd think that the Ministry, or at least if it isn't the Ministry that funds the auras, which you really think it would be, the body that does fund the auras, you'd think it's in their interest to give them better brooms. You really would, guys. Yeah. It's kind of crucial, you know, especially with jobs like they are doing tonight. Thinking about how crucial this job is, and I know that Moody's making it out to be more dangerous than it actually is, but still, if something did go wrong, you would want to be on the back of the firebolt rather than the Comet 260, wouldn't you? Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Tonks to Harry says, "Wad still in your jeans? Both buttocks still on?" Which is amazing. And used Locomoto on the trunk, which I think we've heard that spell before. I'm pretty sure we have. Hestia is laughing at a potato peeler in the kitchen. I can't remember. It may be Hestia, but also it says is waving standing next to the toaster or something like that earlier on the chapter, which I also really appreciated. Lupin to Harry, I have left a letter for your aunt and uncles, so they don't worry. And Harry says they won't. Lupin continues that you're safe, and Harry says that will just oppress them. And Lupin continues, and we'll see them next summer. And Harry replies, "Do I have to?" Okay, I'm gonna backtrack on what I said just now about not respecting Lupin. I think that's wrong. If Dumbledore said that he was writing that exact same letter for the Dursleys, Harry would not be saying this. So I'm going to take another tact on this, guys. I think I'm wrong. I feel like because Harry sees that connection between him and his parents, sorry, Lupin and Harry's parents, and the fact that Lupin really helped him out on a one-to-one basis when he really didn't have to that extent. And they had heart-to-hearts and everything. We didn't get the wonderful, one of the best additions to these movies, guys. The scene where Lupin's talking about Lily on the it's called the Hogwarts Bridge, isn't it, or something like that. It's got a really basic name. Such a great scene, and that's not in the book, guys. Well, it's not in it yet. I guess it could be in this one. Yeah, Harry is able to open him up to I guess that Harry feels like he knows Lupin more than he knows Dumbledore. So that's probably why he feels like he can be petulant in this way. I feel like he's being a bit petulant, guys. And I feel like Lupin knows he is, because at the end of it, Lupin just, like, lets out a small smile. And then, like leaves it for someone else to say something, which I think is Tonks again. But he's being short with Lupin. But I feel that's because he feels like he has a connection with Lupin that he actually can be that. So I take back what I said about just now. I do feel like he respects Lupin, guys. I take that completely back now. They use a disillusion charm on him, which they do not in the movie, making him look like the colour that is behind him. So it's essentially invisibility, kind of. Very useful, and Tonks is very impressed by it as well. It's never came up before. I feel like they... Am I insane? Obviously, we've got a while until we get there. But I feel like they do use that in Deathly Hallows. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But yeah. It's obviously a very useful spell. And it's never come up before as well. Could have been useful in the... No, they weren't called trials. What are they called in the last in the last book? Tasks. There we go. We're gonna get this chapter done in under an hour, guys. They're in tight formation. There is a rear guard as backup if everyone apart from Harry gets taken out. He's told to fly east to meet up with them, but you'd imagine that they are also watching them, because they must be being watched by somebody, because there's obviously the signals going off as well. We see one sparks in the air, like I say, and immediately as soon as they start flying, Harry, like it says, his heart nearly bursts and everything. He's just so happy about being able to fly, and going home is the way that he words it. Despite the way he doesn't know where he's going, it's still home to him because it's not in the Muggle world, which is it's beautiful. It's kind of heartbreaking as well, but you know, with how he's treated, you can't blame him for thinking that. And he just instantly forgets about all his problems. And right now, he's got a lot of problems, guys. I should say, in the movie, it is Kingsley. If I ever call him Kingston, I apologise, guys. I feel like I always go to call him Kingston, but Kingsley, who informs Harry about the fact that that the hearing has been... That there will be a hearing. That the fact that Harry has not been actually... oh my goodness gracious me. Expelled. There's a Muggle looking up in one of their gardens, so like they immediately swerve and everything. Like I say, they're trying to avoid motorways and everything. I would have thought the motorways would be okay, because there's just so much light that you're just not going to notice lights up in the air, or the absence of lights up in the air. But yeah, they're avoiding motorways and everything. You get the impression that Moody is really trying to take it the most difficult way he possibly can. And Togs like says we're going to be up here for another week if we carry on like this. Tonks doesn't want to go through the clouds because of all the water that will be in there, and Harry's delighted about that because he is absolutely freezing all of a sudden. He wished that he'd put a coat on and everything. It would have been good if one of the you know, people that are there to rescue him said, "Oh, by the way, Harry, you probably want to get some clothes on for this." You know, you think he's still in his pajamas, isn't he? I think he is. He thinks about how, like, the last time that he was this, the only other time he was this cold was when he was absolutely humiliated by Hufflepuff. Let's not reopen that wound. Let's move on. They land after a great sequence, guys. Like I say, in the movie, it's all like past. I don't know if they go past Buckingham Palace, but they go under the Millennium Bridge, I think, or maybe it's Tower Bridge. They go past Houses of Parliament. It's sort of like they may as well go through Piccadilly Circus. It's like they go through the most busy places in London. But it's a cool sequence though, and to anyone who's from, I mean, to me, it's like saying, oh, yep, okay. But I guess to anyone who really likes the idea of visiting London, it's actually quite cool. I gotta admit, guys, when I was finalising my notes, I wasn't actually paying that much attention to it, because I knew it was so different. But they definitely go past, like, do they go through like the London Eye and stuff? I don't like that sort of thing, guys. It's and like the Gherkin and everything. I feel like, you know, modern London buildings are are going out of their way to be very ugly, in my opinion. Anyway. They land. It seems to be a very poor area, guys. The area in the movie is... They're probably all millionaires that are living there. If you're living in a place like that in London, you're going to be raking it in, guys. But we get the impression that this area in the book is like, you know, there's like trash, there's like rubbish bags everywhere, and like, you know, smashed windows and everything. It's very different. I don't think there's any smashed windows in the movie. Yeah, like I say, it seems a lot more posher in the movie. They don't bother doing the unlighter either. So Moody does use an unlighter on all the lights and everything. I did immediately think, oh, that's interesting, like one like Dumbledore's. Turns out actually is Dumbledore's. Moody actually says to Harry, I'll borrow this off Dumbledore. I guess that isn't an odd thing to say, but we have to remember that I don't think that Harry's ever seen the unlight. Well, he was there when it was being used. Maybe he wasn't there when it's being used. But you know, what I'm saying is, I think the only time that it's come up. No, it has come up again, hasn't it? Right, okay, the first scene in the books, Dumbledore uses it to get rid of all the lights. That's like the first thing that happens, in fact, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, McGonagall's the first thing that happens. It has come up since, hasn't it? I just can't think when. I just cannot think when, but I swear that the unlighter has come up since. Anyway, they don't bother with it in the movie. And again, like you, Harry's given this piece of paper to memorize, and then Moody burns it, so there's no evidence and everything. It's very smart. And then the building appears, I believe, because of Harry thinking about the text, right? A little bit confused by that. And then the house appears and everything. Whereas in the movie, I think that Moody just goes bang bang again, doesn't he? That bloomin' that stuff he's got is bloomin' impressive. And this is another example, guys. It's not exactly the same, but we've had, I think, 2 examples of this before, where the chapter ends with the name of the next chapter. I feel like the Chamber of Secrets was one, and I feel like there was one in Philosopher's Stone as well. I swear there was. But yeah, like I do appreciate where like the audio book essentially goes. The Order of the Phoenix can be found at 12 Grimmauld Place, London. Chapter 4, number 12, Grimmauld Place. Yeah, I like that. I don't know why. I like that sort of thing. Either way, guys, great chapter. Really enjoyed it. Very different from the movie, but I'm okay with largely it. The Lupin thing for me, guys, you know what I'm like with Lupin. I bloomin' love him. But I guess there are reasons for it. Yeah, the next chapter's notes are much bigger, guys. So I'll try and plow through it to give plenty of time for the book club. But my goodness, they cover a lot in chapter 4, 12, Grimmauld Place. There is going to be a discussion in this chapter, guys. I got number 4 Grimmauld Place in my notes. That's not right, is it? Let's check out number 12. Yes, okay, thank you, Jonas, for confirming that I'm an idiot and Max is correct. I've got number 4 down on here. You know what I've done there? Well, I've either done it's chapter 4 or it's the Muggle house. The Dursleys. The Dursleys. Right. Moody burns the parchment after taking it from Harry, and Lupin tells him what he has to do to make the location appear. I appreciate that, because I wasn't sure if it was Harry who was actually doing it. The door appears, and they enter, and Mrs. Weasley is there to welcome them. But since there's a meeting about to start, she hurries Harry off. Harry now comes face to face with Ron and Hermione, and he unloads all his feelings on them. Yeah, what I've been saying about him being able to talk like this to certain people and everything is because they're the people that he cares about more, isn't it? That's I'm. Anyway, Harry feels hurt here by the situation. That's why when the twins turn up, he changes his tune. After he calms down slightly, Ron and Hermione start to fill him in on what's been going on with on like the twins inventing products, the Death Eaters recruiting, and how they have essentially just been cleaning. Yes, it's true. Which is a creature's job, I presume. I'm not too sure actually. I cannot wait to learn more about Creature, guys. I really cannot. The twins and Ginny arrived and talk about how Bill is now dating Fleur. Charlie is with the Order but is still in Romania recruiting for the Order. And then there is Percy, who has essentially disowned the family. Daily Prophet is also trying to tear down Dumbledore. But before they could tell him more, Mrs. Weasley calls them for dinner. And on the way, Harry spots Dobby. Nope, false alarm, it's Creature. I'm not sure if he does. I'm not sure if that does actually happen in this chapter. They definitely talk about Creature. I'm not sure if they actually see Creature. I'm not sure. Either way, Creature is certainly discussed here. And disgusting. I take that back. Tonks arrives and crashes. Oh, that dumb. Tonks arrives and crashes, causing the portrait of a woman to start screaming some very naughty things, only to be stopped by the heroic entrance of Sirius Black. We've just met his mother. That was genuinely terrifying, guys. I mean, we'll get to it eventually. Max, thank you so much for the summaries. Thank you so much, Jones, for the side panels. But the description of that painting was some of the scariest stuff that we've had in the Harry Potter books, in my opinion. It genuinely was, guys. Okay, so we need to get through this, guys, because I've got a lot on notes. So, the first time Harry hears about the Order of the Phoenix, I thought he'd heard it before, like I said last chapter. I really thought he had. I don't know when he would have done, though, so God knows what I was thinking. Moody sets fire to the letter. Harry notices 10, 11, and 13. You'd think that 12 would be behind him. If it is, you know, I don't know if it is the case in outside the UK, guys, but you know, I'm an odd number house, and the two houses on my side, it's actually not true, but should be odd numbers as well. The houses on the other side are the even numbers. But it doesn't matter. And that probably isn't the case in some areas in London anyway, because it is like a bit of a square area that he is, so it probably is, just house by house. Lupin says to think about the message that he just read. I got it down here. Is it Harry that actually reveals it, or am I being stupid? It seems like that is actually Harry thinking about the message that makes it appear. Now, does that mean that they're basically giving Harry the opportunity to do it himself? Or, alternatively, is the door already there for everyone else? Oh, that's interesting. So when they land, and Tonks and Lupin and Moody and the gang are all there, can they see 12 there? But Harry needs to think about it for it to appear for him. I don't think that's the case. I think it's the case that the house is hidden until Harry is given the opportunity to make it appear. Which obviously the rest of them can do as well. Unless the house is already there for them. That's intriguing to me, guys. I actually don't know which one it would be. 12 pushes the existing houses to the side. The door knocker is a serpent, which I did immediately note, Slytherin, straight away. It smells derelict. It's very, very dusty and dated and everything. Again, I feel like Creature's job is to be here, but I can't wait to meet him, guys. So apparently he does have, like, there's a lot more information about him, which I remember you guys in my movie reaction saying that there's a lot more in the book. So I can't wait for it because I love him. I love Creature for the movie. Chandelier and candelabras around the rooms and everything are also serpent shaped. Molly appears out of nowhere, which I actually forgot that she was in this scene. I actually did. She's looking thinner and paler than usual, which is actually quite sad. It's a very sad detail there, guys. It really is. It's kind of like you don't want Molly to be having to deal with this. That's my. I mean, obviously she's dealing with a lot more. We find out, but we will get to that anyway. But yes, she's not looking her best, and she says that how Harry's looking peachy, but dinner has to wait. Ron and Hermione are upstairs. Molly says to be quiet, so they don't, because they don't want anything to wake up. Which I had no idea what it meant. Obviously, we find out at the end of this chapter what that meant in a, an amazing way. Thanks, Tonks, for that. Because I thought it was Hermione that they were going nuts at, but no, it was actually Tonks, wasn't it? I think. He starts up the stairs, sees shrunken heads in jars, all with similar noses. It's specifically noted. In my memory, it was the entire body that was inside the glass jars, because it's like they're like big glass jars, but there's a shrunken head at the top of the glass, which is kind of weird. But I remembered their entire bodies being there, but no, it is just shrunken heads. Talking about shrunken heads, guys, are the talking shrunken heads completely movie exclusives? Because we still haven't met any, have we? The one on the night bus, voiced by Lenny Henry. Then we have ones outside. Was it the Three Broomsticks, I think? Which would have been... We've definitely gone past it. It was when Hagrid and... of course, it's when Harry's been discussed about Sirius Black and everything. So when he finds out about him being his godfather and everything. Oh, what a good bit, guys. What a freaking scene. But yeah... Talking Shrunken Heads. Is that movie exclusive? Great idea. Great idea. I think it works really well. I don't know if they're in the games. I haven't seen them yet, I don't think. In Legacy, I should say. I've had to take time off from Legacy, guys, because my D drive was being very, very odd. It hasn't crashed for a while now, so I think it might be back to normal now. I don't know how. But yeah, sorry about the wait on that. But also, I've just been so freaking busy. I've been so busy lately, guys. I apologise. But yeah. I will endeavour to correct that. The house appears to be... Harry notes how it seems to belong to the darkest of wizards. It's very interesting. I'd say I've never thought about that before, guys. I actually never have. I never thought about the fact that they do it in a very different way in the movie. The house obviously does look a little bit run down and everything, kind of falling apart a little bit. But not. It doesn't look as derelict as it does in the book. But then we see the family tree of the Blacks in the movie later on, which I've seen in RL as well. And the art style of it is so... There's something very, very dark and old about it. So they did it in a different way, and I think that they did it well. But I've never thought about the fact that that it looks like a house which would belong to a dark wizard. I've never thought about that until Harry mentioned it then. No creature yet. No creature on the stairway. When you're talking about quiet scenes, guys, my goodness. I got down here. If he is the cleaner, he is just not doing his job. And it says like Ron and Hermione are doing his job for him. Harry nearly gets knocked over by Hermione as he enters the room, which is just like in the movie, guys. The movie one absolutely jump scared me brilliantly. Pigwidgeon is there as well, obviously book exclusive. Hedwig is there. Hermione throws out a billion questions. How are you? Are you all right? Have you been furious with us? Which she gets out of the way so early on. That's the third question. Because she knows it's coming, guys. Which again, I've always got the impression that Harry is that angry because of manipulation and everything, but no, Hermione completely expects what she's about to get, quite frankly. Yeah, Hermione straight away feeling guilty and essentially apologising. Hermione's been lawyering up. She knows she's been looking at Harry's case and everything. It's just this huge tirade of information that Hermione's giving, which she does so much, so often. It's like when she was finally asked about Rita Skeeter and just gave the entire scenario and everything. So yeah, she says that there's no legal grounds for them to expel him. Ron says, let him breathe, Hermione, which is a movie line as well. Ron is several inches taller now. It has no mention of his feet, though, weirdly enough. You'd imagine they've also grown as well, which is a terrifying thought. And Hedwig is there, yes. Hedwig had been pecking at Ron's hand. We also find out later on that Hermione's hand is the same. And it's actually quite a bad wound that's left on him. Which means that he must have been writing. Or maybe he didn't. Because they would have been told just to not write back, right? So yeah, I guess that Hedwig was just pecking their hands to try and get them to start writing. Ron says, Hermione says you do something stupid if you're stuck alone on your own without news. Which, quite frankly, she's absolutely on the money. Sure, what Harry did was understandable in the situation, but the fact is, he was in the alleyway taunting Dudley with the wand. That's what Hermione's talking about. Harry was looking for trouble. He really, really was. Which I'm so glad. I was talking to my brother about it. It's such an important moment for Harry. The fact that he is being like that. It really is. So, seeing the less positive side of him, After yearning for months to see them, Harry now wishes that Hermione and Ron would leave him alone. Which is just you're just building up for what's coming, guys. It's just the tirade that comes forth after this. Harry, annoyed at them saying Dumbledore said it's best. Dumbledore said it was best over and over again. Which again, you get a little moment in the movie where, like, Daniel Radcliffe says, "Dumbledore said that." It's like it's proper, like, what you're kidding me, right? It's like, just brilliant. Hermione has similar cuts on her hand as well. Harry not in the slightest bit sorry about it. It's fascinating to see the different, how different Harry is at this point, and the fact that Ron and Hermione were expecting it as well. That's so crucial, guys. I think they're actually expecting Harry to be giving them the cold shoulder and everything at this point. Ron, he thought you were safest with the Muggles, and Harry replies, either of you get attacked by Dementors this summer. I gotta say, guys, in my notes there are a lot of quotes, because it's one of those chapters, guys. Very often there's chapters where it's like the hospital wing chapter in the last book, where a lot of my notes are just great lines from it, and that is such a great line by Harry. It's like, oh yeah, to be safe, right? Yeah, okay, just been attacked by Dementors, haven't I? And he's blaming that on Ron and Hermione. It's brilliant. It's so human, guys. The fact that these are the two people in the world that he is most comfortable talking with. And because of that, they're the ones who are getting the brunt of it all, Which is why he was telling that to Lupin. I feel like what I said earlier on about Lupin was so wrong, guys. About him being disrespected. It's because Harry is able to talk to Lupin like that. And that's actually very important for Harry. And Lupin knew that. Hermione says about how Dumbledore was so angry about what happened with Mundungus, and he was actually terrified. He was actually very scary, at least she says. So Dumbledore has been there too. I don't know if we ever see Dumbledore in this house in the movies. I'm pretty certain we don't. But yeah, I kind of, in the weirdest way, always assumed that Dumbledore would never actually go there, but he absolutely was right there. Again, I would love a Hermione book, because we'd get all this information, It'd be so good if we got that. From her perspective, obviously. Hermione says he was scary, yeah. And after some discussion, and a brief pause, Hermione says, "Aren't you worried about the hearing?" And Harry says, it says, "No." Harry lied defiantly. It's so freaking human. It really is. I love it. But I think that Hermione and Ron absolutely know exactly what Harry means when he says no. He means yes, absolutely. But he's just very, very fed up. Harry's looking around the room, not looking at them and everything. He thinks that he hears someone sniggering, which is very interesting. I don't know if that is... Oh, it's blooming Fred and George, isn't it? Of course it is. Part of me thought it was Creature, which would not scan. It wouldn't be Ginny. Of course it's Fred and George. That's only just dawned on me. brilliant. I wonder if that's going to be brought up in a book club. It probably will be. But yeah, I was wondering what that was meant to be right up until then. Harry asks why Dumbledore has been keeping him in the dark, and says, if you bother to ask him at all. It's so sassy. He's so sassy, Harry is. It's weird to get sassy. No, it's not. We've definitely had sassy Harry with Ron and Hermione before, but to this level, it's very unusual. This we've never seen this side of Harry like ever. He glances up at after saying that to Hermione and Ron just in time to see them exchange a glance at each other, which suggests that they were fully expecting Harry to be like this. Possibly my favourite line in this chapter, guys. I really like that. The fact that he looked up just to see him like, oh, like that. And you just, I see it. I see it so clearly. Hermione and Ron's tiny little terrified faces and Ron's massive feet below it. Yeah. That's my, I think that is actually my favourite line from this chapter. I absolutely adore it. But this would suggest that there is no Voldemort affecting Harry's temper. Or if there is, Ron and Hermione just expected it to be there anyway? I don't know. Harry says Dumbledore could have sent him a non-owl message, as I've written down here, which is not a sentence. Hermione completely agrees. Hermione's just like yes, you should be angry. It's like she preached. Completely understandable. Maybe he thinks I can't be trusted. Ron says, don't be thick. Harry continues, or that I can't take care of myself. At this point, I think that Harry has noticed the little glance that Ron and Hermione gave you to each other, and he thought, here is my chance to milk the guilt out of these two. That's what I feel like it is, guys. The fact that, he's really like saying, oh, he doesn't think I'm good enough, apparently. And he knows the state that Ron and Hermione are in, and they're going to be like, oh, no, it doesn't like that. I really think that he is milking it now, which is great. I like it. And it's understandable. It's completely understandable. I just wish that it wasn't Hermione and Ron having to take the brunt of it. I wish it was Dumbledore. It's not going to happen, guys, but I really hope that Harry has this amount of energy when he's talking to Dumbledore next. But he just won't, though, because there's certain people that he can talk like this to, Ron, Hermione, and Lupin, and people that he can't. Fred and George, who appear in a second, and Harry changes his tune. It's very interesting, guys. It's really cool. So how come I have to stay at the Dursleys while you two get to join in on everything that's going on here? How come you two are allowed to know everything that's going on? Ron replies, we're not. Mum won't let us anywhere near the meeting. She says we're too young. So it seems like they've actually been trying to be a part of it as well. Why are they there? Why are Ron and Hermione there? Why is Hermione there specifically? I'm guessing it'll come up. So you haven't been in any meetings. Big deal. Okay. This is a big paragraph right here. So you haven't been in. So even when Harry has just been given a completely understandable explanation to Ron, saying we haven't been to the meetings, he's then like saying, "Well, you haven't been to the meetings. Big deal. You still have been here, haven't you? You've still been together. I've been stuck with the Dursleys for a month, and I've handled more than either of you have ever managed, and Dumbledore knows it." Now that is a line, guys, and I feel like I don't know if there's ever going to be an apology for that, but you feel like Harry must feel pretty bad about what he just said there, considering how much these two have helped him over the years and nearly lost their lives doing it. Who saved the Philosopher's Stone? Who got rid of Riddle? Who saved both of your skins from the Dementors? Yeah, it's just like a huge release of all the rage that's been growing. in him. There are some cruel things that he says there, particularly about, like, saying about he's been able, who saved the Philosopher's Stone. I'll tell you who saved the Philosopher's Stone. Shall I, Harry? You, Hermione, Ron, and apparently Neville. Apparently Neville. That's not true. Yeah, that's who saved the Philosopher's Stone. But Harry, it's so interesting that one, there is actually this subconscious part of Harry which does think this about him, that he thinks this about himself. And for him to let that slip here is fascinating. But you think, I don't know if there's ever going to be an apology. I don't think there will. But there's probably going to be awkwardness going on for a while after this. And I'm looking forward to it. I really am. Because it's an emotional moment for him. To say these sort of things. Considering what they had gone through in those situations. Hedwig is scared. Pigwidgeon's just flying around the room like a nutcase. Well, he is a nutcase, but yeah. You know what I mean. Who had to get past dragons and sphinxes and every other foul thing last year? Who saw him come back? Very interesting to say him come back. Who had to escape from him? Me. Yeah, I've got on here. I really hope he keeps this energy up for Black and Dumbledore. I just don't think he will. As Hermione and Ron, it's not their fault in the slightest, and they even know that they were going to be getting this. Maybe even Dumbledore knew that they were going to be getting this earful. Not obviously Dumbledore has a lot more going on right now than to worry too much about that, but it's so unfair. I feel so bad for Ron and Hermione here. I really do. I'm interested to see what the next stage of this is, because they're obviously going to patch things up, aren't they? Whereas in the movie, he just says, "Yeah, I saw what happened in the graveyard with Voldemort," and and that's it. And then the twins appear and says, "Oh, don't hold back, Harry." He's like, "Well, he kind of was holding back in the movie. He's not holding back in the book at all." And so that line makes a lot more sense here when we get to it. Which we're still not to yet. Harry asks, what is this place? And asks what the Order of the Phoenix is. Hermione explains that they fought Voldemort, that it's a secret society and everything. Ron says that they have been having that there are around 20, that they've met around 20 of the members of it, and there's just little pause, and Harry's like, well. Now, this is so well written, guys, because Harry knows he could have said what's going on with Voldemort, but he is trying to cause friction here now, and so Ron says, "Well, what?" And Harry's like, "Voldemort, what's happening? What's up? What's he up to? What are we doing to stop him?" None of this is in the movie, guys, and it's such an incredible, important moment for Harry to be this so frustrated and so annoyed, and to be not this golden child, which he kind of is portrayed in the movies. I know that does change here and there, but it's too subtle. Like I say, the Fred and George bit when they say, "Hey, don't hold back, Harry," doesn't make sense in the movie because he is holding back. In the book, he's definitely not holding back. This is amazing character building. It really is, guys. And when I'm saying that it's amazing everything, I'm not saying here this is Harry showing himself up. I hope we're past that stage now where I just like complain about Harry all the time. I love this because it's so real, but I feel terrible for Hermione and Ron, and I want Harry to stop because, quite frankly, he's damaging their friendship, which I presume will carry on after this, unless the book's going a completely different direction. Fred and George have apparently invented extendable ears. Molly found out about them and went berserk, which is a great use of that word. Which in this case, it's fair. Obviously, we had a great discussion about Molly in the last book, about how her treating Fred and George. And I think that as a rare... Because I'm always way too hard on Molly for whatever reason. But that was one where I was like saying, yeah, I understand where Molly's coming from. Where I know she's putting down her son's dreams and everything, but at the same time, she's doing it because she's worried for them. Whereas being angry about the ears, listening into a secret society's meetings, she has the right to be annoyed. There, guys. I'm not surprised she went berserk. The Death Eaters that they know of are being followed right now. The Order's recruiting and guarding something, which is the way that Ron puts it, and Harry sarcastically. And I wonder if it is something else, guys. But yeah, like they say that Ron's been told that they're guarding something, and Harry sarcastically says to him, "Well, I wonder if that's me," or something like that. And Ron's like, "Oh yeah." So I don't know, is something else? I kind of get the feeling that it might be, but if not, that is hilarious that Ron didn't put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, Hermione and Ron are being fantastic friends right now because they're essentially letting Harry accuse them of stuff which is not their fault. When he's brought up the Philosopher's Stone, they could have easily brought up what they went through to get Harry to that chamber. But they didn't, because they understand that they understood and expected this tirade from Harry, and so they're being brilliant here. Fred and George appear out of nowhere. Ron is taller than them, which I'm not sure has come up before, guys, because obviously he's had a bit of a growth spurt, hasn't he? But he is actually now taller than his brothers. I didn't he said fudge then. Fred says, "You don't want to bottle up all that anger like that, Harry. Let it out. Let them. Maybe there may be a couple of people 50 miles away that didn't hear you." Again, I mean, that line isn't in the movie because it couldn't be, because Harry says it pretty calmly. For what he does say, pretty calmly. Like I say, you do see that little spark of rage when Dumbledore's name's brought up, but yeah, in the book he's going absolutely nuts. So yeah, 50 miles away is hilarious. They're instantly mocking Harry, which is we've seen it before where they have used humour and mocking of Harry to calm Harry and actually put him in a better state. Remember in Chamber of Secrets when they were walking down the corridor with him, like saying, "Make way for the I can't remember it." But yeah, the master of the Chamber of Secrets, or whatever it is, I can't remember the term. Oh, the air is slithering. That's right. Yeah, make way for the air is slithering. Yeah. So they always use mocking to actually calm Harry down, and it blooming works straight away, guys. It really does. You know, Harry completely changes his tune. He stops the tirade on Hermione straight away because they are there, and I don't know if that is partly because they have actually calmed it down, but also Harry is aware that these guys will be mocking anything that he says now. They'd be like saying, "Oh, the Philosopher's Stone, eh?" and all that sort of thing. So he kind of he has to stop now, because if not, they're going to be winding him up to even the point where he'll shut up, or he will get his wand out and we'll have a bloodbath, quite frankly. So yeah, they're always great at that. They're always great at using humour to calm situations. Ron says that Fred and George saved 30 seconds by apparating from upstairs. And I'm not sure which one it is. I think all my notes I've written down here are from Fred, actually, so I apologise if any of them were George. But one of them says, "Time is Gallion's little brother," which is amazing. Ginny arrives as well, which I'm pretty sure she is not there in the movie. Well, she certainly isn't in that scene anyway. Or the scene with Crookshanks, which is a great addition. It's a great addition, guys. We will get to that. But yes, Ginny is here. She says that there is now an imperturbable charm on the door to the where the meetings take place. So the hearing the listening won't work anymore. It's so cool that Ginny is part of the shenanigans as well, because you really get the impression that she really loves her brothers. With the brothers, guys, you can kind of get the thing where they're kind of laddie to each other, but you don't really have the... Apart from Fred and George, obviously, that's an obvious one. But yeah, when it comes to their relationship and everything, very often... I don't even really know how to word what I'm saying, but I love the you get the impression, maybe this is from nothing, guys, but I get the impression that Ginny being a part of the shenanigans right here, she's probably having the time of her life. I feel like that's the case, you know. Whereas everyone else is going spare, like, you know, sitting around having to clean all day. I'm guessing that's what Fred and George are. No, they wouldn't be, would they? And No, well, no, they're obviously not in a meeting, so are they? So obviously, yeah, so trying to overhear what's going on and everything. Whereas Ginny, she probably sees it as a bit of an adventure, like she's been trying to, like, she's been like throwing dung balls at the door and everything, to make sure that the thing's there. Later on, when like says, "What's all these dung balls here?" and everything, and I think that does Ginny say that it was Pigwidgeon or Crookshanks? I don't think I wrote it down, unfortunately, but it says that it's one of them. And so it's really cool for Ginny to be getting one past her mother. It's certainly the first time we've seen that side of Ginny, and so I'm already really appreciating that. So yeah, I'm loving seeing her part of the shenanigans. We're getting through it, guys. We're getting through it. We actually are getting through it, guys. Like I say, a lot of my notes, the notes were like twice as long for this chapter, but I think it's because largely a lot of it is entire quotes, and so that's why we're getting through it at a good speed. Although I appreciate you guys always say you don't have to rush it, guys. The only thing I will ever worry about when it comes to this is that the only ever time I've ever posted a video on another website, i.e. Patreon, and for some people to not be able to view it for whatever reason, the only time it's ever happened, and I've been doing this YouTube like for a long time now, the only time it's ever happened was the one time I had a video over 6 hours. Now, sure, it could be a coincidence. I don't think that's a coincidence, guys. And so I do really want to keep these under 6 hours. But right now we're past the an hour and a half point. Very often my notes go to 2.5 hours, and then we move into the book club. I feel like we will actually be done before then, because we, like I say, it's big quotes that I got here, but it's so much information. We haven't even got to the Percy stuff yet. Fred says, we wanted to know what Snape is up to. He's been giving reports, top secret. Git. It's the way everyone says it. Which is interesting. I think it's the first time we ever heard Fred and George's opinion of Snape, right? I don't know if that is based on the lessons that they were in, or maybe it's the stuff that they've been overhearing from Snape. Because you can imagine he's been ranting about Harry a lot in it. We hear a little bit of that in the movie. Like it says something like Harry will grow up to be a criminal like his father or something like that. Good line. I like not his dad. Sorry, like his godfather. I do appreciate that line because obviously that is a movie exclusive. I'm expecting, unless it shows up somewhere else. But yeah, there's certainly definitely good decisions in the movie version of this chapter, guys. Like I say, the Crookshank stuff, which is coming up, brilliant choice. Gives Crookshank something to do, quite frankly. So yes, they call him Git. First time we've ever heard Fred George's opinion of Snape. Probably, possibly, probably not. There may have been the odd line like saying, "Oh yeah, potions teacher" or something like that. But they're probably basing it on what he is actually saying in these reports, so potentially. Hermione says he's on our side now, which Hermione is very often the person to defend, the person that needs defending. And Ron says doesn't stop him from being a Git though. I mean, what are you gonna do, guys? He treated these three like dirt. They're not gonna be so think he is now God's gift. You know, at the end of the day, Ron has his own personal reasons for calling him that. Also, is this the first time we've heard Git in the book? Because obviously Git was all over Goblet of Fire, the movie. It's like pretty much the only word they used in it. I'm pretty sure this is the first time we've got the G word, guys. I don't mean George. We find out that Ginny says that Bill doesn't like him either, which is very interesting. You'd imagine that, yeah. I don't know. The thing is that the only lessons that we ever seen Snape doing have been ones with Harry Potter in there. Now, I get that he is biased towards Slytherin, much like the other professors may be slightly biased towards their houses and everything. But I wonder, when Harry turned up, he turned it up to 11. Or he's always like this to Gryffindor. I don't think he is, but this would suggest that he is, though, because Bill doesn't like him. And that's going back a while. Yeah. I'm loving hearing the relationships between. I'm loving hearing. Sorry, specifically. Oh yes. So it says, but Bill doesn't like him either. Said Ginny, as if that settled the matter. Again, it's this real love and respect that she has for her brothers. And this isn't anything new, guys. I remember at previous moments where they've been talking about one of the Weasleys and Ginny's been upset about it or something in previous books. But I really loved the fact I really loved how she sees her brothers as wonderful, but also an adventure, you know, and their opinions are a matter of fact, you know. Bill has come back to a desk job. I've got on here, presumably at the Ministry. I don't know if he's like kind of working undercover. No, I think it's a desk job for the Order, isn't it? But what sort of desk job would the Order have? Well, it says that he's come back for a desk job anyway. Oh, no, hang on. No, it's not. It's a desk job for Gringotts. Of course it is. Of course it is, Veggie. Put two and two together. Fleur is now working there as well to improve English, as one of the brothers say. Fred, again, all the quotes I've written down with the name have been Fred. Fred, and Bill has been giving her a lot of private lessons already. That has escalated. Their relationship, I mean. Charlie's also in the order, but is still in Romania. He's going to be recruiting. Harry asks if Percy could recruit people too inside the Ministry, and there is this awkward moment. And Ron turns down and says, "Whatever you do, don't mention Percy in front of Mum and Dad." Now, I got chills at this point, guys, because it's been coming, guys. It's a long-term coming. I knew that, you know, my Percy wasn't going to always be the angel that I see him as. I mean, I do still see him as that, but I knew that this was coming. But that line was cold, you know? Giving me a chill at my spine. So here we go, guys. Apparently there was an inquiry because people were saying how Percy should have known that there was something going on with Senior. Which you kind of... It is understandable. It is understandable. But the thing is, Percy is so driven is that he didn't really care about any of all that as long as he's doing his job. Appears to be doing his job correctly and climbing that ladder. That's all that matters rather than noticing if there's anything wrong in the Ministry. Because it seems like the philosophy in the Ministry and in the country in general is... Oh, everything's fine. It'll take care of itself. It really does feel like the attitude, you know. In a way, he was just doing what everyone else around him was. He's been promoted to Fudge's office. Very interesting, that, guys. That's a fascinating line to hear that, because obviously we have Dumbledore and the Order playing their strategies and their chess game and everything like that. To hear that Fudge is also doing that, because I always got the impression with Fudge is that. Once the Order is like, yeah, not the Order, sorry, but once he's like had his, washed his hands of Dumbledore, he's just like thinking around, going, no, everything's fine. No, he is actually moving pieces as well, which is very interesting to know. So here we go, guys. So apparently, now, if I get any of this wrong, I'm sorry, guys. You know what I'm like. I have to miss lines and everything, or misconstrue lines and everything. So if I do get anything wrong, guys, I know that my take on this is going to be slightly different. It is going to be slightly different than most people. Not completely different, guys. I'm not going to be stupid. I'm not going to say that everyone apart from Percy should be burnt at the stake now. But there is more to it, I feel. So I'll try to word my take on this. And yeah, sure, I'm biased, guys, just like every single person on the planet is biased about everything. And so this is my take on it. So, I believe that it does say that Percy was expecting Arthur to be glad. Okay, I'll reword that. He was expecting his father to be glad that he'd been promoted. Now, I think I've got it down here, guys, but I'm going to bring this up right now. Now, does anyone... Yeah, I will put this in the form of a question. Does anyone think that Percy is thinking, I've been promoted to Fudge's office, which means I am now my family's enemy. I'm going to be going to my family and snooping around, getting all this secret information from them and feeding it to my boss, and that's going to be really good for my career. I don't think he's thinking that. I don't think for a second, this might just be my interpretation, because that would mean, guys, that, okay, Percy was, when he was promoted, and remember, he thought Arthur would be glad. I'm sure that line's in there, guys. If it isn't in there, I'm so sorry. But when he was promoted, did he think, I am being promoted because I'm a Weasley and my family is the enemy, so now I am being used to keep tabs on them. I don't think he did think that. I think he thought, yep, that's right, I've been working so hard all these years, I've been moving up the ladder and everything, I had to stick around with Barty Crouch Senior and everything, and that didn't end well, but that was completely out of my hands. I just did exactly what I was meant to do. And now I'm even showing my true potential even better, being moved to the Minister of Magic's specific office, because I'm so great at this, and I'm so proud. I'm doing my family a service and everything. This is great. That's what I think Percy's thinking. I don't for a second think I've been moved to Fudge's office purely because of my family. Does anyone disagree with that? Do people think that Percy knows? I know. I 100% think that Fudge has moved Percy to his office for that reason. I don't think for a second, and tell me if you disagree, guys. I'm not sure if anyone thinks this. I don't think that Percy thinks that that's the reason why he's being moved to his office. If that is the reason why he thinks he's being moved to his office, and he's okay with that, yes, he is a big GIT. It almost sounded like I said something worse then. Okay, I'm just going to say git. That really did sound like I said something worse then. So that is a bit of context, which I really am going to... I'm going to be clinging on to that, guys. I am. And you know what I'm like. I'm very... When I have an opinion, I like to fight its corner. So that specific detail, I will keep on bringing back up, guys. So if you do think that Percy knows that the only reason why Fudge has promoted him is because of what his family is up to... Let me know in the comments, guys, because I don't think that Percy thinks that for a second. Knowing Percy based on these books up to this point, you can tell by my voice I'm getting passionate about this. Every single Percy scene that we've seen up to this point, every single moment, every single line from Percy screams to me that he thinks he has been promoted to the office purely based on his merit. If you think that Percy doesn't think that, please let me know in the comments, guys, because I do not think that is the case. So with that very significant, in my opinion, bit of context, that is the filter I will be looking at the rest of this conversation that we're going to be going through, okay? If the line Percy was expecting Arthur to be glad wasn't in the book, and I've just made that up, guys, I apologise. I swear that was there. Because if Percy 100% genuinely believes that he's been promoted purely based on his abilities and everything, Arthur not being glad about him being promoted is brutal for him. I'm going to get this side of the argument out of the way first before we move over to what Percy says to him, guys, because quite frankly, that comes after. But we don't hear what Arthur says to Percy. I presume that Arthur, who apparently was strangely angry, because it's usually Molly that gets angry, and so it's very unusual to see Arthur this angry at Percy. He is angry at Percy. I'm going to be wording it like this the entire time, guys. Arthur is angry at Percy for taking the promotion, I presume. Or maybe he's angry at Percy for thinking that he's been promoted because of his own abilities. Again, we're talking about Percy here. Percy definitely thinks that, and that is going to be a very, very hurtful thing for Arthur to say. So, but we don't hear the individual things that Arthur says to him. Fred has told everyone that is in league with Dumbledore can clear out their desks. Which presumably doesn't include Arthur. Because Arthur is still there, isn't he? Or at least in the movie he is. So Arthur, and again, we don't hear what specific things Arthur said to Percy. And if I'm getting any of this wrong, guys, you know what I'm like, and I'm sorry. Like I say, guys, usually the first bunch of comments on these book reviews, which take many hours to put out, are basically saying, you got that wrong, you got that wrong, you got that wrong, which is natural, guys, you know, it's absolutely natural. Those are the comments. So I do get a lot wrong. So Arthur is apparently very angry at Percy, telling Percy he only got the promotion so Fudge could keep tabs on his family. That is apparently something that Arthur said. We don't actually hear the actual sentence, I don't think. Which is... I mean, is there a chance, guys, that this whole side of Percy that we have about him, like, being so ambitious and trying to move up the ladder and everything, there's also a part of it that he really wants to impress his father? We wouldn't hear about that, but maybe that is a part of it. And so that might be why what he says next is such a big counter to what he was expecting from Arthur. In the same way that Harry's giving Hermione and Ron an earful just because they've been doing what Dumbledore told them. Although Percy definitely steps over the line way too much here. So I don't think for a second that Percy believes that is the reason why he's been promoted. Which I know I keep on saying, guys, but that is absolutely fundamental to my take on this. So this is actually a really horrible thing to be told by a parent. Molly in the last book, to saying Fred and George that you need to stop doing this, you need to get a proper job and everything. We had a huge discussion about that, about how Molly, people say that Molly is that was like the worst thing by far Molly has ever said, like putting down Fred and George's ambitions and everything. Now, I know that Fudge has moved Percy to his office for that reason, but Percy doesn't see it like that. That isn't the way that Percy sees the world, guys. It just isn't. And so for Arthur to be saying this to him, it must have been even more hurtful. I would say much more hurtful to Percy to hear that than what friend George heard from Molly. Is that fair? I think it's fair. I mean, it's much worse for Percy. Being it right or wrong, guys, but maybe it's because I'm autistic, guys, and I see this whole thing of some people just cannot see the world in a certain way. Percy cannot see the world in a way where he's been promoted which isn't based on his merits. And so, let's word it like that. Let's say that Fudge hadn't moved him to the office for that reason. Maybe there was something else. Maybe there's something else that Percy just hasn't mentioned or something, and that's the reason why he's getting promoted. So the only reason why he's been promoted is because of his merits. Nothing to do with his family at all. Arthur saying that is absolutely dumping on him. And so what Percy is about to say is horrific. Okay? But if you look at the situation that Percy is in, he's having his heart ripped out. I know that very often, guys, when I talk about Percy, it sounds like I'm joking. Like, I'm really liking Percy. I don't believe this, guys. I know that very often it sounds like I may be joking when I talk about how much I really like Percy, but I really do, guys. I think that it's because he is the black sheep in the group of the Weasleys. And there's this whole thing of it's okay for everyone to be taking the mick out of him. I'm pretty sure that Ginny has defended him in the past. I'm sure she has. And so there is this whole thing of, I've always actually really liked him. I know that makes it I do thumbnails of me like next to him, like smiling, all that sort of stuff, guys. It looks like I'm making a big joke. I actually really like Percy, the character. I've got his signature down there. I'm not going to get out right now. And so, if you're willing to see it purely from what Percy's life experience, the way that his mind works, what Arthur says there is horrific to him. So because I've got it listed down there, guys, and we will go through it. Everything that Percy is about to say, does anyone think that Percy was about to say any of this if Arthur had said, "Congratulations, son," and been quietly, "Fudge, I know what you're doing." If the argument had gone like that, and there's no accusation of him being promoted for other reasons, Percy wouldn't have been about to say what he's about to say. So let's go through it. He says he has been struggling against a bad reputation since he joined. Now, Yeah. I'm sure that he feels like that is the case. I would hope that it isn't, but the fact is, knowing how the Ministry is, he probably has. Now, that's not the Weasleys' fault. That's the Ministry's fault. You know? It's like blaming your parents for, you know, being of a certain ethnic group or something, you know, like say, oh, it's because of this that I'm getting all, it's because of you two that I'm getting all this. It's the Ministry it's the racists that are the fault, that the problem. It's the Ministry that's the problem here. And so that is a horrific thing for Percy to say. But let's move on to the next one. Arthur had no ambition, and that is why they are poor. Now that is brutal, guys. We are. I just sound like I'm just defending Percy, guys, and I'm not. I think that what he's saying here is terrible, but I will give my context for why I think it's, seeing it from Percy's standpoint, is actually very tragic. How many times have we heard Ron talking about how poor his family are? Now, granted, he's never said it to Arthur and Molly on screen. He may have done off screen, I don't know, but he never has, and I don't think he would. I don't know if he would. I don't know if he would. But then again, Percy would. Do you think Percy's ever said this before? And so if Molly if Arthur ripped apart something that Ron is genuinely proud of, then maybe that would come out. Because the fact is, Ron has talked to his best friends in the world about how he hates being poor so much. And so what he says there is horrific. The no ambition thing is a direct reference to the fact that Percy's been promoted. I'm not just defending him, guys, because what he's saying is horrific. I need to keep reiterating that. Right, moving on to the next one. Arthur was an idiot for hanging around Dumbledore. Dumbledore is heading for trouble. Now that is someone who we find out. Percy absolutely sees the Daily Prophet as gospel. He absolutely does. And so he is the victim of propaganda here. And so to him, that is right. And also, as a career move, which Percy is completely always just thinking about career, he sees hanging around with Dumbledore as career suicide. You shouldn't say that word on YouTube, Brandon. But it does things apparently sometimes. I apologise. I shouldn't say that word anyway. But yeah, as being a huge hindrance to your career, and so he doesn't understand why Arthur would be hanging around with him, you know, because in Percy's mind, Voldemort just isn't back. The third Hunger Games movie, guys, was all about propaganda, and it's a fantastic discussion of the rights and wrongs of propaganda. And it's not just a case of one side using it, the evil side is using it, and the good side isn't. Which is usually the case in stories, guys. And I don't know if that's ever going to change in Harry Potter, but right now it absolutely is, that the good guys aren't using propaganda and the bad guys are. You know? And so I do feel like Percy is a victim of that propaganda. His loyalty, Percy says that his loyalty is with the Ministry and will make it clear he doesn't belong to his family anymore. He's basically saying that he is disowning his family. Again, guys, Percy was not about to say that before Arthur chastised his promotion. Again, guys, I swear there was a line where it says that Percy was expecting him to be happy. And that is so crucial to me. And I know it's crucial to me because I'm biased. Again, it's almost as if propaganda works on everyone, you know? But that is a horrendous thing to say. I've got down here senior and junior. It feels like that moment, you know, of never being able to go back again. And I loved the junior senior stuff, not the band. The Barty Crouch Jr. and Senior relationship I found fascinating, to the point where I nearly made Junior my favourite character of the book. Are we past? No, we're not. Okay. I'm going through all the things that Percy does here, and I'm going through one by one, and I know that I'm giving him a real easy pass here, guys. I know I am, and I'll put my hand up and say I am, you know? Most people won't. They'll just most people will just say, no, I'm right and that's it, and anyone else is an idiot. I'm not doing that, guys. If you think that that Percy is completely 100% definitely the only person, if you can't understand the mindset of Percy here, I completely believe you, and I can see that standpoint. So I'm just giving my standpoint. Sorry for getting emotional, guys, but I really like Percy. You know, this isn't just a gimmick. Oh, this isn't just a gimmick. You know. Sorry, Weasel was going nuts at something. So Percy packed his bags that night and left for London, where he now lives. Harry swears under his breath at this news. Percy slammed the door in Molly's face when Molly tried to presumably go to try and mend the relationship and everything, which is horrific thing to do. Again, he is. I don't know, guys. I just get the impression that maybe people don't think that what Arthur said to him would have actually ripped him apart, but I feel like it would, and I feel like that's why he's being like this, you know. I don't feel like when Molly was there, he thought, "Oh, one of Dumbledore's lot," slams the door. He's thinking, "Oh, I feel like he probably remembered instantly what Arthur said to him, you know." Which again, we don't actually hear what Arthur said to him. You know, we're only getting one side of the argument here. Which is horrific. He should not have done that, guys. He really shouldn't have done. And you know what? When it said about how Molly was looking ill and thinner and everything, this is why. It's nothing to do with Voldemort and everything. Is this more out of picking a side, or is it a reaction to what Arthur said? I feel like it is, but again, he shouldn't have done it though. Did Percy start his tirade after hearing Arthur's opinion of the promotion, or without it? You think it had to be? Pardon me. It had to be a result of that, right? Unless I'm completely misreading the scene, guys, but I feel like it has to be a reaction to what Arthur said about the promotion. If he indeed did, which I think he did. Percy believes the Daily Prophet. Hermione asks Harry if he'd been reading it, and Harry said, "Yeah, I've been reading it thoroughly." He said, "No." Harry's mentioned a couple of times a week now. Being built, though Rita isn't there, they've been building off her work, which is obviously, yeah. Even when Hermione, was saying of her dastardly plan and everything, I was thinking. But there are still going to be people writing about him, though. But it's a lot more that Harry is just like a joke now. He's like he's a butt of jokes and everything. They've been writing. He is a deluded, attention-seeking person who thinks he is a great tragic hero. Jeez, what an amazing paper this must be to read, guys. Hermione says it's fast to try. Hermione says it's fast to try and make it less hurtful. Oh, sorry. So when Hermione says that the Daily Prophet is making him out to be a deluded, attention-seeking person who thinks he's a great tragic hero, Hermione says that particularly quickly just to try and make it less hurtful to Harry, which is amazing. And there's now phrases like a tale worthy of Harry Potter when someone does something stupid, or like sentences like saying, I hope that person doesn't have a scar on their head, or will be asked to worship them next. Which is such a fascinating parallel to how Harry used to be treated. Not that he was ever treated well by the Daily Prophet, but now he's really absolutely being seen as not even an enemy, but like just a laughingstock. And as soon as, they say about, the whole, he'll expect them to be worshipped and everything, Harry straight away says, I don't want to be worshipped. And Hermione says, I know you don't. This is the brilliant thing. And Hermione even looks scared when she says that. But Harry, again, he's about to go on a tirade about the Daily Prophet and blame it on Hermione and Ron again, And so that's why Hermione's looking very, very worried. But yeah, Hermione's able to stop the tirade right there, like saying, "Oh, we know you don't want it." Of course they do. And so yeah, it's a crazy level of character assassination going on with the Daily Prophet right Molly arrives. The meeting is now over and it's time for dinner. Doesn't say what it's going to be, unfortunately. Mentions Creature, which is very interesting. I'm really looking forward to Creature, guys. I really am. Hermione and Ron look nervous now that it's just the three of them left because Ginny and Fred and George have got off with Molly, and so it's just the three of them again. And it's like, it's just going to kick off again, which I mentioned earlier on in the video. I like that little moment. Harry notices this and immediately feels shame. Yeah, no, there is an apology here. Of course there is, guys. I say no, that there wasn't. There is. So Harry immediately feels shamed and he goes to apologize, and Ron just immediately just shakes his head, it's essentially to say, it's fine, mate. And Hermione's in tears and everything, and I think she might hug him again and everything. My note down here is I really love these three idiots. I really do, guys. That's my note. I really appreciate this scene, particularly Ron and Hermione, and the little looks they're giving and everything, and the way they're trying to dismantle this exploding Harry Potter and everything. I love these three idiots is the best way I could summarize that scene. So yeah, talking about Creature, Ron refers to Creature as a nutter, and Hermione immediately defends him, saying that he isn't. But then Ron says that Creature's life ambition is to have his head cut off like his mother, obviously with the shrunken heads and everything. It's very odd that, because in a weird way, Ron and Hermione are kind of switching roles here, where Ron is essentially saying that the elf. Maybe Creature's the only one to ever do this. I doubt it, Creature's ambition to have his head cut off, presumably, is because that's what has happened throughout generations, as in the hierarchy. So it's weird for Ron to be the one to be criticizing Creature, and for Hermione to be defending it. It's almost like role reversal, Yeah, odd for Ron to be calling Creature a nutter for wanting something that presumably is fairly normal in elves. Yeah, I don't know if it is particularly common, but at least, again, I cannot imagine it's just Creature. So if it is something that elves tend to do, it's weird that Ron's the one calling it out. Hermione defends him. Doesn't feel like spew work. It kind of doesn't. It almost feels like the opposite. It's like, by the way, I love the fact that spew's still going. I'm absolutely delighted that spew's still going. But, because I didn't think it would be. But, it feels like Hermione's, in the last book's take would be, no, you shouldn't want your head cut off. So it's really odd. So it seems like Hermione's come a long way. But Ron has got they almost switched places, guys, which I don't know if that's done on purpose. I hope it is, because if it is, it's ingenious. It shows that both of them are evolving when it comes to their opinions of house elves. They try to hear the order as they're passing through the hallway. They actually see Snape, which I didn't actually remember Snape being there in the movie. Fred and George lower the extendable ear, which obviously they do in the movie. Snape apparently never eats at the house, which is very interesting. I don't know why that details have been brought up specifically. Tonks trips. I guess maybe because he just wants to get out of there. Maybe. As they're listening, trying to listen in and everything. There's no Crookshanks, guys. So in the movie, Crookshanks comes in and basically severs the ear, and that's the end of that and everything, which is a hilarious scene, and which I really appreciate. But yes, I feel like that was a really good addition here. Tonks arrives and trips over an umbrella stand, which is amazing. I got down here, umbrella stand in the Wizarding World, but because obviously in Fantastic Beasts, people tend to use their wands as umbrellas, which is such a beautiful image, and I really like that. I love the end of the first freaking movie, guys. It's so freaking good. Hagrid's wand is in disguise of an umbrella, but then it's because it's technically not a wand, so he can't use that. So it's a wand. So umbrellas exist in the Wizarding World. We know that because of Hagrid. That's fine. But how common they would be to require a stand, I'm not sure if they would be that common. So it's interesting that there is an umbrella stand there. But that's one of my stupid little points. Anyway, Tonks falls over it, which is obviously represented in the movie briefly, but it definitely doesn't escalate like this. So suddenly a portrait of a woman screaming pulls open the curtains that were obscuring it. What Molly said about waking the house now makes a lot more sense. I got down here. Oh god, it's Hermione. I thought it was Hermione that the painting was going nuts at, but I think it's Tonks, because Tonks, when it like says, oh, the filthy one or something like that and everything, Tonks immediately starts apologising. Now, it could be because of the umbrella stand, but I feel like it is apologising about her being in this person's house. That's actually my take on it. So I think it is Tonks that's being shouted at. Black arrives. It actually doesn't say it's Black. Weirdly, it's like saying the person with black hair comes in and grabs the curtains. It doesn't just say Black comes in. It's clearly Black. But Black arrives, tells the painting to shut up. The painting then starts screaming blood traitor at him, which is wild. It's a cool intro to Black. It really is a really cool intro to the fact that Black is here. I do love the scene where Harry sees Sirius through the doorway. It's actually beautiful. It really is. And obviously later on we do have the moment when they embrace and everything. But this is cool. I need to look up fan art of that painting, guys, because what I got in my head is absolutely mortifying. So it's such a cool and terrifying idea, you know. And so yeah, after calming down the painting and everything, he closes the curtain and says, "Oh, I see you've met my mother." It's amazing. Oh god, guys, we've got Arthur showing up. Oh, we see that's a biased way of wording it, guys. But no, okay, we've got Arthur and Percy's relationship. We had Junior and Seniors. We got blooming Sirius and Mama Sirius. It's wild. So that is the end of this chapter, guys. So much info, but it was so good. It was so good. The Crookshanks edition was excellent, but the line that I really like that's in the movie, that isn't in the book, at least up to this point, or maybe it is, I don't think it is that when Fred and George apparate next to Molly, she's like furious with them and starts like whacking them and everything, and says, you don't need to whip your wand out for anything, which I wonder is a real term which is used a lot, much like Moody in the last chapter was saying about how kids these days don't think about elementary wand safety or whatever the term was and everything. I wonder if to say you don't need to whip your wand out for anything is also a saying, like saying, you know, much like we're going through on Buffy at the moment in season 6, it's sort of like you don't need to use magic for everything. It really is. That's actually very significant in season 6. And so, you know, if you do want something, like say, okay, if you want to get a book down from a shelf, actually this is a perfect example. You're sitting in a chair, book on a shelf, you use a spell to bring it to you, and so you don't have to stand up. Now, one, that's going to be bad for you because you need to get up and moving about and everything. And so I think in that situation, when someone sees someone do that and they're thinking they can't even be bothered to stretch their legs just to go and get the book, they would say, hey, you don't need to whip your wand out for everything. And I really like that. And that is a movie exclusive. Brilliant. Whenever the movie does something which I really appreciate, guys, I got to give it props. And so I don't know if that line's going to come up in the future, but I thought that was really cool at that moment. It may be even in the next chapters. We shall see, but oh god, guys, I'm sorry about getting emotional there. I did. I like I say, maybe up to this point it feels like a bit of a comedy gimmick that I have when it comes to Percy, but I really do like him, guys. Now I understand. I will put my hand up, guys. My take on this chapter is 100% bias. Now, it's very possible that your take on it, guys, and if you're saying that Percy's 100% in the wrong, that you aren't being biased. But I will say this. The information that we got was just the things that Percy said to Arthur. We don't know how Arthur worded what he said to Percy. Now, going what we know, it's very possible that Arthur did put it in a diplomatic way. But we heard from Ginny saying that Arthur was unusually angry. That they never see him that angry. And so it's possible that it was a stronger thing than what you may be imagining. So all I'm asking is, I see everything that Percy said in this chapter being filtered through who I see Percy as well as who the Ministry and the Daily Prophet have made him. And that, to me, makes this a very sad scene. It does. It makes my heart break for Arthur, but honestly more for Percy. And is that fair? I mean, Arthur's not the one who's got his entire family saying that he's a git. He's probably got one of his sons calling him a git, which I'm sure is hard enough. I feel really bad for Percy. So I don't know if those bridges are ever going to get mended, guys, but this is a moment in the book review which I've been kind of dreading, and that is currently my take on it. I'm sure I'm in the minority. Let's find out by going over to your thoughts in the Harry Potter book club. I didn't say at the start, so Utterpuff, Puskaboon, Tessarosso, everyone. I think I need to revise what I was saying on Percy, guys. I've had a bit of a break. Oh, I need to change that. I've had a bit of a break, and I get the feeling that I'm probably sounding like I'm really defending him. That wasn't my intention at all, despite what I was saying. I was airing information, like a take, which is probably not going to be in the book club. That's most likely going to be the case. And because I'm a Percy fan, I wanted to explain how there is going to be two sides to the story. That being said, he is in the wrong. There's no two ways about it, guys. Just from a storyline, looking at it, the fact that Voldemort's back and he's one of the people to say, no, he's not. He is completely wrong. But because he's a character which I do gravitate towards, I wanted to give a take which I doubt will be in the book club, but we will see, guys, because I know that a lot of you are very annoyed at Percy at this point, which is completely understandable. But either way, guys, this is the book club. It's over on the Patreon, guys. You can back it for as little as $1 and get access to everything on the Patreon, including the book club. This is where you can leave your thoughts and opinions and so on and so forth. I do ask you to be succinct and quite short with them, because we have a lot of comments to get through, guys. So when the comments are longer, it means that I can't that I can talk about them less, if you know what I mean. If there's like a short comment, I can really discuss my opinion of that comment. If it's a long one, I gotta skip some of it. Not skip it, but I may not be able to give my thoughts on each and every step of it, if you understand. So, like I say, you can leave your comment under here. But another way you can do it, guys, which I haven't mentioned for a little while, is that you can actually DM. Oh, that's the previous episode. You can actually DM me on Patreon as well, with your book club thoughts. Some people are a little bit shy about doing it, in the chain and everything, and also some people just don't really want to get replies and get into backwards and forths and everything. And so what you can do is you can DM me your message. I ask you to start the message with book club, and then the message afterwards, just so when it appears in my DMs, I can see which ones I need to open now or wait until the book club, because I like to do fresh reactions to them. So we have a DM today, guys. I think that they're okay with me saying the name. If you're not, I'm so sorry. But Lancashire Hobbit, which is an amazing name, I must admit. Very on brand, because we've been discussing the potential of doing a book club for The Hobbit soon, but yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult how to work out how best to do it, guys, because they are a lot of work, obviously. So either way, Lancashire Hobbit, thank you so much for the DM, and so I will start with that before we move over to Jake's comment. Book club, Order of the Phoenix. Hello, first time comment. So it's a gem one. I appreciate it, Lancashire Hobby. I thought you were new, and it's lovely to see you. Thank you so much. I was listening to you for a while and really enjoyed how you often notice bits that pass me by over 2 decades. Yeah, and it's usually the completely irrelevant stuff that I pick up on, But that's very, very kind of you, Hobbit. I think a mark of a good story is one where you can still love it as an adult as well as a child, but in different ways as your perspective on life changes. If that makes sense. 3 examples for me. Well, I'll just give a quick example if that's okay before I move over to yours. The whole political side of this would have gone completely over my head. And like, quite frankly, the Daily Prophet, I would have understood why they were doing it. You know, as again, I don't think I would anyway. And so that sort of stuff is sort of like, yep, I know exactly what that's a reference to, you know, sort of thing. But anyway, let's get to your points. One. Order of the Phoenix book disappointed me slightly when it first came out, but now it's one of my favourites. As a child, I preferred the comforting plot of 1 to 3. I can completely understand that. Yeah, Order is much more unsettling and melancholy. But now I can appreciate the troubles our characters face. Maybe the stuff about difficult young people went over my head because I was one. Absolutely, it would have done for me. Absolutely, Hobbit. I can completely understand that. 2. Ron. Although I never disliked him, I failed to appreciate just how supportive of his friends he almost constantly is to Harry. Absolutely. On a rare occasion, he does mess up. In the books, the reason it's so upsetting is because he's normally such a good egg in the first place. Also, as a grown-up, it's easier to understand his deep fear that he's letting people down. So true, and that he's not, that he's not good enough. Yeah, he's a rod to Harry's back, and Sam Gamgee to Harry's Frodo. I mean, that's a great example right there, Hobbit. I mean, your name's coming out again there. Just gonna open a window real quick. Oh my goodness, good roll of God, just fell over. Unbelievable. I do have them in the boxes. I might. I don't know. I might display them somewhere. Yeah, that's so interesting that you're saying that Ron as a character you didn't appreciate, but you now appreciate him more as an adult. I think I think I can see that too. Seriously, and especially like the nuances and the fact that a lot of Ron's personality isn't exactly at the forefront of him, if you know what I mean. There's a lot of subtleties to him, absolutely. Number 3, Hufflepuff. You may appreciate this one. As a kid, they seemed boring, mediocre, and uncool. Now I look at its traits: fair play, a sense of honor, loyalty to friends, hard work without ambition. One's I think quite Hobbit-ish and cliche English. I really like that. I think that they would be Hufflepuffs, wouldn't they? Generally. Well, Frodo would be Gryffindor, obviously. As would Sam, probably, to be fair. Pippin and Mary. I mean, they all should be Gryffindor when you think about it, because of the bravery and everything, but I don't know. Is Pippin hardworking? Probably not. Mary, you know what? Mary's Hufflepuff. Mary's definitely Hufflepuff. Now, I'm only going on the movies here because I've only seen the movies, obviously. But Mary, I said it a few times in my movie reactions to them. How Mary is the sort of person where he's given an objective and he sticks to it, like, he doesn't question it, Like, there's a classic example where I think that him and Pippin finally decide to actually go along with Frodo and Sam, where they basically say, we need to get this ring to the Prancing Pony, or something like that, over there or something. And he's like, right. And he's just like, yep, that's what we're doing now. So Mary is Hufflepuff all day. Pippin is tantamount to Slytherin. The amount of times he messes up, guys. I did say that he might be a spy working for Sauron at one point during my reactions. But no, I love him. Pippin's my favourite. And so I'd like him to be Hufflepuff. I don't know if he is, really. But Mary definitely is. I really like that. I really like what you're saying about Hufflepuff, though. And I see them as how to be a good person. Now, I've got to say, Hobbit, if I can call you Hobbit, I hope that's okay. Over the last, like, say, maybe 6 months, I finally noticed what you said at the start of the Hufflepuff sentence. Like, I won't give any names or anything, but I was in a live stream recently, and someone who knows me said to me in the chat, how's my Hufflepuff, or something like that, and the stream was like, well, who's a Hufflepuff? And I said, they're talking about me, sorry, and the streamer immediately started laughing. So that was just, oh, okay, interesting. The fact that I'm a Hufflepuff. Then there's like, you know, there's a podcaster like who the podcast is Ellison John. It's like a BBC podcast, comedy podcast, and one of them on there is like the one who's into Harry Potter. Like says why would anyone ever want to be Hufflepuff and everything? It's like, I know, you know, he's as old as I am, you know, and he was saying that recently. And so it's only like a very recent thing where I've realised that there is a like almost shame when it comes to Hufflepuff, you know. But it sounds like you're seeing past it now, so maybe it is a thing where as people as kids they do see it in that way. But as soon as I did my test and I said, oh, looks like I'm Hufflepuff, I just got all my comments saying, well, yeah, Veggie, you're clearly a Hufflepuff. And so I love it. I've always appreciated it. But yeah, as of late, I have noticed some shade towards Hufflepuff, interesting enough. P.S. I love your use of Jeremy Soul's music from the early Harry Potter games. Tragically, it's something which, after all this time, still occupies somewhere in my head. Yeah, I mean, we only really used it at the start because the Oblivion soundtrack is just so, because it's like a relaxing playlist from Oblivion, which is an Elder Scrolls game, guys, if you don't know. And it just works so well. I did, for at least one episode, use Hogwarts Legacy relaxing music, but whoever, like, you know, put that compilation together didn't level it, and so sometimes the music is ultra quiet, and other times I can't be heard over it. And so it's very convenient to have the Oblivion soundtrack, but that's Jeremy Soule as well, though. And so, you know, it's still the same composer and everything. And so it's cool that he did the early Harry Potter games. But either way, Hobbit, thank you so much for your first comment. That was awesome. I much appreciated. And if you want to DM me in the future, then please do it. It's fine to do it here or over there. Jake, we're starting off with the ones over here. Are they showing replies? Oh, they are, because they show the first replies now, don't they? It's fine. I don't read the replies. Right. Samai Woozle, what about me? Hope you and the dapper hatted man are doing well. Chapter 3. Instantly, the real Moody feels different to me. I just called this out, yes. He calls Harry by his first name instead of Potter, and we get to see just how paranoid he is. Interesting that the others call him Mad-Eye to his face. I would have thought that was behind his back nickname. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Mad-Eye could be purely a reference to his eye, which is quite insane. And so that could be it, but he's also kind of mad. I'm so glad that you picked up on the fact that Julia's impression wasn't actually that great. Weirdly, that's great. Questions I have: who set off the sparklers to signal that they could leave? Where were they? What were they waiting for? Yeah, the waiting for bit actually confuses me. But I presume it is the backups. And so at one point Moody says that if all of us apart from you, Harry, get killed, then there'll be like a backup entourage fly east for that or something like that. And so I presume that they have scouted out, made sure that there is absolutely nothing suspicious going on, gone over to where they're meant to hide, and then set the sparks off. That's my headcanon, but there's no explanation of it, though, and so it's a great question. Chapter 4. My dislike for Harry grew exponentially when I first read this chapter. I understand him being angry, but there's limits to how much Ron and Hermione should have to put up with. I do agree, but in the weirdest way, Ron and Hermione know that it's what Harry needs. And so when he goes to apologise, they immediately say, yeah, there's nothing to apologise for. And so it actually makes me really like Ron and Hermione even more. And it doesn't take away that much from Harry, just because it's a bad situation, isn't it? Especially with what I went for at the end of Goblet. But I do see what you mean, though. Poor Hedwig didn't need a literal earful. He doesn't even apologize. That's true, and he said earlier on in the previous chapter that he will make it up to Hedwig. He still bloody hasn't. I really don't understand why Hermione winces at Voldemort. She's a Muggle born. She's not been brought up with the horror stories like Ron and the rest of the wizard world. Realistically, I don't think she should have such a visceral reaction. At the same time, though, she is she is young, though. I mean, I'll say this to any out of all Muggle-borns, I would expect her to wince the most. Just because of, what she's been through and everything, but also because she reads up on everything, She reads the Daily Prophet constantly and everything. Not that Voldemort's brought up in that, obviously, but I'd say out of all Muggles, she would be the one to wince. But, yeah, it's true. It is unusual for a Muggle to be doing that. I can't imagine movie Ginny flicking dung bombs at the door. Yeah, no, that's so cool. I love the fact that she kind of gets one over on Molly. It like really shows a brand new side to Ginny. Jake, thank you so much for your comment. Joe, hello Veggie. Happy spring. Thank you very much. I've been doing some gardening. Installed a rose plant yesterday. It is a white rose as well, which is ironic because I'm doing Hunger Games at the moment. But it was heavily discounted, and so I couldn't turn it down. It really was heavily discounted, guys. It's meant to be 40 quid, it was 15. So I couldn't turn that down. Chapter 3. This chapter reminds me how this book has so much more life and personality than the movie. Do you like the dynamics in the book? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, my main criticism of the start of this movie is that it is way too bloomin' quiet. It really is. I'm not even sure. I mean, we have had musical sequences, sure, but like I say, when Tonks is saying they're very clean, these Muggles, aren't they? Like it's weird or something like that. She says, I literally had to turn my volume right up. I know I had to point at my volume control. It's ridiculous. I had to turn my volume right up. And even then, I had to listen to it 4 times to work out what she was saying. And that was after I'd already knew what she said in the book. And so that's insane. It annoys me that Lupin isn't there because it would have made... I guess the fact that it's a bunch of strangers and Moody, who Harry has technically never met, makes it eerier, but for Lupin to be there would have been so much... It would have been Lupin's big moment in the movie, quite frankly, and he doesn't have many moments in the movies from here on out. Bless him. Let's see what you think, anyway. Sorry. What do you think about the real Moody? Did Barty Crouch Jr. do a good job pretending to be him? Isn't he bickering... Isn't his bickering with Tonks cute? Yes, absolutely. Like I say, he knew what was going to happen when he sent in Fedora, definitely. But, yeah, I think Barty did an okay job. The hip flask thing, having the polyjuice, is inspired, quite frankly. But he clearly got the personality wrong now, and so that's so cool. It's so cool. I'm not saying he was a million miles off, but we've already... It's only been in one scene so far, Moody, in the book. I can already tell that he's a very different person. Really cool. Chapter 4. Whereas in the movie, it's just the same guy, right? Maybe? I feel like that's the same. Same personality, I should say. The house, especially the heads of the elves, is so creepy. I cannot imagine growing up in that environment. Yeah, I mean, I guess I was going to say hunted animals, and that's not a good example. Because obviously, they're not a part of the family or anything. But, I guess back in the day, people would taxidermy their pets. I guess that's the closest equivalent to it. And so, yeah, it must be wild growing up in that environment. No wonder Black turned up like it did. No shade there. Again, that scene when Harry blows up, the movie version is so understated. It's so weak. Harry says in the movie that he feels angry all the time, but it doesn't show in the script or the acting. You know what? I was telling my brother about that scene on a walk we were on a couple of days ago. And he said that apparently Daniel Radcliffe got some shade when it came to his performances in the movie. I don't see why, because I think that he's really good, guys. You know, he's not as good as, like, a seasoned actor who's been in the business for 40 years, because he's in his teenage years, you know? And so, I think that there are subtleties in that scene. Like I say, the way he says, Dumbledore said that. Like, it looks, it's like Paul McCartney from the Girl Is Mine with Michael Jackson, where he says, she said that. Ignore me. But, that was a random reference here, guys, ignore me. But yeah, I think that there are subtleties in that scene. But the thing is, Book Harry ain't being subtle. And so when Fred and George turn up and say, "Whoa, Harry, calm down and everything," he's already calm, you know? And yet the book version did so much for his character. It really did. And so it's a shame that they just didn't have the confidence to do it in the movie. I'm guessing that's it, guys, you know? They didn't want to make our protagonist too scary to everyone, but it's such an important side of him, and it makes me like him more, quite frankly, you know? I'm dying to know your opinion on the Percy situation. Well, I've given my thoughts on it, and I know that I'm being very, very biased, guys. And so I know that I'm going to be getting a bunch of comments disagreeing with me. But and the thing is, I do think Percy is the one who's most in the wrong. I do. But there are other sides to it, and I just get the feeling, much in the way that all the Weasleys are like saying, "Oh, Percy's a git and everything." You know, I get the impression that everyone's going to be just taking in the information that they've given, whereas there are sides to it on Percy's side which are never going to get addressed, I presume. So there we go. And your opinion on Sirius's mummy, of course. What a sweet old dearie she is. Genuinely creepy. Like, you know, I didn't expect to get creeped out so soon, but that was absolutely haunting the way that they described that painting. It really was. Joe, thank you so much for the comment, as always. Kay, I've always been a fan of a Percy fan, and I see you also are fond of him. I've been excited to see what you got, see what got cut out from the movies. I see both sides of the initial argument here. I appreciate that. Arthur is absolutely correct to be suspicious about Percy's promotion. Percy is reasonable to be stung by that response, and everything blows up into hurt feelings and terrible behaviour, yeah. And it's important to remember, and I appreciate that, Kay. I really do, because I didn't think anyone was going to be seeing that side of it. And you have to remember, guys, everything that Percy said was as a result of the argument starting. He wasn't going to say, "Yes, I've been promoted, isn't that great? Oh, by the way, I hate my family." He wasn't going to do that, guys. It was a response, you know. And the fact is, he is a young adult, you know. He's a passionate guy and everything. I feel it's a terrible situation. It really is. I really dislike. I really disagree with Percy's actions here, especially the way he treats Molly. But like I said before, I love a flawed character, absolutely, and that's one of the reasons why I adore him as well. So, Kay, I really appreciate that you see that side of it as well. Maybe I'm wrong, guys. Maybe there are going to be loads of people who are seeing that side of it. But if not, that's fine, guys. We all have our own different takes. It's also a way for the story to show that the Ministry propaganda campaign against Dumbledore and Harry is having real success. That's so true. It's our first real life example, isn't it? As in someone being turned. If I can put it that way. Interesting. Very interesting. against Dumbledore and Harry is real success. Even a Weasley falls prey to it. It makes sense for it to be Percy, the hyper-ambitious 19-year-old who has always had a lot of deference to authority and status. Of course, he's on board with Fudge's point of view, with Fudge is offering him a prestigious job mere months after the disaster of his last role. Well, that is a great point as well. Yeah, there's something else I was going to say about Percy then. Yeah, the thing is, we've always known that Percy likes talking about his success. And that could be him gloating. I feel like that, to an extent, is the fact that he's gloating, and the fact that, you know, friend George always saying that he won't shut up about it and everything. But I think there is possibly that's a part of it, maybe a small part of it, where he wants to be told, he wants the people around him, his friends and his family, to appreciate where he has gone. And where he has gotten, and that isn't being done here. And sure, you know, him being promoted mere months after the disaster, which is a great point, Kay. He's a 19-year-old, you know. He doesn't know exactly how work works exactly, and so yeah. Either way, Kate, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciate it. Andrew, hi, Veggie. The Percy plot. That was missing from the movies. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Percy info, since he's one of your favourite characters. Well, you've got an earful of it. Personally, I feel as though Percy is in the wrong for what he said to his father and the stances he takes, but I can see why he's gone this way. He has been manipulated. Exactly. It may sound like a stretch, guys, but he is a victim here, and so that's kind of the Daily Prophet and everything. So I know that that's a bit of a stretch, but anyway, sorry. He's been manipulated and used by the Ministry. He is young, hungry, and impressionable, so Fudge has taken advantage of that. Very well said. Yeah, and you know what? It really makes Fudge seem much, much worse than I ever did in the movies. Like, this is the worst thing Fudge has ever done. Like, even in the medical wing, or hospital wing, what it's called, there was a sense of him getting bamboozled by the situation and being, you know, an overload of information and everything, and he just got Junior killed. Whereas this is calculated, calm and calculated, and so this is the worst thing that he's done, in my opinion. Yeah, you know, ripping a family apart like this. It's great to meet members of the Order. Tonks and Lupin have their characters ripped away in the last few movies due to time. I can't wait for you to learn more about them. I'm already thoroughly enjoying it. I really am. I'm blooming loving them. I really am. Yeah, I was very interested to meet Tonks, and she is not disappointed yet. There better be a scene in the TV show of the Dursleys turning up, demanding to claim the All England Best Kept Suburban Lawn Award. That would be wild. I can't see it being in it. We might get the Dursleys returning with Vernon being furious, but we shall see. We shall see. Lastly, it's mentioned Fred and George passed their operation tests. Did you think there was a test or license for apparating and disapparating? I do see it almost like a driving test. I really do, because you'd imagine that some adults just aren't competent enough to do it. And so, yeah, I kind of did, to be honest, especially what happens with Ron in one of the later movies. And so, yeah, I've never really thought about what it would look like, but I've always associated it with driving lessons. Probably shorter, because I know 40 hours, isn't it, driving lessons or something like that. Well, not lessons, but to learn how to drive. Whose heel turn is worse, Cena's or Percy's? Well, this is the thing, Andrew. I'm really enjoying, particularly last night's actually, because it seemed like it was one of those promos where Cena was going to just bury the other person, but Cody came back really well from it. I got into wrestling in 2000, then took a break shortly after Cena joined, and then really got back into it just over a decade ago. And so the bulk of Cena, I'd say that Cena was probably a heel for as long as he was a babyface when I was watching it, you know, because I really didn't watch that much of it. I checked out pretty soon after that. And so I understand that Cena turning heel here is a gigantic thing for a lot of people. To me, it's interesting. but you know, I don't have this whole connection with him though, you know, if you know what I mean, you know. And so, I think that, I don't know why that dude, is he a singer, the guy that was there with Rock and Cena? I don't know why he was there. It made the whole thing look stupid, and apparently he injured, like, Cody's eardrum or something, like, because he's a moron. When it happened, I didn't particularly like it, because I feel that The Rock has been kind of weak lately. I feel he says words, but they don't tend to mean anything, you know? And, like, the audience, you know, they go crazy when it comes out, but after a while, after him talking, they just start to sound confused. And so, now that Rock's out of the storyline, and it's just between Cena and Cody, it's great. And it's so weird to be down on The Rock, guys, because The Rock is The Rock is probably arguably the greatest wrestler of all time. Seriously. But I'd like to see him less regarding this storyline. Have him be a part of Jay's blooming storyline. That's the storyline that's struggling at the moment. Anyway, enough wrestling talk. Also, I don't like the fact that there's triple threats at WrestleMania. Like two of them feature my two favourite wrestlers. They're just such cop-outs, you know. I think it'd be much better if it is Cody versus Roman. No, not Cody versus Roman, sorry. CM Punk versus Roman. Seth Rollins, again, just feels like he's just been added on to the match, much like last year. And no hate towards Seth Rollins, it's just how it is. The women's one, it's just, I don't know. I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do. Because all three of them are so blooming talented, and this storyline is so dumb, you know? In my opinion. Anyway, that's my waffle. So, when it comes to the heel turn, Percy's definitely affected me more emotionally. It genuinely did, but that's because I don't know that much about... It's not that I don't know about Cena, guys, but it was an era of wrestling which I really just didn't watch much of. Andrew, thank you so much for I was going to say for subscribing then, but thank you so much for your comment. How to do? Tonks is definitely one of my favourite side characters. If I could choose one superpower, it would definitely be to change my appearance at will. I could absolutely see that. I wonder if it's like, you know, have your hair suddenly combed and everything like that. Yeah, the limitations of it, I don't know. Or if it is just when it comes to like hair colour or eye colour or that sort of stuff. I need more information on it. But either way, it's definitely a cool ability though. All England best kept suburban lawn competition. Love to see Dursley's reacting when they found out it wasn't real. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be in the TV show, but it'd be amazing if it was though. I mean, it shouldn't be because it's not in the book. It's mentioned in the book, but it doesn't show it. And so it depends how much non-Harry stuff we're going to be getting in it, you know? But either way, yeah, that would be an absolute treat. How are you doing? Thanks so much for your comment. Josh. I said that I would defend Harry the whole book, and I meant it. I think his explosive anger is like water overflowing a bucket. I don't believe that he is angry just because he was alone. He is furious at being left out of things that directly concern him. Absolutely, that's why he's like, that's why like Hermione and Ron are like saying, well, we'll be cleaning, dude, you know. Which is BS considering what he has faced. Unfortunately, Ron and Hermione and the others bear a lot of his anger. But he's not like there. It's not like there is an adult he can use for release. Well, really, he should be shouting it in Dumbledore's face. But I just don't think that's going to happen. And now we'll see what happens with Sirius. Maybe he'll be doing the same. Or maybe he is finally called off because of Ron and Hermione. Which makes Ron and Hermione freaking awesome characters. Such good friends. It's his life, and nobody tells him anything other than vague or patronizing responses that tell him zero information, zero about the situation. That is completely fair, Josh, and they are treating him like a naughty child, as Harry remarks. And so, yeah, that is actually quite patronizing. Like, yeah, you used the word patronizing right there. It would be enough to make anyone explode. Yeah, it's... So, yeah, that is so true, Josh. And so my standpoint in it is... My main takeaway from it is that I feel terrible for Ron and Hermione. That's my main takeaway from it. That being said, I fully understand why Harry is doing it. And so, yeah, I wish he wasn't. Like I said, I wish he'd be doing it to the people who made the rules, which is Dumbledore. And you could argue Black as well. No, definitely Black as well. I had to say Black, guys, because I just get confused with Sirius and Snape. Sirius and Severus, I should say. I always forgot about Mrs. Black's screaming portrait. Not a house I would want to sleep in, that's for sure. If I were Ginny, that is where I would be tossing the dumb paws. That would be amazing. My goodness, that'd send her over the edge. Although, of course, Ginny is a pure medical. A female Weasley, of all things. Yeah, the portrait is amazing. Just the description of it, I genuinely didn't know what the heck was going on, and I didn't know if it's going to be like someone significant. I thought maybe it's going to be someone more significant than Black's mother, is what I'm saying, and so it was wild. Anyway, Josh, thank you so much for coming. Grace. Hi, Veggie. A bit of a rant here. Not about me, is it? It's not like Harry, Ron and Hermione. Could the movie give Ginny a line or two? Yeah, she's not even in the scene. I'm 99% sure she isn't. As in, when they're looking over the stairs, I'm pretty sure she's not there. All she says in this portion of the movie is hi, Mum, and that's it. Oh, she is there. Oh, okay, fair enough. Meanwhile, in the book, she's a part of the conversation, and it's so weird because she's the only character who's overlooked in the whole story. Every other character gets to have a line or screen time at least. Yeah, I mean, she's when it comes to significance, I think I think I was told, you know, even when I was doing my movie reactions, it's insane how little Ginny got in the movies. I would say that Tonks has already had several times more lines than she has in the entire series. In fact, she definitely has. There's no point of even counting them. But when it comes to more major characters like you're talking about, absolutely Ginny's. We learn so much about Ginny just in the lines that she says in this. You know, her defense of what Bill said, the fact that she's in on the whole trying to sneak out information from the meeting and everything. She's clearly evolved as a character, but we don't get any of that in the movie. Despite the fact that Percy's actions are inexcusable, I love it from a writing perspective. It creates a lot of tension within the Weasley family and makes the reader more engaged in Percy's character. Before Order of the Phoenix, I didn't even think much of Percy. This book changed that. Well, first of all, I take exception to that last line, because I've always loved Percy. Grace. That was a joke. But yeah, of course. I mean, this is huge. It's like the Petunia thing. It's like suddenly a huge thing is happening about a character who was kind of one note, you know? And so, yeah, I completely get that. More engaged with Percy, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's crucial. And the thing is, we do see Percy in Order of the Phoenix, the movie, don't we? I think it's Order of the Phoenix. It must be Order of the Phoenix, yes. But apparently, because I remember when I was saying, hang on, is that Percy in that scene? I got a lot of comments saying, well done, Veggie, because most people don't even notice that he's there. And I'm pretty sure that's the only Order-esque scene that we get of Percy at all, right? I don't know. Either way, Grace, great comment. I appreciate how engaged you are with Percy's character now. Diego. Uttipa Veggie. I'm actually someone who always liked Percy quite a lot. I think it's possibly because I see quite a bit of myself in his studious and inquisitive side, though less so on his ambitious side. What's probably a good thing. That's probably a good thing. That's also the reason why Hermione is probably my favourite character, and why it makes a lot of sense to me that she would have gotten along with Percy way better than most of the characters, other people up to this point. Yeah, well, and also Hermione is was at least the non-rule breaker, which Percy never had. You know, the Philosopher's Stone moment that Hermione did, where, you know, it turns out that breaking the rules can actually, you know, save a lot of people and everything, you know, whereas Percy's just stuck to that the entire time. So yeah, there's definitely a comparison between the two. That said, I had to say that I can't defend his behaviour at this point in the story. I can understand, however, where it's coming from, and I'm liking of Percy certainly makes me more forgiving than most, which is why I always more disappointed than mad at him at this point in the story. Oh, absolutely, that's where I am absolutely. There you go. I'm really disappointed for him, but I also feel very sad for him. I really do, and Arthur, of course, and the entire family. Molly, jeez, if not Molly the most. Also, Ginny certainly has got more character in the chapter, pardon me, than in the movies. I don't see movie Ginny flat out lying to Molly's face about the dung bombs quite as exactly, absolutely. Editing to remove spoilers. Uh-oh. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Boom. Thank you so much for your comments, Diego. I'm sorry if I say your name wrong. I feel like I say it wrong every single time. John. Oh, that is a name which I can pronounce. Chapter 4 is where we officially meet Caps Lock Harry. That's what the chapter should have been called. The part where he's yelling at Ron and Hermione is in all caps. Is it actually in the book? That's amazing, because obviously I'm audiobook. Ginny throwing dung bombs at the door is a great moment, and I think that the twins have rubbed off on her. Oh, absolutely. I think all of her brothers have. You've said in the past that you know a lot of people don't like Percy. Now we're at the point in the series where you learn why. Yeah, I do completely understand it. It's never been the case where I'm like, I cannot comprehend how anyone could not like Percy. No, not you know, not a little part, down to the fact that I knew that he would be a part of the ministry because of the movie showing him. Or I presume that he would be, you know, unless it was a really weird decision for the movie. And so that's why I'm really looking forward to this book club, to hearing everyone's different opinions on it. And we've already had several different opinions on it. So yeah, it's fascinating. John, thank you so much for your comment. Huldra. Draco. Huldra? I feel like is it Huldra, maybe. It's a cool name. It's a pretty awesome looking name. Hi, Veggie. Chapter 3. Did you remember in order member Deagle's Deagle from the first book? I have to admit, because I did say that he was from the Leaky Cauldron. I must admit, guys, I did have to look that up. I recognised the name, and the fact that he said, we've already met. It was like, oh, okay, oh, God, where do I know him from? So I think what I did is I typed in the name, and then I saw the picture, because he is actually in the first movie. And I thought, okay, he met him in the Leaky Cauldron. A tiny man in a violet top hat had bowed to him once while out shopping. Oh, with Petunia and Dudley. Wait, what? Oh, no way is that where he met him? That's freaking wild. After asking Harry furiously if he knew the man, and Petunia had rushed them out of the shop without buying anything, and the fact that it's Petunia doing that as well is absolutely fascinating. He also met Harry in the Leaky Cauldron with Hagrid on his first trip to Diagon Alley. He was the tiny wizard who shook Harry's hand several times. Okay, so he was in the Leaky Cauldron. Was that him? at the start of Philosopher's Stone. That's freaking wild. As in, like, the one who bowed to him in the shop. That's crazy. Yeah, I think that's what an amazing... That's amazing that is him, yes. Chapter 4. Ambition seems to be more a trait of Slytherin than Gryffindor. Do you think the Sorting Hat was debating putting Percy in Slytherin, but ended up putting him in Gryffindor because Percy wanted to be in the same house as his family? At that age, you'd imagine he absolutely would have done. But I would also argue that he has aspects of Hufflepuff in him, because he wants, he wants to follow the rules and everything. He wants everything to be fair. Yeah, I think there could be a fact that he could be. He certainly is showing Slytherin slates now. So yeah, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That is absolutely food for thought. But that being said, I'm glad that not all the villains, if you can call Percy a villain, all that side, let's put it like that, are Slytherin. Because it just makes the whole system seem very, very simple, you know. Either way, Huldrat, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly made. Gaff Knob, greetings. Chapter 3. Why is Harry being treated like a kid? Because he is a kid. But that's exactly the sort of thing that a kid would say, though, isn't it? Why am I getting treated like a kid? You know, was that a good security question? Most of the school saw his Patronus at the Quidditch match. I wasn't sure. Now, was it the full form Patronus, or was it like kind of like a flash of the Patronus? Because there are levels to it, aren't there? And I think that when the creature is actually not creature, but the creature is actually there, that's like when it's completely successful. Whereas I remember he kind of like quickly does it down towards what he thinks the Death Eaters. I think I could be wrong there. I'm not sure, but that's a great point, Gaff. I did when I got to that point think. And you'd think that may have been in the papers. Maybe. Great point. Yeah. If it did indeed get fully formed in the Quidditch match, and that is a stellar point. But I'm not sure if it actually did or not. How does stealing the lights, then lighting your wand, not draw attention to you? You are the only light thing in the street. Yeah, quite frankly, a bunch of people wearing fancy dress in the middle of the night in the street is definitely less suspicious than all the lights going out down the street, you know. And so yeah, I appreciate that, because that is, yeah. And then having spark it up, as it were. Yes, that is definitely an odd tactic. Chapter 4. How is a wound half healed? How is a wound half healed with magic? Have they actually used magic on it? I don't know. We're talking about Ron and Hermione's hands, I would imagine. Yeah. I mean, we know that it must have been very recent, or it would have been in the last 4 days, but it may have been that day when it happened. Although you point out this heal, though. That's a great question. Percy finally shows his true colours. Absolutely. Unfortunately. How many house elves does Ron know? Last book, did he not know what one looked like? Yeah, Dobby was... Dobby? Or was it Winky? One of them was... I feel like it was Dobby. But one of them is definitely the first time that he had met and actually seen a house elf. And so him judging creature like that is so unusual to me. Like I say, it feels like it's the other side of the spew argument, you know. And Hermione defending the fact that he wants him to have his head cut off and all that. It's crazy. Very interesting. That really, it's very confusing to me, that part. It really is. Gavnov, great comment and some excellent questions there. Maddie Kumar. Hi, Veggie. You asked about my username last time. I bloomin' did, didn't I? It's not a reference to Danganronpa. But I did indeed choose it because Kuma means bear. In Japanese, yes, of course. The bear in Tekken is called Kuma, I believe. And my icon is from my favourite anime, Attack on Titan. Oh, so it is okay. As soon as you say that, I recognise the star now. I don't know why I didn't before. Which I highly recommend onto the chapters. Well, I will say this right now. I have watched the first series of Attack on Titan. I don't remember much of it. It was a bit too sad for me, quite frankly. You know what? I really liked the episodes that didn't have giants in. Because Potato Girl is my favourite character. I don't remember her name, but I always called her Potato Girl. And so, but then you'd have the extremely distressing giant stuff and everything, and I couldn't take it. And also, they changed the intro music. The second intro music, no, as good as the first one, in my opinion. Sorry, little side random. Fun fact: the film kept Tonks' hair purple instead of pink because pink is so strong associated with umbrage. Oh, but that's so true. And it turns red, doesn't it, when she's angry, as I remember. Tonks also seems to have much more laid-back personality in the book. Yeah, she really is. She is basically there to be the opposite of Moody in that situation, really, isn't she? She really is. Now we're introducing the infamous Caps Lock Harry. There we go, Caps Lock Harry. So this is a proper term, where he shouts for multiple sentences at a time. I know some might find the teenage angst annoying, but I tend to enjoy the characters a bit of a temper. Poor Hermione and Rondo. Yeah, that's my main takeaway from it as well. At least we start to see Ginny's personality shine. Absolutely. Yeah, the thing is, guys, is that it was uncomfortable and everything, but the fact is, this is what someone in this situation would do. And so I definitely didn't find it annoying. I just felt sorry for Ron and Hermione. That really was. It's a shame that they were the ones who were able to be that release valve for Harry. I think it's probably the best way of putting it. Just like in Goblets, the Daily Prophet smearing Harry really shows how media and propaganda can be used against people, and how easily lies can be believed. Absolutely, and having Percy an example of that is actually very clever. It really is, and it's actually really heartbreaking. Grimmauld Place is one of my favourite locations in the series, but I'll say more about that later. Any thoughts on Sirius's mother? She's absolutely terrifying. Like I said, I need to look up some fan art of her. I really do. But yeah, that's so interesting. That's one of your favourite locations. It's certainly interesting. It's certainly creepy. The darkest of wizards would live there, that's how Harry says. But yeah, I look forward to learning more. Me here. Thanks so much for your comment, Madigum, and your explanation of your icon and username. Me here. I like that the book briefly mentions that Moody Harry. That confused me. That Moody Harry came to know was. Oh, okay. Right, third time lucky. Right. Mention that the Moody Harry came to know was entirely different person. Okay, that literally took me 3 times to work out what that sentence means. Your grammar was perfect, though. That was pretty my brain just reading it completely wrong. It has always bothered me. Yeah, and also, yeah, I really like that. I fully expected him to be exactly like Goblet Moody. I really did. It has always bothered me that they don't care about statute of secrecy in the movies. They fly so low, it almost looks like they want to be seen. While in the book, they fly high to prevent Muggles from noticing them. Yeah, you know what, me here? I've just realised a good comparison would be the Night Bus, where they went all out with, and that's a great sequence in the movie. I love it, but they went all out with Muggles really should be seeing this at this point. I guess because the start of the movie is so low energy, and what follows is a lot of talking at a grim old place. They needed a little bit of excitement in there, you know, and going on what the book said, that it wouldn't really be there. And also, it's just a good advert for London, really, isn't it? Showing all the landmarks and everything. But you're right, though. They are purposely going to the most busy places. It seems it really does. In Chamber of Secrets, Harry got a warning for underage magic. Pardon me. Sorry, me here. Underage magic usage, even though Dobby was the one who used the magic. This time Tonks is doing magic in Harry's room, but there doesn't seem to be a problem, even though the Ministry would be happy to discredit Harry in any way. That's such a great point. The order is a secret, is also there secretly, so I doubt they told the Ministry they were picking Harry. The way this tracking works is confusing. It is confusing me here. I completely agree. The problem is with sci-fi and fantasy is that you can always say, well, magic did it. And so it takes a lot of brain work and a lot of headcanon, but maybe the Order knows a spell where they can make it happen, where it basically fuzzes the radar, and so in a close vicinity, anyone can do magic, and it won't be being picked up. Now, and they cast that just before Tonks smashed the plate. Now, granted, that's me doing a lot of leg work for it, but like I say, with sci-fi and fantasy, there's always a loophole, unfortunately. Grafnob, but it's a great point, a fantastic point. Me here, sorry, not Grafnob, sorry. Me here, thank you so much for your comment, greatly made. Alicia, chapter 3. I like that we get some mentions about the fact that the Moody, it was, we knew from Goblet of Fire wasn't the real one, and that the experience had some side effects on the actual Moody. Oh, absolutely, the eye and everything's horrible. Getting stuck and everything, oh god. From what we can see about his personality in this chapter, Junior was doing a pretty good job of an impression of him. I think he was, yeah. I'm not saying he was terrible, but there's definitely aspects of the last Moody would have done that. You know, just the way that he words things and everything, you know. But yeah, he did do a good job. I think it was a good idea to have Lupin in the group that came to get Harry. Otherwise, it would have been only people he doesn't know, and Moody, who he doesn't to completely trust at first. And he's never spoken to Moody as well. So yeah, I'm so glad you agree with that. With what I said in that earlier, because me being a Lupin fan, that one really hurt. It really did. Chapter 4. Did Harry shouting in all caps come through in the audiobook? The movie version doesn't really do it justice. Oh, absolutely. It simply just doesn't do it, does it? He barely raises his voice before Fred and George show up. We get to see a new nastier side of Harry's personality as he notices that he isn't really upset about Hedwig injuring his friends at his request. Being mean to Dudley was one thing, but Ron, that is a great comparison, bringing Dudley into the discussion. Yeah, absolutely. You say nastier side, and it is a nastier side, but it's an understandable nastier side, if you know what I mean. You know, it's I appreciate that you use that term because it is a nastier side. There's no way two ways about it. But the Dudley comparison with Ron and Hermione, absolutely so true. And Dudley wasn't provoking him. He just wasn't. He did then after a while, but only after Harry was provoking him. And so, yeah, I'm really appreciating this side of Harry. I'd imagine that, you know, maybe a lot of kids reading it felt like, well, he's changed now. I don't want to read these books anymore. Maybe. But it completely fits with the journey that he's been on. And so I really appreciate it. we talked about Katniss in the Hunger Games movies, guys, and I get this feeling with her as well. Like the evolution of her character has been so good and so realistic, you know. Well, the cat is finally out of the bag. You were warned, but did you expect Percy's situation to be like this, to escalate so quickly? No, absolutely not. I thought that he would basically be just slowly not be at the Burrow anymore, and not say that he has no time for the family and everything like that, and then it would be revealed that he is working so high up with Fudge. I would never have guessed this sort of sudden moment, and that's what broke my heart about these chapters. So yeah, great question, and you know, I certainly didn't see it coming like this. I can understand his frustration, but the things he said to Mr. Weasley were completely out of line. Do you think we'll ever get closure, or is that it for Percy's relationship with his family? Well, I'll say this, because of the movies. No, not because of the movies. In the movies, I know that he is there at the end of Deathly Hallows, but if that happens in the books, I have absolutely no idea. So maybe there is a time where he opens his eyes, or something. But it's going to be a long time, and every scene with him in from here out is going to be heartbreaking, I feel, for me at least. Mrs. Black's screaming portrait is a nice detail. It's a bit weird that it kind of is in the movie, but without ever paying off. Oh, is it in the movie? Oh my goodness, I missed that. Who did you think Creature was talking to when Harry passed him walking up the stairs in the movie? Oh, I thought he was just talking to himself. I thought he'd lost it. Good thing is, again, I can't hear what he's saying because the movie is so quiet. But I have no idea though. That's very interesting that you say that, Elias. Either way, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly made as always. CJ, hey Veggie. I really hope we get to hear a lot of your opinions on Percy's situation. Well, you got it. as all of it was cut from the movie, and you are the only Percy stan I know. Well, it's nice that it appears that there are a couple of us, you know, in these book reviews, you know, in this book review, I should say, that have like a soft spot for him. But yeah, I am absolutely a Percy stan, I must admit. That's a great term. Do you know him? No, do you view him any differently? You know what, CJ? In the weirdest way, no. And that actually makes me feel bad about that. Because it kind of scans, doesn't it? Out of all the Weasleys, I would expect him to be the one to trust the paper over what his family are saying. We know how important his career is to him, and how he thinks it's of interest to everyone else. And so, in the weirdest way, CJ. No, you say, do I view him any different? Well, yes, I do, because he shouldn't have done what he did. But no, yeah. What I thought you were asking is, were you surprised by it? Now I think about it, it kind of isn't surprising, but it does make me view him in a different way, unfortunately, and it's a horrible feeling. It really is. What he said to his parents was pretty harsh. It really was. But then again, you could argue that what Arthur said to him may have been said in a harsh way as well. But we don't know, because we never actually heard the way that it was worded to him. So, you know, that's me taking Percy's side. But you know, that's how it is. Hope you have a lovely day. Thank you so much, CJ. I hope you do as well. Florent, hi Veggie. Really long chapters here. Of course, the Dursleys would believe they won a prize for their garden. What do you think about the real Moody? What are the first impressions of the wizards? Don't know much about anything. Oh, hang on. I should do it step by step. So yeah, it's absolutely right that the Dursleys would feel that they'd win something like that, and that Vernon would see it as like this huge triumph. Moody's fascinating. I really like the fact that there are subtleties subtle difference between him and the previous one. I didn't expect that at all. Dingle, Kingsley, Tonks. Amazing meeting them all. Didn't really get much of Kingsley at all in the book. Whereas in the movie, it's him that explains that Harry is going to be having a hearing. Dingle isn't even in the movies in the movie as far as I can tell. But really nice to see him back though, and it's amazing if he was indeed the one that bowed to Harry. It's crazy. And Tonks, thoroughly enjoying her. My favourite characters Fred and George, who, while I'm recording this, is actually their birthday, I should say, so happy birthday, Fred and George. Calming Harry down with ease, a task his best friends are struggling with. Well, but I would say that his best friends are doing something else, though, which is even more important, which is allowing Harry to release that tension, you know? You got to imagine, after all, he probably did feel a bit better. He felt embarrassed about it, but you feel like he probably did feel a little bit better for it. But Fred and George, yeah, they are so good at using humour to absolutely neutralise Harry's stress. What do you think about the information we get on Percy? Well, I give him a thought, so I won't go over again if that's okay, Florin. But yeah, it's heartbreaking. And I hope that I didn't sound too one-sided, but I most definitely did. You know what I'm like, guys. I really like Percy. Thank you so much, Florin, for your wonderful comment. Well, hi, Veggie. I don't have much to say, so I'll dwell on a few details. Wonderful. We learn through Tonks the household spells, like I imagine Mrs. Weasley's cooking spells. Yes, she's definitely very different from Tonks, isn't she? Not so easy to perform. You have to be good at them or need practice, and yet she's an aura. Well, I think that says more about Tonks than the spells. I feel like, because obviously she's clumsy as well. She like smashes the plate, trips over the umbrella stand and everything. And she says to Harry that she's dead clumsy. Dead clumsy. And so I think that says more about her. The fact that her mother was really good at it is because she was that sort of person, whereas Tonks, yeah, she's, oh god, I don't even want to say it, guys. Oh no, oh god, I'm going to say it. She's not the mothering type. Oh no, I hate the fact I said that. Delete this video forever. She isn't at this stage. She is not. She is not that sort of person, you know. And I feel like if you're going to be going into the aura profession, you're not going to tend to be that sort of person, maybe. But then again, Lily was an aura, right? I always get confused about what Lily and James actually did. I always do. I don't know why. I always forget. But yeah, either way, so that contradicts that. But yeah, Tonk, I just get the feeling, is just her personality is such that she just isn't very good at that sort of spell. Which, quite frankly, because she says that, you know, some wizards of folk are messy, some are really clean. You know, if it was all as easy for each other, then everyone would be clean, wouldn't they? You'd think, maybe not Mundungus. Great point, though. Great point. You can be punished for casting a spell, and the Ministry will know, but what about the broom? It requires a magic action to be used. That's a great point. Harry's never used the invisibility cloak in Privet Drive, has he? I don't think. I guess, Mel, my headcanon for brooms, and I don't know where this is coming from, but a magic broom is always a magic broom. And so in the weirdest way, it's always turned on, if that makes any sense. And so they can see that there is a broom there, but they can't see if the broom is moving, or reversing, or doing loops or anything. The broom is just a broom. And so the fact that it's that the magic essence is moving might be a sound of alarm. But maybe that brooms just aren't there just to keep the whole system easier. It's a great point, though. But like I say, magic can always be... There's always a loophole, isn't there? You can be... Oh, yeah. The broom thing, that is an excellent point. Fun note, in the French version... Oh, I always like these sort of things. In the French version, there is a translation error, which... never been corrected despite the reprints. That's very unusual. by about Nymphodora's father, when she says very clean, aren't they these Muggles? My dad's Muggle-born, and he's a right old slob. Our translation reads, my dad is a Muggle. But this is correct. Oh, I see. I completely missed the error there, Mel. So it would have gone straight over my head, much like a broom. Yeah. So in the French version, her dad is a Muggle, not Muggle-born, which is a big difference. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. But it's corrected in later, or you could say it's contradicted in later chapters. Wow, fascinating, Mel. That's cool. I wouldn't have picked up on it if you hadn't told me that there was an error there, though. And so, no wonder it's still in there. Mel, great comment. Thank you so much. Always appreciated. Kate. Hi, Veggie. I missed the previous book club. That's okay. But you are now getting into my favourite book of the series. I love the politics of it. It's not as flashy and action-packed as Goblet of Fire, but it feels much more serious and realistic. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting, and that's what I'm looking forward to, quite frankly. I love the action stuff as well, guys, but I feel like we're going to be learning so much more about the Wizarding World in this one, and how it runs and everything, and that's what I'm most looking forward to. As to these chapters, I think Harry is being quite a realistic teenager here. He has some anger management issues. He thinks of himself as a responsible grown-up who deserves to know everything, but he is still being a bit childish. Well, that's the irony right there, isn't it? He's like, yeah, I've done all this sort of stuff, but whilst like screaming at his two best friends. That's such a great point. That is a great point. I also like a mention of the Deluminator. There we go. I'm pretty sure it's the first time Harry has seen the device. I'm so glad that you said that, Kate, because I swear that there has been 2 times where the light has come up. But maybe I'm just thinking of the movies. Maybe Dumbledore uses it again. But yeah, that's very interesting, Kate. That is very, very interesting. The Prophet is playing the propaganda game really well, slowly discrediting Harry and Dumbledore without being too headstrong. Exactly, it's all slow and steady, isn't it? I grew up in Russia, surrounded by propaganda, and this is a very realistic. This is very realistic. Makes my blood boil. Just one of the examples of why I love this book. It's is a strong social commentary. Absolutely, Kate, yeah. And Percy falling victim to it is the most heartbreaking thing for me, obviously. But yeah, the propaganda side of it is frustrating as heck. It is frustrating as heck. It always has been. Every single time we hear about Harry in the Daily Prophet and Hagrid and Hermione and everyone else. It's so freaking frustrating, but it's so real, and it's so interesting that you grew up surrounded by it. I mean, I'd say this to an extent. We all are. There's obviously different levels of that, obviously, but we all are, and that's why I really appreciated the latest Hunger Games movie that I watched, because it went into a deep dive about the morality of propaganda and everything. And so, but yeah, this here, it's really heartbreaking to see that it's clearly working wonders. Finally, why the hell is Hermione there? I know! I asked, I didn't even write it down in my notes, but I genuinely don't know why Hermione's there. I guess it's so Harry will have someone to talk to when he turns up, but she's been there for a while, though, and so it can't be for her own safety. I don't know. Maybe it'll get explained. Why does she Why doesn't she spend her short summer vacation with her parents? Again, she's missing out on that. She already avoids going home in winter. This always confuses me, especially with last year at the World Cup as well. Especially as there is no indication of her having bad relationships with her parents. No, absolutely, her parents seem lovely. The very few times that we've met her. I see there is a response there, but I'm not going to read it because I should really only read the main comments. But I don't know why Hermione's there. I'm glad she was, because I feel like if it was just Ron there, then Ron may not be able to take, Harry's, completely focused victual. Is that the right term? I'm not sure, but either way. Kate, great question, a great comment. Stephen. Hi, Veggie. There's not much in these chapters for me to discuss, so I'll keep it brief. What did you think when you heard about Percy's effectively disowning his family? I know, that's the worst part. That's the worst part. About these, he actually said to his parents that he's going to be doing that is horrific. I just feel like it was a response to what Arthur said. And sure, what Arthur said was right, but we know what Percy's like. And so from his viewpoint, what Arthur said must have been absolutely devastating. When I read these chapters for the first time, it made reading this book pretty difficult for me the first time. I do like this direction of his character, though. I find it very interesting. I wish it was in the movie too, but at least they didn't try to show it. Pardon me, guys. Sorry. But at least they tried to show it passively without having an entire side story. Yeah, exactly. The fact that you know what, when Percy's there with Fudge and everything, my brain was like, "What? That's Percy. What's he doing there?" But then my cogs went churning, and I thought, "Oh, that's why he's there. It kind of makes sense. It's Percy, Blooming love Percy, guys. I really do. I'd also love to know what Snape had to discuss at the meeting. Yeah, in the movie we hear him basically having a go at Black, don't we? But I guess it's just more information that he's been hearing from the Death Eaters, maybe. And he never eats there as well. It's very intriguing. Stephen, great comment. Thank you so much for making it, as always. Guguru Purusoru. I love it so much. Hi, Veggie and Woozle, who's not currently here. Well, she is. She's in the next room. Chapter 3. We finally meet Book Tonks and Kingsley with some others, and we get more of the real Mad-Eye Moody than we had in all the last books. And we get more of the Mad-Eye Moody than we had in all of last book. Oh, absolutely. Yes, of course. Yes. Lupin is back to the story too. Yeah, he should have been there. He should have been in that scene. Anyway, moving on. I would rather them not have Moody in that scene. But yeah, either way. But then again, I'm a big Lupin mark, aren't I? Chapter 4. Percy just heel turned like John Cena. Oh my goodness, a second John Cena reference there. Some people won't like this. Even Harry could immediately predict that Percy would react to what Arthur said to him very badly. I'm glad you're saying about what Arthur said. I really am. This means a sassy 15-year-old who had just freshly thrown a tantrum at his friends still had more tact than Arthur Weasley. Oh, that is a take. That's interesting. That is interesting. I like it. I know we're supposed to automatically side against Percy, but I'm in the minority that think that Percy wasn't 100% wrong here. Yeah, that is. I'm with you, and I'm glad that I'm not the only one. I genuinely actually did think I was going to be the only one, guys. So I should have had more faith. Seriously, it was kind of unfair for 19-year-old Percy to have an inquiry over not noticing Crouch being controlled by when Dumbledore just had a Death Eater teaching under his nose at the school for the entire year. Now, yeah, that is so true, but obviously that was covered up, wasn't it? But weirdly, the Crouch thing wasn't. I guess because Crouch actually died. Oh, jeez. Man, that's such a good point, though. He had been having a rough summer and had just had his father say something to him he would find very insulting and heartbreaking, I'd say. but then insulating that he would, by insinuating that he would spy on his family, was the final straw that meant he was not going to send some low blows back. He was not going to send some low blows back to Arthur, but he was going to scorch earth the whole family and turn Arthur into Juror 3. I love that Juror 3 reference. That's excellent. Jeez, I mean that is a lot of food for thought there. I'm really liking that you're seeing it at least from Percy's perspective. To take Percy's side is difficult, guys, but to see it from perspective, I feel like it's important. And again, we don't know exactly how Arthur worded what he said. It would have been nice to know, you know? Harry's not the only angry teen who lashes out at those close to him in this book. Well, quite. And I think that, I mean, not in this book, but Ron has had examples of that in the past. Pardon me. Pardon me, guys. That was a big one. Right. I'll just point out one small detail. A blank sketch of canvases in an Orient picture frame was all that revived the barrenness of the peeling walls, and as Harry passed, he thought he heard someone lurking out of sight snigger. Now this is when he's actually scolding Harry and Ron, isn't it? A blank sketch of canvases. A blank stretch, not sketch, Veggie. I got completely confused then. A blank stretch of canvases in an ornate picture frame was revealed a Baroness and walls. Maybe it's a picture that's sniggering then. Maybe that I like that finding little detail there. Gugurupurusuru, thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciate it. Thank you so much. Savage Kip with the beaker icon. That's a good impression of beaker. Ow! Sorry. Hi Veggie. Chapter 3. Basic wand safety is important. You don't want to lose your buttock, and the put outer comes back. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's the first time we discussed the wand safety in the book club so far. But yeah, I really like that detail. I'd like to know what else is. It's gonna be like don't have it behind your ear and stuff like that, isn't it? Dooba-dooba-doo. Book Tonks is such a fun character. I love learning why she can change her appearance. The movie shows her doing it to make Ginny laugh. Oh, Savage Kim, thank you, Savage Kim. So I've been saying this on entire time. What are the limitations of it? Can you turn, I don't know if she can actually turn into an animal, because that would be wild. But now I remember it. In the next scene that we're about to cover in these chapters, guys, Tonks turns her face into like a duck and a pig, right? So so that is included in this ability. I didn't make that connection at all because I rewatched the scene, but that's amazing. That's amazing. That's so good to know. That's so good to know. I thought it was just some random spell that she was doing, but no, it's because of who she is. Awesome. I wonder if that's going to be in the movie. But I like the description of the disillusionment charm. Something to help you keep hidden that isn't a cloak. Quite, yeah. And again, I mean, a disillusionment charm could be something something like that could have been done at the Dursleys, maybe. But which means it wouldn't be got picked up by the Ministry. But Again, magic can explain away a lot. Harry has joy and stress relief as he flies, but pardon me, pardon me. But then gives a very realistic description of how uncomfortable it would be to fly a long distance on a broom at night. Absolutely, yeah, and it is during the summer, but still, yeah, that would absolutely be very cold. And again, you would have hoped that one of the order that came to rescue him would have said, "Hey, remember, Harry, put some clothes on. We're about to fly." But yeah, no, apparently not. They were too in awe. It's Scar, I guess. Although Tonks is very good at kind of helping him along with stuff, isn't she? Chapter 4. Harry's feelings are so real here. I think the audiobook does a decent job translating the all caps it was written in the book, so it was all caps. Okay, so this is fascinating, guys. That it actually was in all caps. That's kind of wild, because that's kind of like not something that writers do generally, is it? To denote shouting, or maybe they do. I don't know. I don't read enough to know that, unfortunately, with my dyslexia. He finds out that Ron and Hermione actually don't know much at all, little more than him, but they've been involved and together, and that hurts him too. And also, it's the first chance he has to actually release his valve as well. I feel like that's a big part of it, and so that's why Ron and Hermione. I mean, I love them both, obviously, guys, but this scene genuinely did make me love them even more. It really did. The fact that they just sit there and take it, and Hermione's getting so upset, and Ron's looking more and more embarrassed and awkward and everything, but they just take it for the good of Harry. For the good of Harry. Harry winds up realizing he is merely angry at Dumbledore. Exactly. So true. And I bet he's not going to have that energy when he speaks to Dumbledore. Ginny shows her smart and personality, absolutely, and you know, it's kind of cool because you remember when like Hermione started to break the rules. It was kind of like, it's kind of cool that she's doing this and everything. To get this so early with Ginny is actually really cool. I really like that. Savage Game, great comment. Thank you so much for pointing out the thing about Tonks, because that completely went over my head. It was this comment. Yeah, that went completely over my head. The fact she's doing that in the movie. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Maria Louise. Okay, I'm terrible name. Marie, if I can go with that, I'm so sorry. It's Louise, isn't it? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm terrible at reading names. You know what I'm like. Hi, Veggie. We know that the Dursleys are cruel and have locked Harry up before, but leaving the house with him locked in his room. What if there is an emergency? That's a It's true. If there was a fire or something. Okay. Now, this is not me defending the Dursleys in the slightest way. They probably know that Harry can get through that lock if he wanted to. Because he has his wand with him. And so maybe it's more of a symbolic thing. But you're absolutely right, though, that he shouldn't be locked in his room. God. Or if the house is burgled as well, you know? I mean, when they come through the front door and see the plate smash and everything, they're going to think that someone's been... or they're probably first going to blame Harry, but then they're going to probably think that someone's been ransacking the house. But yeah, fire hazard, you bring up fire specifically, yeah, that is not good. That's really not. But at the same time, you get the impression that Vernon and Petunia probably know that wizards can unlock locks if they want to. Probably. Yeah, it's a fair point though. It's and it didn't dawn on me at all. But that is a very good point. I feel like here we really start to see how impatient and hot-headed Harry is, and how incapable he is of recognizing the long game. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I understand it though. I really do. He's always wanted to go and know everything immediately, which is understandable, but really indicative of him being a hurt teenager. Yeah, and I also do see parts of Black and probably James in that as well. The fact that, you know, he wants to be at the forefront of discussions and everything. Not from like an ego-wide point, but, you know, thing is, he is the center of attention right now, you know, so he wants to be at the forefront of that attention. To me, that is also evident in how he only looks at the front page of the Daily Prophet before. If he thought about it a little more, he might have realised that it is highly unlikely small developments regarding the Ministry's wizarding worlds. No, Voldemort would be on the front page. And not world's knowledge of Voldemort would be on the front page. Such headlines would only provoke Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Yeah, absolutely, and advertise them, quite frankly. Or they would be published if the Death Eaters had already infiltrated the Wizarding government. Also, the adults around him have dealt with Voldemort being on the loose before, and might have a little more insight on what are smart decisions. Well, absolutely, you're absolutely spot on there. That's so true. Even if they hurt Harry, or he thinks everybody is scheming about him behind his back. Yeah, Marie, I feel like they could. I feel like the letters that he did receive could have been much better written, and to, like said, look, we know that you're upset right now, and I think we'd be upset right now. But believe me, there is more to the situation, and that is why you're being kept out of the loop. But they didn't say that. They said, behave, don't leave the house, don't use magic, don't give up what you want, and that, you know, there's all these orders, you know. But, you know, they're very stressed out right now, as the order is. And so, yeah, great comment, Marie. Sorry if I say your name wrong. Even the most simple names, I struggle with sometimes. So I'm sorry about that. Oh my goodness. Nessie Bobs with a chunky one. Hi to all. Stephen Fry is usually good with accents. I wonder where this is going. But what the heck is up with what he gave Tonks? Google Stephen Fry Tonks accent and you'll see the debates on it. It's so inconsistent. Nobody can decide what it's supposed to be. Few suggestions have been Derbyshire, Yorkshire, Barnsley, Birmingham. I have to say Barnsley like that, guys. I have to. Birmingham! Oh, I don't pick up on Birmingham at all. Yeah, no, I don't see it as being Birmingham. That's a bit too south for me. Liverpool, Burnley, Lancashire, Leeds, Sheffield. If I was to go to it, if I was to guess, I would say Lancashire, Yorkshire, Derbyshire, just because I get very confused with those guys. It's not where I live, you know. If I lived up north, I'm sure I'd be able to tell the difference. Birmingham, I disagree with. I don't personally, unless there's going to be signs of it still to come, of course. But yeah, all the other ones, it's a wild. It's just a little bit distracting. But that's only my main takeaway from it. But I like the representation at least. And it sounds like he's representing a lot of people, apparently, by accident. Does anyone else find it odd that the Muggle-loving Weasleys live in the middle of nowhere, not even close to wizards, let alone Muggles? Yeah, Muggle-hating... okay. Yeah, so the... Muggle-hating... that... I don't think I did. I don't think I did bring it up in my notes, did I? But that absolutely did confuse me. The fact that Sirius's family lives around people they absolutely cannot stand. Yeah. So I'm waiting for a company to come and pick up my robotic lawnmower, guys, because it's broken. But I believe it's under warranty anyway. And I thought I heard them just now, so I went to go and check, and I actually did put my wand in my back pocket. Just saying, I'm just saying. Where were we, Nessie? Sorry about the interruption. Yeah, where the location where the blacks live is wild. It really is. But then again, it's ideal for the Order, but you'd think it's very strange for people that hate Muggles, quite frankly. Whereas with the Weasleys, this is very possible. It's a family house and it's just been passed down, and and these are the first bunch that really like Muggles, maybe, really into Muggles. I guess it'd be illegal for a wizard folk to just marry to court and go out with a Muggle, wouldn't it? Gold. As in, and not reveal that they're a wizard. So obviously with Queenie and Jacob, it's a bit different because Jacob already knows what's going on at that point. Whereas if a wizard fell in love with a Muggle, and had to keep that secret, and keep the Wizarding World secret, it must have happened, guys. It must have happened, considering how many people there are in the world. Yeah, blacks living in a high populated Muggle area. Oh, London is a very big city as well, where the place is sniding out with where the place is snided out sliding, maybe it's a slide out with them. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, I did think that actually about the blacks. This is the section of the okay, I got to put my hands up here, guys. When I was a little bit worried about saying the blacks then when reading out Nessie Bob's comment, because I really like Kirby Enthusiasm, and there is one time where there's a family who are called the Blacks. They also happen to all be black as well, and at one point someone reads a letter that was to him saying, basically, I don't even want to say it on YouTube, but basically saying it isn't a shame that we have to deal with. Yeah, so that's why I'm a little bit worried about saying the blacks in this context. But yeah, it's a great episode. It is a great episode. It is. I need to rewatch it. Anyway, right. This is the section of the book where we get the first inklings about Percy heading towards Gitzdom. Amazing. I feel sorry for you, as we know how much you like him. I appreciate it. It's heartbreaking. It really is heartbreaking. At least if you change your mind about liking him, you're not. You now got a photo to chuck darts at. Yes, absolutely, a side photo as well. Amazing. Or just angry growl at if you're not in a gratuitous, if not into gratuitous violence. Well, quite. Well, I mean, the thing is that I just feel sorry for him. I really do, and I feel sorry for the Weasleys as well. That's my main emotion. It really is. It's pity if that is an emotion. One of the funniest lines in wrestling, guys, is when Pat Patterson was going to be wrestling Gerald Briscoe, was that his name? Yes. And like an interviewer says to Pat beforehand, what kind of emotions are going through your mind having to wrestle your old friend and everything? And he says, no, it's not like that at all. The only emotion I've got is revenge. And the interviewer says, well, that's not an emotion. It's stupid. It's so stupid. Anyway, I first met Percy's actor Chris Rankin at the Velodrome in Derby, where they regularly hold conventions. He told me his fiance's name is Ness, like mine. They run a farm together. That's very Weasley, isn't it? I followed them on Facebook. He does look a bit farmy, doesn't he? I can definitely see him in all the gear. He told me. I follow him on Facebook. We met him again at a convention at the Embassy Ballroom in Skegness. He recognised me, which was lovely. That is awesome. That's where I got your photo signed. Of course. Yes. Thank you so much for that, Nettie. It's absolutely, it made me so happy, and the fact that it's actually personalised as well is wild. Whilst I was at the convention, there was another Harry Potter actor, Martin Ballantyne. He purchased something from Mundungus in Diagon Alley in Deathly Hallows Part 1. I got an autograph and my photo taken with him. That's awesome. That's really cool. I'd have to look up that actor. I don't know if I'd recognise him, but that's very, very cool. You got another one there. I got an autograph and my photo taken with him. That's so cool, Nessie. Slight goof on Rollins' part. When the twins apparate into the room, the tails of the extendable ears are already sneaking out under the door. Wouldn't they be under their own door, not Harry's door? Oh, that whole bit honestly confused me, so I didn't even make a note on it. The whole thing that they're holding strings and everything, yeah, that actually did baffle me, I must admit, so it sounds like there was an error. I love there might be a couple of people 50 miles away who didn't hear you. That's amazing. Which, again, in the movie would have made no sense. Copied from Facebook page from the London Film and Comic-Con. Chris Rankin is joining us at the London Film and Comic-Con. Chris is best known for playing Percy Weasley in the Harry Potter film franchise. The event takes place on the 5th to the 6th of July, and Chris joins us on Saturday on the Saturday of the event. Tickets available now. Colin Baker will be there too. I'm going for Richard Dreyfuss, plus a few Harry Potter actors and one from Arcane voice actor. Well, is it also a Harry Potter actor? Because of course Pumpkin Pasty plays one of the absolute pivotal characters in Arcane, in Caitlin, and she is excellent, guys. Obviously, when you're that age as an actor, it's very possible that you're going to choose a different career. When you grow up and not go into acting and everything. She has turned into an excellent voice actor, guys, and I'm only going on Caitlin because when I say she's become a fantastic voice actor, I don't mean she can do a lot of voices. What I'm saying is, with her voice, she can tell such a good. She's brilliant. Caitlin, particularly in the second series, but in the first series as well, evolves so much as a character, and the voice actor Pumpkin Pasty, as I know her, did a phenomenal job. So I wonder if it is Pumpkin Pasty that's going to be there. I've just looked up Richard Dreyfuss, and I definitely recognise him. I'm not exactly sure what I've seen him from, but yes, I absolutely know of him. And I will quickly look up this other person as well. The person who bought something off Mundungus. Was it Martin something, wasn't it? Or no, it wasn't. Martin Ballantyne. Actor. Nope, no recognize. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the link as well, Nessie. That's awesome. But I appreciate it. And now I realise that it was a longer comment because you wanted to say about the Percy signature and everything. So I appreciate that. I'm really glad you kept that in. So thank you, Nessie. Wolfrick's gone. Hi, Veggie. Yes, you can say you can for sure call me Wolfric. Excellent. Chapter 3. I find it funny that Elvirus Doge, is it? Is part of the Guard. If you remember from the movie 7, he has known Dumbledore for a long time, meaning he is also very old. Imagine him on a broom. Makes me chuckle. It's so true. You could also say that his age has also made his magical ability better. And so it's possible that he would be able to deal with the room a lot better or use magic to make it easier to deal with. And I mean, the fighters that we see tend to be young, don't they? in these movies. But you'd think that the older ones would. It's not purely down to. It's not down to muscle mass, you know. It's down to what's up here, isn't it? A hat. Where do you think Moody got his eye from? Oh, great question. Is there a specific somewhere who sells magical body parts? If you could choose a body part to be magic, what would it be? Oh my goodness, that's play with fire, a flint and fire question right there. I just presumed that it was some crazy artifact rather than actually being made, but it makes more sense it is made, and that there are body parts that could be replaced. Because he's also got a prosthetic leg as well, hasn't he? Or was that just in the movie? I get confused with Moody's design sometimes. Yeah, that's my headcanon from it, but it's a fantastic. I've never even thought about it before. It's a great question. I'd rather none, to be honest. I wouldn't want the eye. I wouldn't want the eye because that would drive me insane. That would drive me absolutely insane. So I honestly don't know. I could be crude, but I'm not going to. So I'm going to say none if that's the right rule, Frig. If that's okay, I'd rather keep all my bits. You know what I mean? Unless it could be something like an extra something, in which case, even an extra something is a tough one to answer, though. I honestly don't know. I'd have to give it some thought. Maybe I'll get back to that next time, Wolfric. But it's a fantastic question, though. Chapter 4. I love Fred and George's sarcasm. We heard you your dulcet tones. Yeah, they're very like that in this scene in particular, aren't they? I'd say time is money and all that sort of thing. It really diffuses the tension. Absolutely, was what they're best at. Tonks tells Ginny how to test if the kids can eavesdrop on Order's meetings is very cool of her. Yeah, and it's also incredibly bad of Tonks when you think about it. I mean, she is a part of the Order, and yet she's letting people listen in. But then again, she's probably thinking, oh, these kids must be pulling their hair out and everything, and they can't change its colour. I'm going to give them something to help with that, maybe. Maybe. I don't know, but it's very interesting that Tonks is the one doing that. Unless Ginny asked about it in some, like, oh, this is interesting, and everything like that, and like, you know, pretend that she wasn't interested in eavesdropping, and then Tonks accidentally gave the information. That's possible, knowing what Tonks is like. Chapter 4. I love Fred and George. I really enjoy all the politics in this book. Curious to see how you like it. I'm thoroughly enjoying it so far. Wolfric, great comment, greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. CD Mello. Good day to you, Veggie. Hope you're doing well. I just have a few quick things I'd like to touch on. Don't want to make my comment too long. Appreciate CD Mallow. Tonks being a metamorphomagus. All these terms I struggle with, guys. I really do. Is such a fascinating ability. This is the first mention of creature, and his rather unique goal of having his head cut off by mounted on a plaque. Oh, pardon me. Everyone has their ambitions, especially Percy. Imagine if that was Percy's, I suppose. Who we also get a glimpse of Sirius's mother. She seems like a lovely lady, genuinely creepy, genuinely terrifying description. Then, of course, my favourite part, Harry unloading all his frustration. It really humanises him and adds so much depth to his character. It's so interesting hearing everyone's different take on this. It really is. He's not perfect. He has struggles. He sometimes he says hurtful things in the heat of a moment. It makes him feel so sorry. Yeah, and the thing is, I don't think he's ever going to say, oh, by the way, the thing about the Philosopher's Stone, sorry about that, I was wrong. That's what I love about these three idiots, and that's why I made that point, is that the fact that's now done now, is that's the past, and now they can move on. I love them. I love them. it makes it feel like a real, makes them feel so real. By the way, guys, if you didn't watch the extra video last time, I accidentally missed out some comments at the start of the book club, so so sorry about that. There is an additional video where I covered those comments. I'm 99% sure that I did not do that this time, and if I did, I'm so sorry. I will endeavour to stop that, but I'm pretty certain that I scrolled right to the bottom this time. And the cherry on top, Percy. The Percy cherry. I won't say much before I know everyone else will cover it, but ever since you mentioned Percy was one of your favourite characters, I've been waiting to see your reaction to this. I'm not surprised. I did feel like this is a big moment in the book reviews when I got to it in the audiobook. Always great to hear your thoughts. Take care and keep well. Thank you, CD Miller. That's very kind of you. I hope you do the same as well. Much appreciated. Pumpkin Sparks. Hello, Veggie. We finally made it to Grimmauld Place. I love all the scenes here, and the description is so eerie. You have quite a treat ahead of you. Excellent. We've already had one comment saying it's one of their favourite locations. Two things I always wondered about. It will be interesting to hear your musings on them. Grimmauld Place is protected, and only once Harry was told the headquarters is there, he was able to see the house. Did no one else notice that the house is suddenly missing? How does this work space-wise? Like, when someone walks down the street, when you say someone, do you mean a muggle or a wizard, though? This is, okay, let's continue. When someone walks down the street, they still have to cross the house's distance. Do they get shunted from 11 to 3? That's a great question. Unless the house is always there, and I'll go into my reasonings in a second. Or do they basically walk on the spot for some time? Or do the protection work? The protection not work on Muggles, and they see 12 and can see 12. Actually, that's a great point. Maybe Muggles can see it. So my before reading out that, 'cause that's a brilliant point about Muggles potentially seeing 12. That's excellent. But my take on it is, when the order landed with Harry and they walked up to where the house is, for everyone apart from Harry, it was there. And so when Harry thought about the information, sure, it squeezed out of the other two houses, as it said, but it basically became visible to Harry. To everyone else, it was already there. If that makes any sense, I don't know. Obviously, logistic-wise, that's very confusing and everything, but I think that might be it. And when it comes to walking fast, I'm guessing it's the shunting. They just suddenly speed past it, or Muggles can see it fine, which is actually solves it better than my take on it. Fascinating, Pumpkin. Harry was smart enough to listen to the whole of Muggle news and read the complete Muggle newspaper in case they mentioned something noteworthy about Voldemort without knowing. Why would he not apply the same principle to the Daily Prophet? I would imagine he found it very depressing. But you're right, though. It's even though it is such a despicable rag, it's still got to be his biggest connection to the Wizarding world, apart from Hedwig, of course, who had a terrible couple of chapters. At this time, Harry didn't know yet that the Prophet denied Voldemort denies Voldemort's return. Oh, the Prophet, sure. So once he realised that Voldemort doesn't make any big moves yet, really read through the smaller columns. Maybe there are increased appearances or weird happenstances or eerie sightings or anything. Come on, Harry, use your noggin. Yeah, it's true. You're absolutely you're bang on. But I think it's because the age that Harry is, and also what he associates with the paper, he just wants to know what's happening, and other than that, he wants to disassociate himself with the paper that he's actually buying, which is kind of ironic. But you know, teenagers and all that, you know. Great point though. And yes, the badass Ginny. Book Ginny is one of my absolute favourites. Movie Ginny is just there. Well, literally just there, yeah, unfortunately. And it's not the actor's fault, guys. It's not the actor's fault. Big animal rights campaigner now, I believe. As is Pumpkin Pasty, I feel. Or no, am I thinking of Luna? I think all three of them do a lot of what's the term? Oh, I can't really think of the time, but you know, a lot of that sort of work, which is excellent. Especially in this book, you are going to see some real differences between two. Oh, I can't wait for it. I really can't. Fantastic, Pumpkin Sparks. Thank you so much for your comments. Slim. We finally get the introduction of one of the best, but sadly underwritten characters in the series, Nymphadora Tonks. Interestingly, Stephen Fry gives her a Yorkshire accent. I think this was done to provide a bit of variety. Yeah, I think it was. I like that variety. I just feel like his voice of it is a little bit distracting. But yeah, it's great that they did it. Of course it is. Because like I say, guys, it's very South England middle class Harry Potter is quite often, you know. I find it anyway. And when I mean like the characters rather than its location, obviously, because obviously it's set largely in Scotland. The set design of 12 Grimmauld place in the film is highly accurate to the book, but its atmosphere is undercut by the lack of negativity. Oh, very interesting. Okay, yeah. I feel like it did an okay job. The description of the book is definitely creepier, but I feel like they did a good job with that set. Percy's absence is explained, and unfortunately, we only get his perspective through everyone else. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. I see what you mean there. I think the accusation that Percy got his promotion without earning it might have hurt Percy deeply. Oh, it absolutely would have done it. Yeah, that's yeah. Especially as he's always had to struggle to get his parents' attention. That might be true. I've never thought about that before, but that might be true. About the attention thing, that's very interesting. Will Percy have spied on his family for Fudge? You'd imagine the sort of information that Fudge wanted was going to be just like, you know, it seemed to Percy like just like, you know, chit chat and nothing important, whereas it would be very useful information to Fudge. Whereas I don't think Fudge said, okay, I want you to go to... Because, okay, let's put it like this. If he said, Percy, I want you to spy on your family, and Percy agreed with that, Percy moving out that night is not exactly ideal for his new role, is it? And so, yeah, I don't think he would have done because of that. Because, you know, he left as soon as he got accused of doing so. Whereas if it is his job, he would have stuck around. And not kicked up a fuss over what Arthur said. Which household spell would you want to know? Probably just the cleaning one, which Tonks tries to use on the cage, I guess. I guess so. I don't know if I'd be very good at them though. I don't know if I'd be very good at them though. Do you think Voldy knows the particulars of Harry's trial, date, time, etc.? Oh, that's a great question. I would think most definitely, considering what the ministry's like at the moment. Very good question. I would imagine so. Wow. But he would also know that there's going to be a bunch of people there to make sure that Harry's going to be safe. So we shall see how it plays out. That's an intriguing question. Thank you so much for your comment. Slytherin Apollo, first time comments. Sorry in advance for it being so long. You know what, Slytherin Apollo, it's fine. I understand when it's like your first book club, you really want to get it all down and everything. So I definitely want to. I don't really want to deter that. So you're fine with it. I love your name, by the way. So I'll just call you Apollo if that's okay. Most is just evidence backing up the point from the first paragraph, so can be skimmed over really. Have a quick drink. There's a theory that the Weasleys actually have seen have some sire blood, as a lot of their predictions, even the jokes, actually come true. Especially Ron. Well, yeah, especially Ron, definitely. I'm wondering what other examples. I'd imagine Fred and George have probably said something. That's very interesting. The first example from oh, here we go. First example of Philosopher's Stone being Ron comments before before sorting that Fred, or could it have been George, told him they'd have to wrestle a troll. Oh my goodness! That happens later in the book. Okay, we probably discussed that at the time in the book reviews, but that is a great point though. Second example is when Ron jokes that Riddle might have got an award for the school by killing Myrtle, which he did. He did do. In the same book, he said that Lockhart only claimed to have done all the things in his book before the plot reveal that he is a fraud. Yeah, Ron is actually smarter than Hermione when it comes to this sort of thing, isn't he? That's quite amazing. I'm out of water. No, I'm not. I've got loads. I hope this blooming delivery turns up, guys. I hate waiting for deliveries, and they're picking up from me. It's not like I'm waiting for something. Anyway, I haven't heard the doorbell go yet, and usually Woozle gets upset when people come to the door, which is, when I'm recording, kind of useful. Well, I do try to make her not do that. Some examples from Azkaban being the first divination class when Ron mentions Harry getting unexpected gold, winning the Triwizard Tournament. Absolutely. The last example I can remember off the top of my head, though there are probably more I don't remember, is sorry, I'm getting a little bit sidetracked because I'm trying to pour this at the same time. Sorry. Last example I can remember off the top of my head is when Harry and Ron are doing divination homework early in Goblet, and Ron predicts Harry will be in danger of burns, dragon attack, drowning, second task. Losing a treasured possession, also the second task, and being stabbed in the back by someone who thought that you thought was a fraud, Moody. Also, a few example from later books, which I won't go into here. Oh, excellent! Thank you so much. Also, I can't wait for your thoughts on the plot lines from these last 3 books that didn't make the films, especially Half-Blood Prince, and Deathly Hallows. Won't say any more because I don't want to spoil it. I really appreciate that, Apollo. I cannot wait. Goblet was such a surprise to me, so I think that the final 3 books are going to be just the same, if not more. Also, so sorry it's not related to the specific chapters, but honestly, there's nowhere specifically to mention it, as I wanted to point it out. And also, I'm sorry the comment is really long. I'll try not to ramble as so much if I comment in the future. Apollo, you're more than welcome to comment again. Thank you so much. And like I say, when it's your first comment, I fully get it. And again, going over things that aren't in these chapters, again, it's your first comment. You absolutely get a pass on that, so don't worry about that. Thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Nessie. We have had Nessie already, right? Okay, Nessie, what's going on here with the two comments? Let's find out. Something I forgot to mention about the first chapter in the film version from Dudley's viewpoint, we can see the Dementor holding Harry halfway up the wall by his neck. If Muggles can't see them, it would have been more dramatic if he saw Harry half up the wall and with no visible signs of support. Yeah, that would have actually been really cool. But I don't think we ever get confirmed that Dudley did or didn't see the Dementor. Yeah, I presume he didn't actually, even though in the movie there's no reason to believe that. Nessie, thank you so much for the addition. Spartany. Oh, the bird, Veggie! This is my 4th comment since joining Patreon, and I realised I've yet to say hi to Woozle. Shame on me. It's okay. I would go and get her, but she's sunbathing right now, guys. It's very nice weather at the moment, so I'll leave her be there for now, unless she wants to come in. To Woozle, of course. Thank you very much appreciated. My big takeaway from these chapters is the horrible blunder made by the movie. In the movie scene of the flight, no disillusionment charm, and the flying across the ground. The scene made it seem like they didn't care about the Muggles seeing it. It's one of these. We talked about it in the last book, guys. It really felt like it was there to be put in the trailer. I absolutely believe that there's shots of them flying around London in the trailer for. I've never watched the trailers. Maybe that's something we could do in the future. That'd be interesting. That would be interesting, actually. I wouldn't mind doing that. Also, I have had it suggested to me that I should react to different cover arts for Harry Potter books, and I'd actually like to do that sooner than later, to be honest. I think that'd be fascinating. We'll do it book by book, maybe. Yeah. So maybe at some point I'll ask, maybe even on Patreon, if everyone can send me like the pictures or links to the pictures and everything, and then I can react to them in a video. I'd actually really love to do that. I don't know how much views it would get, but that would be a fun video for me to record, that's for sure. But you're right. They're really not trying it. But it's again, it's the movie aspect of it. You know, I understand why they did it, and there is there is magic to explain away the fact that they're not being seen. There always is. You know, there's always a loophole. Also, we got introduced to Sirius's mum. She seems lovely. I feel like that's the 4th person who's made that comment. It's amazing. Da Bears. I hope they're having a good off season. I have no idea how well the Bears did last season. Actually, they weren't playoff bound, were they? Anyway, I hope they're doing well. Spartany, give you a heart. By the way, guys, if you're new here, whenever I give hearts, it's just so I can keep track of people. So where I am, I should say. So if I accidentally ever don't heart a comment, that is not me throwing shade on it at all. Dara, hi Veggie, hi. Oh goodness, throwing my ring around now. Oh no, where is that? Sorry, Dara, I'll be moving this a moment. There it is. The one which you sent me as well. Thank you so much. Absolutely love it. Once again, very short. I love both Tonks and Creature. Hope you enjoyed this book. I really am, Dara. I hope you're doing as well as can be expected. And again, thank you so much for this. I love this so much. It's absolutely awesome. Catty. Hi, Veggie. I love Tonks and yeah, I should say about Creature. I'm really looking forward to meeting Creature, Dara. I really am. And I don't think... It's not like Percy, where I feel like genuinely emotional about the character and everything. I'm just fascinated to find out about Creature, almost from like a villain standpoint, you know? Even if... Because I don't think he is going to be a villain, but I'm actually really looking forward to meeting him. And so, yeah. And Tonks has just been fantastic so far. So, anyway, Dara, thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciated. Hi, Veggie, from Catty. I love Tonks, and I hope you do as well. Already, I think she's awesome. Her abilities are interesting, and while the movie show her changing, they never explain it was a rare natural ability. That's actually very true. That's true. They never actually say what the ability is, do they? And again, her hair color changing seems to be down to emotion. I don't know if that's ever going to come up. Maybe there's going to be a point where Tonks is going to be really annoyed in the future, and her hair will turn red. Yeah, we shall see. I didn't even think about that. In fact, hopefully they wash the cup after cleaning Moody's eyes. Oh God, because even the Dursleys don't deserve that level of ick. That is absolutely foul, Catty. That really is. Luckily, they do have a dishwasher. My goodness. I hope. Imagine if they left the eye there. They wouldn't have left the eye there, but that would have been absolutely terrifying. I like how the books show many times that not only are these spells you cannot do, but there are different levels you can perform them. Absolutely. I wonder if Tonks can do high quality household spells, because I can't do high quality household spells because she's not tidy herself. I think that's absolutely it. That's absolutely where my head went straight to it, Catty. I think that's definitely it. I'm not surprised by Harry's display of temper, but I am disappointed by it. Yeah, I can see that. My main concern is Hermione and Ron, who are just legends in this thing. And Sylvia sadly chose Sylvia sadly chose Gryffindor, so I guess we have all four in the house. Well, that's nice as well, Catty. Yeah, see, sadly, it's because maybe I was trying to recruit Hufflepuffs there, but that's excellent though. That's really cool. That's excellent that she chose Gryffindor. Anyway, Catty, thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciate it. Thank you so much for doing so. Jot! What's up, Veggie and Woozle? I hope the weather is warm for more comfortable walkies. Yeah, it really is. In fact, I'm trying to decide where I'm going to be going next, actually. I got another walk planned with my brother soon as well. But yes, we're definitely taking advantage of the weather. I hope you are as well. I'm sure certain topics have been focused on a lot in this book club. With luck, I'll draw attention to some more obscure details. Chapter 3. Harry says he doesn't recognise the voice from Petunia's howler. Curious. That is curious. I didn't realise that he didn't recognise it. That's very curious. The list of Order members... The list of Order members that come to transport Harry has a few callbacks to Book 1, as well as the name Phileas Doge that was briefly in the movies. Do you recall when and where? I'll be honest, someone's already mentioned it and I've already forgotten it. Someone did mention it. Because Dingle was the person who bowed to him, and in the Leaky Cauldron. Virus Doge, I've already forgotten. That is terrible. Someone told me that. There's a lot of commentary, guys, but yeah, someone has already told me that, so I feel terrible for forgetting that. Jeez, that is ridiculous. Diagon Alley, was it? Maybe. No, that was something else. I'm terrible. I've already forgotten Jolt. I'm so sorry. In regards to Tonk's hair, can you say violent shade of violent 5 times fast? I'm not even going to attempt that, quite frankly. Tonks comes up with, and I should do, violent shade of violet, violent shade of violet, violent shade of violet, violent shade of no, and I wasn't even going that fast either. Jeez. Tonks comes up with the All England best kept suburban lawn competition. She obviously understands Muggles better than most witches, but her dad was Muggle born, so maybe that's why. I think that's absolutely why, which is why I was saying earlier on, that's where you want your Muggle studies teachers to be, don't you? Even more than Muggle borns, because at least Tonks would be able to understand Tonks, I feel like, is being the child of a Muggle born feels like the sweet spot to me. Because then you're going to be able to interact with people that you understand as beings, and teach them about things that they don't. So I feel like that is actually the level. Although I'm not sure she'd be much of a professor, or maybe she would. She seems very good with Harry. She obviously understands Muggles. Chapter 4. In the last book club, you pondered whether Git had been used in the books up to this point. I'm sure you noticed that Fred called Snape a Git, and Ron confirmed this in the chapter. Confirmed it. Oh, affirmed it, I should say. I know everyone is going to be talking about Percy, so I'll just say this. It goes to show that no matter how much love there is in a household, misunderstandings and hurt feelings will cause rifts that last years. Oh, absolutely they will. That's so true. Unfortunately, Joel, that's so true. Since Spartany, there we go, has mentioned their support of the Bears, 2 comments below, I will simply say Skull. Is it Skull Vikings? Excellent. I mean, the Vikings were up there. The thing is, they're purple, so that's my favourite colour, and so they were one of the ones I was considering. But the Rams at the time had the best uniform, and they were at the actual bottom of the NFL. They're the worst team in the league when I got into NFL, so it felt right, you know. And they won a Super Bowl since, which unfortunately the Vikings haven't. Sorry. Sorry, Charles. sorry, Charles. Because I know they've had some close shaves as well, haven't they? So maybe next year. Anyway, Charles, thank you so much for your comment. It's a nice thing. Hi, Veggie and sweet Miss Woo. Sweet Miss Woos. Forgive my repeats here. Didn't read all the comments before posting. That's okay. I can't expect everyone to read comments before. Bye, Dursleys. Hello, Order of the Phoenix. That's what the chapter should have been called. So much information in these chapters, and J.K. was brilliant in making sure Harry knew nothing, so it all could be explained without being weird. I must be honest, I really don't blame Harry for blowing up in the way he did. He's 15 years old, just saw a classmate murdered, was sent to live with his family who treat him like garbage, and his questions aren't being answered by anyone. It's complete. I mean, the Cedric thing's the biggest thing. Obviously it is, but yeah, it's all just such a, what do you call it? Like I keep on saying valve, guys. It's like a pressure pot, like pressure system overloading. Of course he feels abandoned. Of course he's pissed off about it. I would be too. And Hermione completely echoes that. Shouting at someone who can actually hear you and respond finally makes sense. That's so true. That's so true. The fact that it's been these little incredibly short notes back and forth. Now they're there. They can't escape because they don't know how to operate. He's got them. He's got to give them an earful. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. A few little things I really love in these chapters. Harry's little back and forth with Lupin about the letter to the Dursleys. Absolutely priceless. Yeah, the sass in it, and the fact that Lupin kind of just continues and understands him. Also, Hedwig really seems to understand what Harry asks of her. She's such a good girl and so smart. She really is. I don't know if all owls are that smart. Well, pig isn't it? Isn't it? Do you? Well, I assume. And you think all owls are? Oh, do you think all owls are smart, or are there special wizard breeds? I think they probably do change between breed. No, the way that these books work and everything. But I think owls are generally known by Muggles, as in real life, as being smart animals. You know, look at Winnie the Pooh, for example. Can't wait to hear your thoughts about the return of Spew. I didn't think it was going to happen, and the mounted house elf heads and the Percy drama. Absolutely, that's what we should call this video. Yeah. It's been a roller coaster. I did not think that Spew would be back. I thought we were done with it. I'm so glad that it's still going. Isn't this thing? Thank you so much for your comments. Certainly evolved though, going on what Hermione and Ron were saying though. Maria, hi Veggie. I missed the past few book clubs, so I'm glad to be back. It's nice to see you back. 12 Grimmauld Place is one of my favourite locations in the books. You're not alone there. It's very interesting that people are saying this. I can't wait for more of it. I find different wizard houses and what they say about the family that live in them so interesting. I think the Black House is especially interesting. You really feel all the nasty history there. Absolutely, it does feel like a cruel place. But also, it must be enjoyed by people. This sort of aesthetic, right? Nocturnal Alley sort of people, they must be attracted to that sort of thing, surely. What do you think of the real Mad Eye Moody? How does he compare to the fake one from Goblet of Fire? I think Barty Crouch did a good job in impersonating him. Yeah, I think good is the right word. I wouldn't say great, and that's what's so brilliant about the writing here, is that he clearly is. It's little mannerisms, little things, and the pace that he's talking and everything. It's just different than how Barty was, and so yeah, I feel like Barty did a good job, but not an A star though. I agree that it's foolish to keep a wand in your back pocket. It seems very unsafe. It kind of does, actually, but I don't know. Well, actually, that's very interesting, because at the start of this book, Harry was able to use Lumos while his wand was away from him. So thinking about it, it is dangerous. Yeah, that's so true. Oh, yeah, I'm actually now completely with you, Maria. Great comment, Maria. Always appreciate it. Margarita. No comment on this chapter this time, Veggie. Are you sure? Oh, your comment's not going to be on them. I get it. I just want to say how much I appreciate your videos. On the madness that is the internet, your channel is an oasis of thoughtfulness, enthusiasm, and kindness. I hope you are putting out into the world the good that you're putting out into the world, and that it is appreciated. Thank you, Margarita Pizza. I don't know if I've talked about this before, guys. I'm not great at taking compliments, which is bad. It's actually quite rude to not take compliments well, from what I gather. It's hard for me to tell because I'm autistic, and so it's all that sort of thing seems very odd to me, but apparently it is quite rude to not take compliments well. So I really that is very, very kind of you. Oh, how can I word this? I always think that my work is subpar, and I really do appreciate comments like this. I feel like that attitude of me feeling that it's subpar has always pushed me to try and improve. When it comes to YouTubers, guys, there's so many YouTube channels that don't get the recognition that the YouTuber expected when they started, and very often they'll ask me, how to get the ball rolling and everything, and I try to give them honest answers and everything, like saying it's largely down to luck, a lot of it and everything, but it being able to evolve with your channel and seeing what's working, what isn't, and focusing on the stuff that is working and everything, being entertaining and everything, like engaging with audience and all that usual stuff. But one thing that a lot of people just don't want to hear is that I feel like the fact that I'm down on my stuff helped my channel get to where it is today. And if that makes any sense at all, I don't think it actually does. The problem is that then after I answered that question, I then kind of realised that what they really wanted is an explanation of how I fluked it. Because in their minds they're thinking, how did he do this? And anyway. Sometimes, not all of them, obviously, but yeah, so many. I mean, I used to know loads of YouTubers, not anymore, guys, but back when I was starting, there was this whole thing of people at a certain level trying to work together and everything and go up and everything. That's now dissipated completely, and there have been countless YouTubers who I think are, and Twitch streamers as well, who are so much more talented than me, who didn't do the adapting and everything that I did. And I feel like the adapting that I do is because I am down on my work. And so in a weird way, it's definitely a defense mechanism as well. Because if I get a comment saying this video sucks, very often I'll reply saying, oh, I'm glad someone's finally said it. I'll say, look, I agree. That's usually my response to those sort of comments, So those people can't hurt me, basically, because I'm already with them, And so it's definitely a defense mechanism as well. But that being said, comments like this absolutely do mean the world to me. I'll be honest, guys. Obviously, the last few years have been very tough. The last month has been very tough for me, just from a psychological standpoint. It really has. It's been freaking horrible. I'm not going to go into why, because it's nothing too serious. It's not too serious. It's just to do with how can I I probably yeah. I feel disrespected by someone very important to me in RL. I mean, I may as well say they're not going to. Yeah, they're not going to watch this video, so I may as well say it. Yeah, one of my brothers. It's a thing of. I'm bending over backwards to help them, and they are pretty much doing the opposite, which would be bending forwards. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, I wanted to explain. I want to say that briefly because it's not as bad as what I may have suggested just now with that long pause of wondering if I should say it or not. So basically, it's a matter of respect regarding one of my brothers. There. And if you are watching this, what the heck are you doing here? You don't even like Harry Potter. Anyway, he's never watched it. My other brother read the first few books and I watched all the movies. And really liked them. Weirdly enough, he teaches Hunger Games. The brother that likes Harry Potter and everything. He teaches Hunger Games in school, but he's only ever watched the second movie. He's never watched any others, and he barely remembers what happened in the second movie. And yet he teaches the first one. I guess just because he teaches doesn't mean you like it. Oh, I remember ages ago. I remember after getting loads of Hunger Games recommendations, I was round his place. And I saw the Hunger Games book. I was like, "Oh, is that good?" My subscribers have been asking for to do reactions to it, and that was ages ago, guys. And he said that he said it would be really good for that. So, yeah, obviously he does like it. It's kind of weird though. It's kind of weird that he hasn't finished the movies. He did say that he's going to check out the third movie because he wants to watch my reaction on it. Because I told him how good it is about propaganda and stuff. But yeah, that's my other brother. Alright. Again, they're not going to watch this, and if you are watching this, my other brother, I think you know what I'm talking about. Right, so let's move on. Right, so as a teenager, I listened repeatedly to the Harry Potter audio. You definitely know what I'm talking about. Okay, I say that with a smile on my face. It's definitely not as serious as I just made out, guys. The pause was just to decide if I should share or if I shouldn't. Which, quite frankly, on YouTube, it's always a bit of a, something which you should process before deciding, hence the pause. So I probably made it seem like a lot more dramatic than it wasn't. If I was to tell you what it was, guys, you'd think it's such a small thing, and it's the respect aspect of it which bothers me. Moving on. Right, Margarita, I am so sorry. You gave me such a lovely comment, and I went on a massive rant. Jeez, this is terrible. As a teenager, I listened repeatedly to Harry Potter. I can't believe I've only just got to this point in your comments. Margarita, I am so sorry. That was so long, but I thank you. I really genuinely do appreciate these comments. Because like I say, very often, and it's not a criticism, guys, the fact is these book reviews have been going for such a long time now, it's natural that when the video drops, you just get listening and then you type down what you think about it, rather than saying, oh, it's here and everything like that. We've done that a lot, this is a long series, and so by this point, the first few comments usually are, got that wrong, got that wrong, got that wrong, which is fine. I get it all wrong, guys, and you should continue to send me those messages, guys. You absolutely should. But yeah, anyway. So these sort of comments genuinely do mean a lot to me, Margarita. So thank you. As a teenager, I repeatedly read the Harry Potter audiobooks on cassette while doing needlework. Excellent, very nice. I wanted to get into knitting a little while ago, which isn't needlework. Then my mother and I would curl up in her bed, and I would read them aloud to her while she did needlework. That's adorable. We both had ADHD and like to keep our hands busy. I need to look into ADHD because I don't know much about it. Because quite frankly, when I was diagnosed as being autistic, or Asperger's, as the doctor actually said, which they then said, oh, actually, I shouldn't have said that. But I'm an Hagrid. I got diagnosed by Hagrid. When I was diagnosed as autistic, I actually didn't know anything about it, which is ridiculous. And so I'm not saying, oh, maybe I'm ADHD. I'm just saying I want to know more about it because I know that's also a spectrum condition, isn't it? And so I'd love to find out more about it, quite frankly. I did the voice for her and voices for it and everything. Oh, well done. That's very impressive. My McGonagall always cracked her up. Amazing. I'd love to hear that. Those are some of my fondest memories from my childhood. Now, 20 years later, I love to relax at the end of a long day and listen to audiobooks whilst working on my latest sewing project. It's still going. I'm so glad you kept that up. That's awesome. Most recently, you've kept my company through 72 hours of hand sewing and 18th century hand sewing an 18th century corset. My goodness, that's amazing. So thank you for taking part in a long family tradition. Margarita, you're gonna make me cry. That's such a lovely thing to say. It really is. I'm so sorry about the rant that I went on halfway through your comment, but you know, things were said. But yeah, thank you. That is absolutely adorable. What a lovely freaking story. That means so much to me. How many hours have we been doing in these book clubs, guys? I should really look that up. It must be more than 72, definitely. Yes, definitely. It has to be. It has to be. Yes. But that sounds like a heck of a project, Margarita. I'm so glad that you kept up the hobby as well. You know, very often hobbies disappear when you get a bit older. But that's amazing that you're still doing it. So that's beautiful. Thank you so much for the comments. So sorry about the rant. It's nothing to do with you. It's to do with my mindset, quite frankly. Annette. Again, I'm so sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Chapter 3, not a lot of major differences, just a whole lot of small things like more people coming to pick up Harry, Mad Eye cleaning his eye, the charm to make Harry a chameleon, yeah, which I feel like is in the movies later on, but I could be wrong, and their trip to Grimmauld Place, which is entered much differently. Yeah, it's just Moody doing his stick, isn't it? I would also add Lupin. Lupin should have been in that scene in the movie, guys. Chapter 4. Now you know part of why Percy is our least liked Weasley. How did you enjoy meeting Mrs. Black? Genuinely scary. Lol. I like the lol at the end there. Who is my least liked Weasley? I feel like Bill said something which I kind of didn't like. But no, that can't be right. It's not Arthur or Molly. I know that I give them an earful a lot, but it's definitely not them. I love them both. Least liked Weasley. Oh, I can't say Fred and George. The only reason why I know that Max is furious right now, so I apologise, Max. The only reason why I would even entertain that thought is because they are rude to who is possibly my favourite Weasley. You know what? There is no answer I can give that is going to not cause an argument. So I'm going to say I love them all equally, apart from Percy, who is the best. Oh, what a great comment. Thank you very much. And yes, Mrs. Black. My goodness, Mr. Black. Hear that reference? Have we brought that up before? Or was that in Buffy? Mr. Black. I'm sure. I feel like it was Buffy that I brought that up in. No, it wasn't. No, it was definitely Harry Potter because of Sirius Black. Mr. Black. Reference. Right. Anyway, thank you so much, Anya. Thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciated. Bex. Hi, Veggie. First time commenter from I presume from Ireland. There's an Irish flag there. I will not do an accent. Because CJ a little while ago said greetings from Australia, and I did the worst, most horrific Australian accent for the entire comment, so I'm not going to do that here. Either way, Bex, you're very welcome. Just wanted to say for the time and effort. I just wanted to say thanks for the time and effort you put into these reviews. I was telling a friend, and she was like, "Wow, 6 hours, 6-hour video for all the Harry Potter books is so long." That's amazing. I want to see their face when you told them. Well, let's go on. And I was like, no, that's just 2 chapters. Oh, I want to see their face. That's amazing. For I am an idiot, aren't I? I really am doing this project, but I love the fact that you're being a part of it, guys. It's insane. It's completely insane. For an old school Harry Potter fan like me, it's just perfection and is bringing the books back to life for me, something the later movies failed to do. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but that's very kind of you, though. Also, your videos got me through my pregnancy insomnia when I was pregnant last year, and now get me through the very early mornings raising my little baby boy Charlie. Oh my goodness, Max, congratulations. We have had a few book club babies, guys. Okay. I'm not saying this is the case, okay? I'm not saying this is the case. But we have had a few book club babies lately. Now, how can I put this? It's very interesting that we've had a few book club babies recently. So maybe something in these videos 9 months ago, maybe it's bringing up Ron's massive fate. This is, you know what? I'm gonna quit before I get ahead of myself. I'm gonna stop talking right now. But that's Bex. Congratulations, that's amazing. Charlie is a lovely name. Do we have a Charlie in the Wizarding World? Yes, we do. Veggie, Charlie Weasley. Jeez, you're just thinking about the Weasleys. That's adorable, though. Last thing to say, hi to Woozle. I find myself randomly saying, "Oh, Woozle" around the house lately. It makes Charlie laugh. That's amazing. Oh my god, that makes me very happy. Anyway, just a thank you. Bex, thank you so much. That was your first comment as well. You're very welcome. It has a lot of likes as well. That's amazing news. Congratulations on the newborn and commiserations on the early morning races. But, you know, I'm sure they will they will dissipate. That's amazing, though. Is that Charlie the Icon? Charlie! I can see Charlie the Icon. That's amazing. I'm guessing that is Charlie. Anyway, thank you so much for your comment. That has made me very, very happy. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Simon. Sigh no more, lady, sigh no more. Man deceivers only a can see. And what a shore. Ignore me. Red by Trelawney. So the very, very, very first thing in... I don't know if I've ever mentioned it before, guys, but the 90s version of Much Ado About Nothing. The very, very first thing is Professor Trelawney saying that line. And interestingly enough, Shakespeare wrote the lyrics to the song, or the poem. No, it is a song, isn't it? In Much Ado About Nothing. But there's no adjacent tune to it, and so all the different versions have different versions of it. That being said, the 90s version is epic. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Oh, the ending of Much Ado About Nothing doesn't make you have a massive smile on your face, I don't think you're alive, guys. The last scene, which is very impressively recorded, one take. Yeah, have any of you seen Adolescence? I watched that. Any Harry Potter actors in that? I don't think so. Yeah, Adolescence on Netflix, guys. It's not my usual sort of thing, because I usually find those sort of things... I mean, it was very depressing. Those sort of things usually affect my own mental health and everything, so I need to try and, you know... That's why I like arcade, you know, and wrestling. It's all bright colours. Whereas Adolescence, it was so well done. It really was. It's so good. And that's all one-shots as well. Starring Stephen... always forget his bloody... I can't remember his surname. But yeah, he's a fantastic actor, and he actually co-wrote this as well. It's certainly not for everyone. Definitely check out trigger warnings before going into it, guys. I'm not even joking this time. I never joke about trigger warnings. I don't understand people that joke about trigger warnings. It's so idiotic. Or people who say that they don't exist. Do you not know science? Anyway, do you not know science? Says this idiot. But definitely check out the trigger warnings. It's not worth risking it. If you have any trigger warnings, check them out before going in. But it is harrowing, but it's very good. It's 4 episodes, and I think that's it. I don't think they plan on doing any more. And it's very well acted. It's very well filmed, as you will see very quickly into it. Adolescence on Netflix. And of course it doesn't come up with it. Fantastic. It comes up with Cruel Intentions, which has Buffy in it, apparently. It doesn't matter what his name is, but he's a fantastic actor in anything. You've probably seen him in loads, guys, but it's really cool that people now are finally seeing how freaking good he really is as an actor, and he's brilliant in it. But the kid who's in it is fantastic as well. But yeah, check it out. But be in the right frame of mind, guys. If you get like, it won't take long. If you get like 10, 15 minutes into it and you're thinking this, I'm not sure I can cope with it, turn it off there, quite frankly. But it's very good. It's so well made. Again, it's completely not the sort of thing which I watch. Why am I talking about adolescence? Oh, because I was thinking about the one shot at the end of Much Ado About Nothing. You know what? Let's get back to talking about Harry Potter. Quick point on Dudley going by his description. If Dudley wasn't a bully, he would be the bully. Quick point on Dudley going by his description. If Dudley wasn't a bully, he would be bullied. Oh, I see. Lots of new characters for you to meet, and also about bullying. Absolutely. I mean, there's so many bullies who are basically bullies to just avoid to move attention away from themselves. You know, it's yeah, so true. Lots of new characters for you to meet, and we're only 4 chapters in, including 12. Grimmauld Place, which is a character in its own right too, as well as being a pretty grown introduction grown inducing play on words. Oh, I see. Absolutely, yeah. I yeah. You know what? That is actually. You know what? I'd actually noticed that, but that's so true. I should have really used the paraphrase quote. He's an angry Harry from Elf. For this one. Oh, I've never said Elf. It was in the Christmas poll, guys. I thought it was going to win, but it didn't. But I loved the movies that we did check out, though, guys. It was The Muppets, Christmas Carol, and Love Actually. Who I've discussed with a few people since, and they tend to not like it. But I feel like for what it is, it's like the way I see it is it's a fantasy romance, and so I really I thought the performances in it were excellent. Again, Trelawney was that was the best scene in it, with Snape, of course. Right, moving on. The explosive shouting is definitely more teenage mood swings than trauma. In this instance, timeline-wise, was going through the same thing myself too. So I remember that summer, and it was a hot one. Wow, yeah. I mean, that's what I really like about this scene, guys. Is that it is so blooming relatable. It really is. Sorry, I'm still trying to remember Stephen's blooming name. Who played Combo in This Is England? Okay. Stephen Graham, thank you. That's a terrifying performance, guys. My goodness. This Is England. Good movie, though. I only like the first one. I don't really rate the other ones, but This Is England. Again, check out the trigger warnings. That is a well-made movie. My goodness. Right. I'm sorry, Simon. I'm taking an ice age getting through your comment. Having to say George's comment on hearing... George's comment on hearing Harry's dulcet tones is in the film. It's so much more funny and on the nose in the book. Oh, absolutely, yeah. You could say it's fair comment with them in the movie. And the design of the extendable ear is much more appropriate compared to the film. they've supposed to be covertly listening devices and have a giant ear at the end makes a bit obvious. Yeah, I was struggling to unthink of that when I was going through the chapter. At the same time, it's a joke. I feel and also it's very Fred and George. The fact that it's an ear kind of does fit their aesthetic, you know, and so yeah, I'm okay with it. Glad Ginny's back, and really nice that Bill is helping Fleur out with her English. Also, it's good to hear how well Percy's doing at the ministry. Well, ain't it? I mean, yeah, that's a way of putting it. Yeah, I appreciate that, Simon. Thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Hey, Veggie and Woozle. Maddie, I should say. Sorry, Maddie. So, I have a theory. I think Mad-Eye was the wizard who lost a buttock. Oh, better wizards than you! Very possibly! The way he snaps at Tonk when she asked about it. That's excellent. Because we know he's a bit of a mess, doesn't he? So maybe he's down to one buttock, guys. Single buttock Moody, that's what they should call him. They shouldn't call him that. That's amazing, Maddie. You know what? I think that has legs. Ironically, I like that a lot. Excellent. Okay, so Lucy. Oh, I did like Maddie's comment, right? I did. Lucy, greetings and salutations. Oh, by the way, Weasel's here. And she's got my scarf, hence why I'm not wearing it anymore. Of all the magic abilities, I think I would most like to be a Metamorphomagus. Wow, out of all of them, that's very interesting. How fun would it be to try all the different looks every day? Would you like this power, and what would you do with it? Well, I would, because I've had a history of not liking my appearance a lot, so I definitely would, especially when I was younger. Yeah, absolutely. What would I do with it? Maybe give this a little bit more volume. I'm okay with this length, to be honest, guys. Although, yeah, I'm okay with this length. It doesn't tend to. It does grow a little bit long, but very, very slowly. And so I'm okay with this length. I'd like it to be a little bit more fuller. Sort my bloomin' bags under the eyes, which have always been there, guys. Even when I was a kid and everything. It may have been because I had jaundice as a child. I don't know if that's connected to it, but it could be. Well, eyebrows definitely thicker. In fact, I've actually looked into getting them made thicker, actually. They're very, very faint on the outside there. It's very, yeah. It's an interesting question. But yeah, yeah, now I think about it, it would be a very useful ability. But would it potentially drive you a bit mad? Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to think of like having that sort of ability, you know. Very interesting question. Although I'd so dearly love to turn into a cat like McGonagall. I bet you could do both if you really wanted to. Well, yeah, I guess a very talented wizard would be able to, wouldn't they? I wonder if being born a metamorph might... I like you putting it like that. That's much easier to read. Metamorph might make it easier to learn to become an Maggie. The thing is that we learn from Tonks that because she's a metamorph doesn't necessarily mean that she's a better wizard in general, because she can't do a lot of simple stuff. So I think it probably wouldn't. But you never know, guys. There could be some sort of crossover between the two spells. Okay, that's it for now. Thanks. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you so much for your comment. Oh, stay young. Watch your Veggie. I like it. I finally got caught up with a book club. Congratulations. Nice work. And with writing notes for once. Excellent. To write my first comment since I decided to catch up halfway through Goblet of Fire. Stay young, you're so welcome. I thought that was a new name. Lovely to see you here. I see it's a long one, but like I say, it's your first comment, so I completely understand that. It's completely fine. Book 4 and onwards are just so different from their retrospective movies, and despite reading the books pages literally to death over literally over a decade ago, I knew I was forgetting some details and was missing out on the full book club experience. Well, you're now a part of it. Stay young, and I'm delighted. Hope you're enjoying it. Do you think that Dumbledore, the Weasleys, and anyone would have given Harry away from the Dursleys, got Harry away from the Dursleys before the start of the semester if it hadn't been for the Dementor attack? You know what? Probably not. Oh god, that's horrendous thing, isn't it? Imagine the rank that Harry would have them. My goodness. No, I don't think they would. Imagine how new Order members, not the band, must have reacted to Sirius, especially the Aurors. That's so true. And just letting him into the house as well. Imagine Dark Wizards catching Tonks and Kingsley, taking the risk to join Dumbledore's secret cabal against both Voldemort and the Ministry, only to learn the headquarters was home to Britain's most deranged and at-large mass murderer. That's also an excellent, Sirius! I thought you said Severus. Again, this is why I call him, that's why I always say Snape and Black. Not that, but you can call him Sirius. I should notice that. When reading, I should be picking up on that. Yeah, no, that is actually absolutely so true. Imagine Dark Wizard capture Tonks, you said as well. Sorry, I read that wrong as well. My reading's gone. To be fair, we're 5.5 hours in. But yeah, I need to get focused again. That's such a good point about Black. It really is. Some house elves have parents and offspring. Does anyone want to think about how that works? Do they date, or is it just another task set for them by their masters? That is an excellent question. I don't know. I would imagine it's probably the latter, quite frankly. That's an amazing question, though, Stay Young. I've never even thought about that. Looking forward to hearing your reaction to both Lupin joining the Guard and everything Percy. Slight side note, but I think Percy's story shows why your idea of deep cuts is like with deep cuts like with Spew. For the HBO series might not work. Percy's role in the movie seems to leave you confused about what he was doing next to Fudge. It's true. I need to go rewatch my reaction to it. I really do, actually. While book readers like me felt like it was just surface level and missed so much of the juicy content. It's certainly, we've definitely got the juice and the beans in this chapter, don't we? Still, we will have to wait and see, and how I hope for the best. Yeah, right now I got faith in it. I feel it's a bit too early to pass judgment on it, But right now I have faith in it. Although I think I actually heard that Nick Frost was actually cast as Hagrid, which I do think is a mistake. But you know what? I hope he proves me wrong. I hope he does. Hope you take care of yourself. And Woozle has an amazing W word today. Thank you very much. That's what she's been waiting for. Stay Young, thank you so much for your comments. Sorry I misread the middle part. That's completely on me. But Stay Young, hope to see you again in the comments. You got an animated icon, Dustin, of John Travolta going, "What's the deal?" Hey Veggie, I've been watching the movie reactions and book clubs on YouTube since the beginning, and I just subscribed to the Patreon a few months ago to catch up to this book. You're very welcome, Dustin. Thank you so much for doing so. This book probably has my favourite Before Hogwarts section, and a lot getting cut from the movies. Now that is a tough competition. Because every single Before Hogwarts thing is so cool. I really like it, but this is your favourite. That's awesome. when the time comes to vote for what scene did you want most in the movie poll, my vote will go to literally everything that happened at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Oh, I cannot wait for more. The painting alone was the thing which I kind of really wanted to see. But yeah, that's a good tease for the rest of these chapters. I grew up reading these books around the same age as Harry would have been while I was reading, so I always emphasized with his hormonal thoughts and outbursts, trying to put on a brave face no matter who may be laughing at you just out of sight. I feel like, I don't know if most of us did, but I that is a very, very good way of summarizing it, Dustin. That's profound to what Harry is actually going through here. Dustin, thank you so much for your first comment. Loved reading it. Hope to see you next time as well. Anna, the move to Grimmauld Place. It bothers me how they did it in the movies. In the book, they flew above the clouds, hence avoiding Muggles' eyes as well. In the movie, however, they literally fly next to cars, etc. Yeah, through the centre of London is wild. It looks cool though. that's their excuse, isn't it? No explanation or mention whatsoever in the entire series about apparition. When the twins appeared out of nowhere, only thing Molly said was sorry, I need to focus. When the twins appeared out of nowhere, only thing Molly said was them using magic for everything, which I kind of like. I do like that line. It's so true that there is no. Yeah, even in that scene, they could have had, say, Harry saying, "Oh, here, I see you got your apparition license" or something like that. That would have been nice. That would have actually been very nice. Yeah, but we didn't get that though, because it's a serious thing, which we find out later on, guys, is a dangerous thing. But Anna, thank you so much for your comment. This is Anna, in which case I apologise. Hello from Minnesota. Maybe a Vikings fan as well, MP possibly. First-time poster. You're very welcome, MP. We got a bunch of first-time posters this time. Thank you so much. Imagine all the book club babies we're going to have in a few months, guys. Ignore me. Sorry, MP. Right, back to your comment. Hello from Minnesota. Sorry. First-time post here. Just have caught up with the book reviews. Just a couple of things I want things to think about. Chapter 3. Imagining the Dursleys' reaction to realising that they've been duped. Incredible. Really, best kept lawn competition during a drought. You and me think the same, MP. I'm so glad. I completely understand Harry wanting to get out of there as soon as possible. Well, quite. That's brilliant. I'm so glad that you and I agree on that. Chapter 4. I seem to remember in book 2, the twins gave Percy a hard time about apparating downstairs every morning. They so did. Every morning for breakfast after he got his license. And speaking of Percy, it seems his ambition is taking him in the direction he shouldn't be going. Now that I do agree with you, MP. That is such a good point about the twins mocking Percy about operating downstairs. And they literally operated downstairs twice in this chapter. Well done, MP. You're so right. As soon as you said that, it just popped into my mind. It's like, yes, absolutely. I remember that clearly now. Brilliant. Well, there we go, guys. More reasons why we need to at least see Percy's standpoint. You know? I feel really sad for him. I really do. And Arthur, of course I do. And Molly. Anyway, MP, thank you so much for your comment. Hope to see you next time as well. Gary, not Jerry. Hi, Veggie. Dog feet. Ginny flinging dung bombs at the door. I'm guessing she isn't actually setting them off. Yeah, I was a little bit confused by that, actually. Unless they I don't know. Maybe it's exploding into showing where it is or something. I'm not sure. Is she allowed to have them? She's probably got them from Fred and George, isn't she? Mrs. Weasley doesn't seem to be upset by their existence. That's fair. Just that they seem to have been left lying around. Maybe she has softened on Fred and George a bit now, and that sort of thing is okay. But obviously not the listening in. But yeah, maybe that's it. Harry is glad to hear Lupin's voice, but it just reminds me how weird it is that Lupin never kept in touch with Harry. Maybe he thought that would be inappropriate, maybe, I'm not sure. Every time Lupin sees Harry, he acts as though they are best friends. Lupin taught him how to face off Dementors. He was friends with James, kept Harry company when he couldn't go to Hogsmeade, etc. But he had literally never written to Harry ever. I'm going to say this, Gary. For one, Lupin isn't Harry's godson. That didn't make any sense. Godfather. And also, you get the impression with Lupin in particular, he has a lot of life that is not being covered on the pages. For one, Tonks. And so it's very possible that he is up to his neck in his own struggles or his own lives or relationships and everything. I would have loved him to be keeping in contact with Harry, obviously because I'm a massive Lupin mark, but maybe that's why, though. I'm not sure. But either way, great question, and great comment, Gary, as always. Always appreciate. Grace. Hi, Veggie. Chapter 3 notes. I adore Tonks in the books. I can't remember if it was mentioned that she's an aura in the movies. I'm pretty certain it isn't. Chapter 4 notes. Harry is such a relatable character. He is so angst and for good reason. So true. Oh, Percy, poor Percy. I'm so glad you say poor Percy. I really do, because I thought I didn't know where this book club was going to go, to be honest. One can only imagine the type of childhood Sirius must have had. In fact, what do you think it would have been like for him? Well, we knew he wanted out, and rightly so. It must be brutal for anyone in that sort of household, but especially for someone, and that's probably what made him this extremely loyal, dog-like person. You know, when he found people that he could connect with, much like Harry does with Ron and Hermione. So yeah, it must have been very tough for him. I hope you and Woozle have a fantastic day. You too, Grace. Thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciated. Noni. Hi, Veggie. After a month of catching up, I can finally comment. I watched the earlier book reviews as they came out by the way, Nori, thank you so much for your first comment. Sorry, I didn't even say that, but I appreciate that. Sorry, I was a little bit sidetracked for a second there. But yes, thank you so much for being here. After a month of catching up, I finally comment. There seems to be a few this month. You're all very welcome. I watched the series, the early book reviews as they came out on YouTube, but life got in the way and I stopped about halfway through book 3. I had a brainwave about a month ago and started listening to them instead of music whilst I was working. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, listening to this. I mean, the thing is, I listen to podcasts and stuff like that, so it makes sense. I don't see this as a podcast, but I guess you know, it really is, though, isn't it? It works exactly the same way. I had a brainwave about a month ago and started listening to them whilst instead of listening to music. They also kept me sane over the last couple of weeks while I was in bed recovering from surgery. I'm sorry to hear that. Only minor, thankfully, but immediately followed by a nasty cold. That's awful. Nori, well, I hope you're feeling better now. So thank you very much for the entertainment and distraction. That's what we're here for. Thank you so much, Nori. That's very kind of you to say. This book holds a special place for me because it was the first I read live as it got released. Oh, excellent! Yeah, it was like a midnight release or something. Because I know a lot of people went and got that. I discovered the series a few months earlier and binge read the first 4 books over a long weekend. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. I mean, I couldn't do that, but yeah, that's clearly a sign that you're a fan. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on Percy. Well, you've heard him. You've heard him. Nori, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being a part of the book club. Hope to see you next time as well. Hi, Veggie from H. It's interesting how Arthur, understandable paranoia of the whole situation, makes him say something that he really shouldn't have said to Percy. I'm glad you say that he shouldn't have said it. But the thing is, it's not even paranoia. It's kind of Fudge being absolutely blatant, isn't it? Although not to Percy. What Percy does in return is really bad, but in a way makes sense for him as a character. It's a sad situation. I bet you didn't expect to hear about Kingsley Shacklebot examining a microwave or hearing about someone Hester Jones laughing at a potato peeler. Yeah, absolutely. And also it said something about someone waving next to a microwave, which was hilarious. Yeah. Oh no, toaster, sorry, not microwave. Yeah, that was great. That was really cool. Especially Kingsley. You know, going on the movie, he didn't. Oh no, I guess that every wizard folk would be the same, wouldn't they? In a Muggle house. Yeah. Since it was mentioned in another chapter that Lupin never writes to Harry, I feel like it's in another comment, sorry, that Lupin never writes to Harry. I feel like that's a convenience-related issue, and maybe abandonment issues. But yes. They really should have kept in touch. I think that would have been great for both of them. I love Lupin. He might be my favourite character in the whole series. I get the... I think that it's also possible that Lupin is down on himself and he didn't want Harry to have the burden of being associated with him. I think that might also be it as well, you know, especially considering, you know, some people around the school know of the werewolf aspect of it now. Maybe. I don't know. It makes sense to me that they didn't keep in touch, but it would have been nice, though. It would have meant a lot to Harry, that's for certain. If Ron had been a metamorphomagus, like Tonks, he could have probably done something about his massive feet. There's the real life tragedy of it, isn't there? God, that's heartbreaking. H, thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciated. Thank you very much. Q. Hi, Woozle and Veggie. That's the right way around. First of all, Lupin's back. Yay. You've probably discussed Percy and his departure from the family already. So here's something tangential to that. That's an awesome word. I think we're well shot of him, said George, with the uncharacteristically ugly look on his face. We know the twins and Percy have gotten a lot of haven't gotten along based on their opposing personalities before, but uncharacteristically angry here is, I think, one of the biggest indications of how serious the rift is. It's true, especially for one Fred and George to be doing that. We've seen Fred and George angry before, but rarely, if ever, we see them kind of vitriol. This kind of vitriol. They value family and loyalty, and they do not take betrayal lightly. Speaking of family, we met Sirius's mother, kind of, yes. Yes. What a charmer. Everyone's saying this. Everyone's making that same comment. It's amazing. I love it. I absolutely love it. Book Sirius gets a much more in-depth exploration into his character backstory than movie Sirius does. I mean, Sirius is barely in the movies. It's kind of crazy. And I can't wait for you to discover more about him. Yeah, so many people say that he's their favourite character, and Ginny and Tonks and everyone. So it's so exciting to finally be able to get to learn about these guys. And Harry's angsty rage gets a little room to vent. Exactly. Yes, well put. I agree with Fred. It's not healthy to bottle it all up. Exactly. Absolutely. RQ, great comment. Always appreciated. Thank you so much. Dream myself away, dreaming. Yeah, just hi, Veggie and Woozle. I'm in the midst of freaking out about preparing for a real big exam I got next week. Oh my goodness! Oh, it still will be next week, won't it? So I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I hope everything's going well. I hope you. I'm sure you will fly through it. So yeah, the stress that you've got right now, is there to help you get through it. So don't worry, it's temporary. Enter talking, witty Ginny. She's my favourite. There we go. She's my favourite, and I'm going to elaborate more in the future. For now, I just have to mention that all the female characters are so much better in the books, more fleshed out, and have a real personality instead of just being there. Yeah, I mean, Hermione we've talked about many times. McGonagall isn't too bad in the movies, is she? But then again, she never really gets that fleshed out. But Ginny, yeah, it's I'm already seeing that Ginny got the short straw when it came to that sort of thing. Hope you're doing well. See you on the next one. Dreamy, thank you so much. I hope the exam went well, or is going to go well. I'm sure it will. And yeah, hope you have some downtime after the exam as well. But thank you so much for your comment. Much appreciated. Utipa Veggie from Ashley. I need to be drinking more water. Oh my goodness. Reading these first few chapters along with you this time, it really hits me how much trauma Harry has been going through. To go through what he did at the end of the last school year, and then be essentially abandoned by everyone who actually cares about him, and offered essentially no further help proceeding. Oh, I see. Yeah, help proceeding. Yes, absolutely. And he also knows that the cause of his trauma is out there, waiting for... That's the biggest part. Waiting for another opportunity to strike. That is actually... Yeah, that's something that even isn't brought up enough in Harry's psyche. It really isn't, because that is absolutely huge. Train of thought, I should say. Even I've been guilty of thinking of him as being a bit of a typical moody teenager in the books in the past, but I don't know how everyone could expect him to react better in these circumstances. No, I don't think that the vast majority of people in the book club have been right there with you. It's understandable. It's unfortunate, but it is understandable. And good on Ron and Hermione. That's my main take. I kind of love number 12 Grimmauld Place, so I'm excited to get to spend a little time there with the Order. Yeah, this is something that people have been saying in the book club throughout, is that, you know, apparently it's one of the best places. Just in these chapters, we're already getting more details about the house and the Order members than we got in the movies, quite. Of course, I will be interested to see if you find out all the fascinating as fascinating as I do. I'm especially looking forward to more Tonks and Creature. No, me too. More Ginny as well, obviously, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to Creature. I really genuinely am. It's gonna be a wild ride, I'm sure. Ashley, thank you so much for your comment. How many more have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we're getting through it. Okay. So I apologise for the last few comments, guys, because I feel like my ability to read has absolutely gone out the window. I've also drunk so much water today as well, which is actually good, because over the last few days I've been doing a lot of walking but not drinking enough water, which is awful. I'm trying to drink a lot more water. I'm trying to eat a lot more healthier, guys. I'm not sure what I've got a salad in the fridge for lunch, but I'm not sure. The thing is, the problem is, when it's a big work day, which is the book clubs, very often I'll be working, and then it's 6 p.m. and I realise, oh, I haven't had a single thing to eat today. And that's by accident, like, you know, not our decision and everything. And so that's a very regular thing for me. And so I need to curb that. But on work, when on a big work day, I really just want to push through it, you know. But that is not a good attitude. Karen, wasn't one. Take that ring off. You're gonna get someone's eye out, like Moody said. Karen, hi Veggie. Hope I'm not too late. So difficult to make time for anything these days. I know the feeling, Karen, but you don't worry. You're 3 days in fact. I only read only read chapter 3, though I have read these chapters 3 times at least. Always, and 3's a great chapter. They're both great. I don't know if I actually said, guys, these chapters have been brilliant. I always I like how in the book Lupin is part of the rescue. He's already having more of a role compared to the movies. He also shout out to Tonks. Her and Luna easily become some of my favourite characters. I forgot about Luna. You know, I remember at the start of you know what it was? At the start of Goblet of Fire, we were meeting so many characters that weren't in the movie, and so it was surreal finding out all these names and everything. Whereas this time, it's all characters which I've been waiting for the longest time to meet, including Ginny, because I feel like I haven't met her yet. So yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we've got Luna still to go. Easily some of my favourite characters. The books really do an amazing job fleshing out the side characters, and everyone is more of a role, has more of a role in the books. Who are you most excited to get to know more? This is going to sound terrible, guys. It's Creature. I swear, I am really, really looking forward to meeting him. Which is bizarre when you think about it, guys. But I really am. I can't really justify it. Just the fact that I remember in the movies just thinking, I bet that guy's been through it. And wanting to know more. Because isn't there like a famous chapter called something like Creature's Story or something like that? Which I only know. There's a popular chapter which has Creature in the title, and it's something like Creature's Story or Creature's Past or something like that. I could be wrong, guys. I have no idea which book it is in. But either way, Karen, thank you so much for your comment. Jonas. Hey Veggie, I'm so happy that you're getting to meet my favourite character, Tonks. She just makes me feel like I can safely be relaxed and be myself around her, and I kind of get the feeling Harry feels the same. Yeah, I completely agree. You think about how like Lupin's being like, you know, Lupin is continuing to talk to Harry as if he was his professor, I feel, right? Moody, but you know, everyone's treating him as this special thing. But Tonks is being casual to a fault, to the point where she's like saying, "Oh, but you wish you could get rid of that scar, eh?" and stuff like that, you know, which makes Harry, you know, anxious when she says. But she's being very, very, maybe overfamiliar is probably the wrong term, but very laid back and very human to Harry, which is actually really cool. I like it. I like it a lot. She is a breeze of fresh air and a comic relief after a lot of tense chapters, including the last one in Goblets. Hope you and Woozle are doing super well. It's so interesting that you used the word comic relief, because I don't know if that's maybe just in these chapters, but going into the movie, not going in, sorry, but after watching the movies, I would have never guessed that she was a funny character. Sure, she bumps into something at one point, but that's it. But she's great though, you know, she's talking about buttocks still on and stuff like that. Absolutely amazing. Jonas, thank you so much for the side pass. Thank you so much for your comments here. Always greatly appreciated, both. Liz. Hello, Veggie and Woozle. Hope I'm not too late to complete. I completely missed the previous one. Don't worry, Liz. You're well in. Big news for me. I now don't know if you remember when I said I work for an agency and I was waiting for an offer to be working for an agency, waiting for an offer to be permanent at my place of work. Well, I finally got to a start date, which is in April. Hopefully not April 1st. Sorry, ignore me. So kind of perfect at the beginning of the tax year. Absolutely, Liz. That's amazing. Congratulations. You must enjoy the workplace as well. Well, congratulations, and obviously they must appreciate you as well if you're going to get moved from agency to permanent. Excellent, good for you. I hope my copy of Order of the Phoenix. I have my copy of Order of the Phoenix in front of me, and wow, does it look well read? It's so interesting that people actually read them for the book club, because obviously I'm always on the audiobooks, aren't I? Maybe I need to read a particular chapter at some point. But yeah, I'd like to know what the ratio is between people who audiobook upon this listening for the book club, I mean, and those who actually read the physical thing. That's cool. Or tablets. I forgot the state at the end. I forgot the state it ended up in because I read it so much. That is a sign of love right there. This was the first book my mum bought me when it came out. Oh, that's similar to a previous comment about the first one when it came out. Yes, midnight release at Tesco. There we go. I still remember waiting in line, excited to get home and start reading. I've never gotten anything at midnight from Tesco. I got a couple of video games when I was at university. On release, midnight release. That's it though. I'm pretty sure nothing else. I did get Final Fantasy VII Remake from Tesco's, so I can blame them. Oh, the remake, guys. God, I absolutely adored and cherished 99% of it, and then it all just went completely out the window at the end. Completely ruined it. I have no interest in playing the second one, which is called Rebirth, because it's not a remake anymore. Hey guys, you know that thing which we said was going to be a remake? Well, it's not, and you've just spent 60 quid on it. Anyway. It was so good right up until the end. Anyway. I still remember waiting in line, excited for sorry, I completely sidetracked again. And start reading it. I think I made it to 3 AM before falling asleep. I woke up with it on my chest or in bed next to me. Thankfully, I hadn't lost my page. Oh, perfect, amazing. Wow. Yeah, you see, when it comes to midnight releases, I don't think I ever then immediately played them. But I guess a lot of people did just start reading them instantly straight away, which is crazy. Wow. Imagine if you read the last page and then just shout at the audience, at the queue, I should say. Right. That'd be awful. Never do that. Never do that. So for chapters 3 and 4, this is where we truly meet Sassy Harry, my favourite part of his personality. Yeah, this is Sassy Harry in his true form, isn't it? This is pure diluted, non-diluted Sassy Harry. He's also moody, not literally moody, snappy Harry in a lot of the book, which a lot of fans get annoyed about. But I think it's warranted. He's a 15-year-old boy whose hormones rage around his body and had bad PTSD, who also saw his parents murdered. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I feel like I'm missing parts of the comments now, guys. I get like this at near the end of a book review. I'm so sorry. I need to focus. But Cedric as well. God, I'm just destroying water. Saw his parents' murder come back to full strength. I think I'd be a little snappish or snapish too if I were him. Yeah, I think the vast majority of people understand it. I feel like there's been very few, maybe not even anyone who said they don't get it or Harry shouldn't be like that or anything. At the end of the day, it's completely understandable. So, and that's why he's such a well-written character, you know. Some real fun lines in these chapters, though. I know I would love Tonks the moment she said, "So would you, so would you if you're full of a mother called you Nymphadora." That's like one of her very first lines. That's amazing. I just love that line. Yeah, it is a brutal name. It really is a brutal name. Maybe not a few years ago in the Wizarding world, but yeah. Any time in the Muggle world, that is a brutal one. And then Harry's reply. That's so interesting. I've just thought about something, guys, with Nymphadora, Tonks. That she can change her appearance and everything, but she can't change her name. Is that on purpose? Because that's kind of... It's the first person that we know who hates their name, right, in a Harry Potter world. I wonder if that was a purposeful decision to have the person who can change their appearance not be able to change something about them. That's really cool. I like that. I'm going to write that down. No. But yeah, I like that a lot. That's got to be on purpose, I think. And then Harry's replies to Lupin explaining about leaving the letter, the Dursleys' letter explaining that they've taken Harry, etc. So fun. He's so fun. Harry's furious. He's just down, isn't he, at that point? It's a very interesting moment, that is. I like it, though. And Lupin just smiles. The real Moody is quite humorous as well, to be fair. Just one thing about the movie that with these chapters, why on earth did they think it was a good idea for grown wizards and witches to break the international code of secrecy? I think that's what it's called. If someone wants to correct me, I'm welcome to it. I think it might be statute, but I don't really know what that means. What that word means. No, I think you might be right, actually. Glad he's back with Sirius, and hey, we get to meet his mother, charming woman, isn't she? It's amazing. I look forward to your thoughts. Take care. Thank you so much. That was an awesome comment, Liz. Thank you so much. It's greatly appreciated. And yeah, great points. Let's move on, guys. Like I say, we're nearly there. We're nearly there. At this time in the book review, I do start to get a little bit baffled, and we do have some chunky comments. Hi Veggie, Chapter 3. Return of Lupin. My own reaction is pretty similar to yours in the movie. Excellent, that's fantastic. I do wonder what he was up to during the events of Goblet. I guess just looking for work, I guess, maybe. Surely he was in contact with Dumbledore and Sirius, so he would have no idea, a good idea, what was going on. We met lots of interesting characters: Kingsley Shacklebolt, Tonks, the real Mad-Eye Moody, and more. I wonder if Lupin may have been here over the last book. Or he's actually in person with Sirius in places. Obviously not when Sirius went to Hogwarts. That's maybe, very possibly. That's an interesting question, actually, but yeah. But yeah, so many interesting characters. Chapter 4. We find out that Percy has abandoned his family in favour of the Ministry. You can't, it isn't a lie, is it? You may recall in the last Goblet of Fire book, I said that Fudge may have intentionally gotten rid of Crouch with the Dementor. This, in my opinion, is another example of Fudge playing the pieces, so to speak. Wow! I mean, yeah, that's so true. Because earlier on I said that this is the worst thing that Fudge has done. If that was intentional, that's absolutely... then Junior was definitely the worst thing that he did. Jeez. Wow, that is a lot of food for thought there. He knows that the Weasleys are very close to Dumbledore, and I'm willing to bet he got to know a good deal about Percy during all the questions about Crouch. Well, absolutely, and also Percy would want to have everything known about him, particularly his surname. Well, also not his surname. Whether he should go by Weatherby now. He actually should go by Weatherby. Wow, it'd be good for him. Anyway, come on, let's get through this, because I think we are approaching the 6-hour mark, which is insane. Fudge is often shown as a bumbling politician. That's what I thought he was from the movies. It's mentioned that he used to bombard Dumbledore with owls asking for advice. That's so true. But that was the past. Fudge, despite his appearance and suggests, is very clever and cunning politician. In that he knows how to play his cards. His promotion is exactly what Arthur says it is. Yeah, absolutely it is. Fudge wants to spy on Dumbledore's inner circle. But then Percy moving out from the house stops that though, doesn't it? But failing that, he also wants to create discourse between Dumbledore's supporters. Well, there we go, yes. By using Percy, he intends to drive a wedge into the Order, potentially causing members to turn away. Obviously, this sort of backfires, as all the Weasleys agree that Percy is the one who's out of line and not Dumbledore. So he should have tried to target one of Fred and George or something, shouldn't he? But no, he went for the one who everyone already wanted out, apparently. I'm joking. Another point I will raise about Percy is one really wipes out the last of my sympathy for him. During his time at Hogwarts, Percy was made a prefect and head boy, clearly shown that Dumbledore trusts in Percy's ability to be trustworthy and responsible. But when he asks, not directly of course, Percy to apply to the Order, he cannot be counted on. It's true, but also you have to remember that I do feel like he is a victim of the propaganda, though. I do. And, you know, the fact that he's so headstrong with his ambition and everything really does not help at all. But if none of this was going on, I don't think he would hate Dumbledore. Although I do feel like he has talked smack about him before. And it was presumably Dumbledore who made him a prefect. Unless it was McGonagall, of course. These are just my thoughts. Feel free to contradict me. I may have it completely wrong. No, it's interesting hearing your thoughts. Anyway, that's all for now. So happy we met Tonks. Seriously, how does a budgie learn to water ski? We're still on that, are we? Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, Snow Speeder. I gotta say, guys, we do have some like chunky ones near the end. I appreciate that there's a lot to talk about in these chapters, guys. But if you could limit them, because right now I'm having to go through them very, very quickly, just so we hit time. But yeah, I appreciate there was a lot to talk about here. Dobby, Death Stoffer, Dobby the Stoffer. Hi, Veggie. Imagine being shortlisted for the All England Best Kept Suburban Lawn competition. Well, there's a massive drought going on. I'm so glad this is getting brought up. With the lawns being described as patchy and yellow in the first chapter. Yeah, and they're doing those midnight sprinklings, aren't they? I wonder what it looks like when people who can't stand number 12, Grimmauld Place, watch people from Order and who can't see it. Watch people from Order who I'm sorry, guys. My tongue is giving up. Watch people from the Order entering the house. Do they just suddenly disappear? Well, I really like the comment earlier on saying that maybe the house just is there for Muggles, which is wild, guys. It could be. It could be. That is such an interesting take. But yeah, if not, then presumably they are just disappearing. Dutch fan fact of the month. Excellent. Always love these. Little whining is translated as Klensnikken. Which resembles the Dutch word for Saniken, which means something like to whine or to nag. That's cool. That's perfect. It's a very fitting name for a place full of people like the Dursleys. See you next time. Well, Dobby, that's fantastic. I really like that. And obviously, whining. I don't know if it's the same spelling, but to whine is obviously to complain as well. So that's really cool. They actually translated it to be the similar meaning. Awesome. Nice one, Dobby. Thank you so much for your comment. So we've got 1, 2, 3. And then a tiny little one. Let's get it done, guys. Let's get it done. I think we got like 20 minutes to get it done. Brianna. Hi, Veggie. Just wanted to say I find the scene with Harry blowing up at Ron and Hermione so hard to read. Yeah, it was difficult. It wasn't it? It's my least favourite part of getting to where... Whenever I read in, is your least favourite part when you're getting to in the series. Wow. Not that it's poorly written, absolutely. I just feel so bad for Harry, and I get second-hand embarrassment thinking about what it feels like after you've done something like that and made people close to you nervous. Yeah, it's true. And I really love the fact that Ron and Hermione just don't want any apology. They're good eggs. They are good eggs. Not very vegan. I tend to skip that whole scene. Wow. Just jump to when the twins come in. Well, if it's what makes you happy, then absolutely do it. Yeah. Your least favourite part in the series. Wow. To reread. But the first time I reread the series as an adult, this is where I really started to feel like the whole fleshed out world beyond what the movie shows. Well, quite absolutely. Can't wait to hear your thoughts on the new characters. They're absolute bloomin' treat. I remember feeling overwhelmed by Goblet of Fire with all the new characters, whereas this, because I kind of knew what their names and everything like that, it was a lot easier, and I can't wait to hear more about them. It's been excellent, and we're only 4 chapters in. Brianna, thank you so much for your comment. Ria, missed the last book club, barely going to make this one. Oh yeah, by a few hours as well. Nice work, Ria. I've had 2 major oral surgeries in the last 6 weeks. Oh my goodness, Ria. But I didn't want to let this pass up. It means so much to me. I appreciate that, Ria. I really do. It's always lovely to see you here. My first Potter premiere turned out to be the more special and unforgettable than I could have ever imagined. First, my brother and I had to talk our dad into letting me take the car to go and buy the book at midnight while driving at night. It's a different experience, isn't it? We lived in a small town at that time and weren't worried about the lines at the beginning. Still got there around other lines at all, but sorry, I said beginning for no reason. Still, they're around 11 because we couldn't take it anymore. We literally 5th or 6th place. Oh wow, that's very good. An hour before as well. I would have thought, yeah, fantastic. At least you're not going to be up all night that way, anyway. Well, at least you'll be up reading the book at least. That hour was about as magical as it can get for a Muggle. Oh, that's lovely. The giddiness and excitement radiating from a few Potterheads was palpable and infectious. I'll never forget it. That must have been, yeah. It's so nice that people bringing up the release as being like this big part of the book. I mean, it's clear that it's heavily associated with the book, which is adorable. Then, in one of the most heroic selfless moments of my life, after 3 complete years of waiting down to a minute to get my hands on this book, when we got to the parking lot, one of the girls in front of us had left her lights on. Car battery was dead, so I just walked right past pretending I didn't see it. Oh, selfless? Hang on. Who is... What do I say? Left her lights on. Her battery was dead, so I just walked right past pretending I didn't see anything. I feel like I'm missing... Oh, there we go. Okay, right. I'm just playing. Even though I didn't want to, I begrudgingly did the right thing and used my car to jump cables to get her car started and went home with a clear conscience. No, well, good for you, especially in the middle of the night. That's fantastic. Oh, good for you. That's awesome. I bet they were very appreciative as well. I presume they were there for the release of the book as well. The next morning, when my dad woke up, my brother wasted no time pretending to scold and tattle on me, fiercely saying, "Let me tell you what kind of daughter you raised." He told my dad what happened and accused me of being noble like Mother Teresa. Wow, that's a reference. Which resulted in my dad giving me a high five and cooking me whatever I wanted for breakfast. That's sweet. I chose chocolate chip banana peanut butter banana pancakes. Wow, that is a combination. Sweet for breakfast doesn't really fit me, guys, to be honest. But I'm glad you got exactly what you wanted, though. In my original Order of the Phoenix book from that night, I have 2 separate stains on different pages from pieces of dropped pancake. Oh, oops! Oh, really? No way. Well, that's part of the memory of it, isn't it? Really? Not sure you can give it to anyone now, though. Or give it to a charity shop, though. Not that you would. I cherish these stains. There we go. Like you wouldn't believe, because 6 months later, December 2003. My dad died. I'm so sorry to hear that, Ria. Now, I know you've talked about your parents before. December 2003 is exactly 3 years before my dad passed away, so I'm so sorry to hear that. Of course, we had no idea at the time, but this was the very last real-time Potter experience I would have with a living parent. So I don't think it could have been any better. It sounds like such a good memory, and the fact that you even remember exactly what you had for breakfast and everything is absolutely sweet. And I bet it means a lot to your brother as well. That's so awesome. Thank you so much for sharing this, Ria. Jumping that car off was one of the best choices I made in my entire life, and I almost didn't do it. Well, you should you shouldn't have any worry. That it's amazing that you did do it. I know that a lot of people wouldn't do it, but it's very good, and it's also that is also part of the memory as well. My point: do the right thing, people. You never know how significant it might be. I know it was long. I'll skip the next couple of book clubs. I'm sorry. No, Ria. Okay, I really love this story, Ria. It's clear that the fact is that this wasn't per se about the chapters. It was about what the book means to you. And because you missed last one, you wanted to get this story down. I'm so glad that you did. I really am. I want you to be a part of the next 2 book clubs, definitely. If you could try and keep your comments shorter, I'd appreciate that. But there's no way of shortening this story because each part of it is very significant. So thank you so much for sharing this. You don't need to apologize for it. In the next book club ones, if they could be shorter, then it would be appreciated. It just helps us get through it. Because like I say, I feel like we are running very short on time. But luckily, we've only got 2 more comments. In fact, I'm just going to do a quick refresh. We're down to the last 2 comments, guys. So Ria also says happy birthday to Fred and George, as it is April the 1st, guys. Absolutely. And Harry Potter is rounding us off today, guys. This was probably my favourite book. I find it. Oh, hi Veggie. Sorry. This is probably my favourite book. I find it fascinating that we finally get to experience a time when Voldemort is alive rather than just hearing stories about how it was during the First Wizard War. It's so true, and that is such a huge shift in tone, isn't it, for the entire universe. As always, other bit of book, Ginny, we get other. Sorry, Harry Potter, my head has fallen off. Much like Creature wants. As always, every bit of book Ginny we get is great. There we go. I love how she's a bit like Fred and George in the line, as Ginny made a noise like an angry cat. Yes, it's true. Always makes me smile. But also when it said well, Bill thinks the same about Snape. Ginny said as if that settled the matter, or something like that, which I love. I love her. I love the love that she has for her brothers. It's absolutely adorable, guys. That is another book club completed. We are definitely pushing 6 hours, so I'll keep this outro short. But thank you so much for taking part of it, guys. Lots of new people here today being a part of the book club, so I really appreciate that. Whenever I bring up the length of comments, guys, that is not me saying I don't want you to comment. I really want you to comment. It's just if you can keep them a little bit shorter. That's the previous video again. Just because it helps the flow of these videos. But we got through it. Thoroughly enjoyed these chapters, guys, and I guess we're on to the next one, guys. So Please like, comment, subscribe, all the good stuff. I'm a Veggie Gamer, and I'll see you next time. Up to birth.